He thought I betrayed him, so he destroyed my life. Then he made me his wife and his janitor. This is our story. Let's begin. Elowen. The first thing Nero Vescari did when he found me was smile like the devil had finally collected a debt, then leave me breathing long enough to understand he could take everything else. Not the boy who once kissed my knuckles behind his father's church. Not the boy who used to press his forehead to mine in the dark and swear I was the only honest thing left in his world. Not the boy who had bled into my hands while I begged him to stay awake. This Nero wore a black coat, a dead man's ring, and the kind of calm that meant someone had already lost everything. I just didn't know yet that someone was me. Milo's voice tugged me back into my body. I blinked and realized I was standing frozen on the sidewalk outside St. Verona Medical Clinic with a paper bag of prescriptions clenched so tightly in my fist the corners had caved in. My little brother followed my stare across the street. What's wrong? Nothing. The lie came out too fast. Milo narrowed his eyes at me. 15 years old, too thin, too pale, too observant for a boy who should have been worrying about school, friends, and sneaking extra dessert instead of blood tests and treatment schedules. You do that thing with your voice when you're lying. What thing? The dead thing. I forced myself to breathe. Across the street, Nero Vescari stood beside a black car that cost more than every apartment I had ever rented under every false name I had ever used. He did not move toward me. That was the part that terrified me. If he had crossed the street, grabbed my arm, cursed my name, demanded answers, I might have known what kind of monster had found me. But he only stood there, still, beautiful, ruined, a king carved from grief and money and patience. His dark hair was shorter than I remembered, brushed back from a face that had lost all boyish softness. His jaw was sharper. His mouth crueler, his eyes colder than the morning air biting through my thrift store coat. And on his hand, God. On his hand was his father's ring, the old Vescari signet. The ring Nero had once said he never more wanted because it belonged to a world that ate men alive and called the bones inheritance. Now he wore it like it had grown out of his skin. Milo shifted beside me. Elowen. He used my real name. Low. Warning. I tore my eyes away from Nero and turned slightly, blocking Milo with my body, even though there was an entire street between us. Get in the cab. We didn't call a cab. Then we're walking. You're scaring me. Good. Fear meant he would listen. I put my hand on his back and guided him toward the corner, away from the clinic, away from the black car, away from the man who had once been my whole future before he became the reason I learned how to disappear. Milo resisted just enough to make me look at him. His lips were pale. He had one hand pressed beneath his ribs like the pain was trying to claw its way out of him. He was tired. The treatment always drained him. Some days he pretended better than others. This was not one of those days. He said quietly. Who is that? No one. That's not a no one face. I almost laughed. It came out closer to a breath that broke in half. Across the street, Nero finally moved, not toward us. He opened the car door. For one insane second, a stupid, wounded part of me expected him to say my name, to shout it, to turn the street into a battlefield and drag the past into the open where I could finally scream the truth at him. But Nero Vescari only looked at me one last time. Then he smiled, small, cold, satisfied. The way a man smiled when he had found the grave he planned to dig up. Then he got into the car and left. The black car slid into traffic like a blade disappearing back into a sleeve. And I stood there with my brother's medicine in my fist, feeling the air change around me. Elowen, Milo said, sharper, now. I looked down at him. He had seen enough. Not the details, not the history, not the blood. But he had seen the part I could not hide. The way terror made my body remember before my mind gave it permission. We need to go, I said. Where? Home was the answer I gave him. But home had always been a temporary word for people like us. Home was wherever Nero had not found us yet. By the next morning I knew he had not come to speak. He had come to begin. My boss fired me at 8:17 a.m. Not at the end of the day. Not after my shift. Not with the soft embarrassment of someone who had been forced to do something cruel and wished they had more courage. No. She called me into the back office before I had even tied my apron. The diner smelled like burnt coffee, fryer oil, and wet wool from customers shaking rain off their coats. The breakfast rush had started early. I could hear plates clattering, someone laughing too loudly at the counter, one of the cooks swearing in Spanish because the toast machine jammed again. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. Then Mrs. Harlan folded her hands on the desk and refused to look at me. "I'm sorry, Nora." Nora. That was the name on my paperwork. Nora Bell. My 4th life in 7 years. I stood in front of her desk with my coat still on and felt something inside me go perfectly still. "For what?" She swallowed. "We have to let you go." I stared at her. "I covered 3 doubles last week." "I know. Marcy quit and I took her Sunday shift." "I know. I've never been late." "I know. Then why?" Mrs. Harlan's eyes flickered toward the door. Not enough for most people to notice. Enough for a woman who had spent 7 years learning how to read danger from the angle of someone's silence. "I can't discuss it." My fingers curled around the strap of my bag. "Did someone call you?" Her mouth tightened. That was answer enough. I leaned closer. "Mrs. Harlan, my brother's treatment is due this week. I'm sorry." "No, you're uncomfortable," I said, softly. "There's a difference." She flinched. I should have stopped there. I needed my final check. I needed the reference. I needed the dignity of leaving with my head down because women like me survived by not making scenes. But Nero had looked at me across the street and smiled, and now my job was gone. So dignity felt like a coat too thin for the weather. Mrs. Harlan slid an envelope across the desk. "Your final pay." I picked it up. It weighed almost nothing. If that was how survival usually felt in my hand. Almost nothing. I walked out through the kitchen because I could not bear the customers watching me leave. Diego, one of the cooks, looked up from the grill. "You good, Nora?" I smiled with my dead voice. "Always." By noon, there was an eviction notice taped to our apartment door. Milo was asleep on the couch when I found it, curled under the blue blanket he pretended not to love because it had cartoon whales on it. His medicine sat on the table beside him, lined up in the order I had trained myself never to confuse. Morning pills, afternoon pills, emergency pills, the expensive ones that made my chest hurt every time I opened the bottle. I stood in the hallway staring at the notice. Violation of lease terms, immediate review, vacate pending ownership transition. The words blurred for a second. I pressed my thumb beneath my eye before the tears could fall. Crying in hallways was a luxury for people who did not have sick brothers sleeping 10 feet away. I called the landlord. He did not answer. I called again. On the 4th try, he picked up and sounded like a man already halfway out of the conversation. "Nora, I can't help you." "You can explain what this is. The building has been sold." "To who?" "I can't discuss that." "Mr. Pell, I paid rent." "I know." "I have receipts." "I know." "My brother is sick." Silence. There it was again. That tiny pause where pity walked up to cowardice and lost. "I'm sorry," he said. Everyone was sorry. Sorry was becoming the sound people made when Nero Vescari had already paid them enough to stop being decent. I hung up before I said something useless. Inside the apartment, Milo stirred. I ripped the eviction notice off the door, folded it twice, and shoved it into my bag before entering. Milo's eyes opened anyway. "You're home early." "Slow day." "At breakfast?" "People are discovering fasting." He stared at me. I went to the tiny kitchen and filled the kettle because my hands needed something to do. What? You're doing the dead voice again." I gripped the counter. He pushed himself upright, wincing before he could hide it. I hated that wince. I hated how it owned every room we lived in. I hated that no matter how hard I worked, no matter how carefully I budgeted, no matter how many names I buried, illness still found a way to sit at our table like an invited guest. "What happened?" "Nothing you need to worry about." That sentence has never once meant nothing. "Milo." "No." His voice cracked, then hardened. "Don't Milo me. I'm not 5. "No. He had been 5 when this began. 5 when Severin Vescari's men dragged him out of a safe house and taught me that children could be used as locks. 5 when I learned the price of keeping Nero alive. 15 now. Still paying for a war he never chose." I turned on the kettle. My phone buzzed before I could answer him. I looked down. Bank alert. Account access temporarily restricted. For a moment, I honestly did not understand the words. Then I opened the app. 0 access. Frozen. Fraud review pending. Every dollar I had saved for Milo's next treatment sat behind a wall I could not touch. My lungs forgot how to work. Milo stood. "Elowen?" I locked the phone and placed it face down on the counter. Too slowly. He saw. What now? I need to make a call. I went into the bathroom and shut the door. Then I sat on the closed toilet lid, pressed my fist to my mouth, and made 7 phone calls. The bank told me there had been suspicious activity, and my account was under review. The hospital billing office told me payment verification was required before Milo's next treatment could proceed. The clinic told me they were very sorry. The assistance program told me our case needed updated employment verification. The employment verification I no longer had. The landlord sent me to voicemail. Mrs. Harlan did not pick up. On the 7th call, a woman with a smooth voice informed me that my medical debt had been acquired by a private collection agency. What agency? I asked. One moment. Keyboard clicks. Then, V Holdings Recovery. The room tilted. V not Vescari. No one would be that obvious. Nero did not need to leave fingerprints when the knife was already in my ribs. Ma'am? The woman said. Are you still there? I ended the call. For a long time, I sat in the bathroom with my hand over my mouth and made no sound. Not because I was calm, because panic took energy, and I needed every ounce I had left. A soft knock came at the door. Elle? I stood, turned on the sink, splashed cold water on my face, and looked at myself in the cracked mirror. Dark eyes, hollow cheeks, a woman who had once been loved by a boy who promised her the world, a woman now being hunted by the man who inherited it. I opened the door. Milo stood there with the blue blanket around his shoulders, trying to look stronger than his body allowed. Tell me, I smiled, his face twisted. Don't, he whispered. Please don't smile like that. That broke something in me, not enough to cry, enough to kneel in front of him and take his hands. They were cold, always cold these days. I'm going to fix it. His eyes filled and he looked furious about it. You don't have to fix everything. Yes, I do. No, you don't. I can skip one treatment. The words hit me like a slap. Never say that to me again. Elle? Never. My voice came out sharper than I meant it to, but I did not take it back. You do not get to make yourself smaller so with my fear fits better. I'm not a kid. No, I said, gripping his hands. You're my brother. That's worse. That means I know exactly what the world took from you. His mouth trembled. I lowered my voice. You don't get to ask me not to save you. He stared at me for a long second. Then his eyes shifted toward my bag on the floor. The folded eviction notice stuck out just enough. He saw it. I knew when he did because his expression changed from scared to devastated. What did he do? He asked. I went cold. Who? The man outside the clinic. I said nothing. Milo swallowed hard. That was him, wasn't it? The apartment felt too small around us. I stood. I need you to listen to me carefully. Elowen, no, listen. I walked to the kitchen table and gathered his medications into the weekly organizer, because if I did not keep my hands busy, I would put them through a wall. You are going to take the afternoon dose. You are going to drink the whole shake Mrs. Thal Alvarez brought over. You are going to keep your phone on. If anyone knocks, you do not answer unless it is Mrs. Alvarez, Diego, or me. His face drained. Where are you going? I reached for my coat. No. Milo. No. He shoved the blanket off and tried to stand too fast. Pain grabbed him by the ribs and bent him forward. I caught him. He hated that too. Don't go to him, he said through clenched teeth. I helped him sit. I don't have another door. Then we find a window. He owns the building now. He owns the diner? Probably. The bank? He owns enough fear. The hospital? My silence answered. Milo's eyes closed. For one moment he looked every bit his age and far younger, a boy with bones too sharp beneath his skin, trying to save a sister who had already decided what she was willing to lose. I don't want to live if this is what it costs you, he said. The words were soft. They were also unforgivable. I knelt in front of him again and took his face in my hands. You listen to me, Milo Cross. You are going to live. You are going to grow old enough to be unbearable. You are going to fall in love with someone who annoys me. You are going to get strong enough to slam doors and make terrible decisions and call me dramatic when I tell you I hate your haircut. A tear slipped down his cheek. I wiped it away with my thumb. You are going to live, I said. And one day when this is all over, you can hate me for what I had to do, but you will be alive to do it. And his hand closed around my wrist. What if he hurts you? I thought of Nero's smile. The old boy who kissed my knuckles was gone. The man who found me did not need to put hands on me to hurt me. He already knows how, I whispered. Milo heard me. I wished he had not. Outside, the rain had thickened into silver sheets, turning the city into blurred glass and reflected headlights. I walked the 32 blocks to Vescari Tower because my transit card declined twice and pride refused to let me cry over a bus fare. By the time I reached the financial district, my coat was soaked through, my shoes were ruined, and my hair clung to my face in dark strands. Vescari Tower rose above the street like a monument to everything Nero had become. Black glass, steel bones, gold light spilling from the upper floors like the city itself had bent its neck and offered him tribute. I stood beneath the awning, shivering, staring at the revolving doors. Once, Nero and I had sat on the roof of his father's church and shared a stolen orange because neither of us had money for dinner. He had peeled it with his pocket knife and fed me half, laughing when juice ran down my wrist. One day, Elowen, he had said, "I'll build something no one can take from us." Now he had, and he was using it to take everything from me. I stepped inside, warm air hit my wet face, the lobby went quiet in degrees, not fully. Men like Nero trained their world never to appear startled, but conversations dipped, eyes lifted, security guards shifted their weight. A woman behind the front desk looked at me once, then looked away too quickly. They knew. I crossed the marble floor, leaving rainwater behind me with every step. My shoes squeaked. Humiliation tried to crawl up my throat. I swallowed it. A security guard approached, tall, broad, expressionless. I lifted my chin before he could speak. "I'm here to see Nero Vescari." The guard did not ask my name. He did not ask if I had an appointment. He did not even pretend this was unexpected. He simply nodded toward the private elevators and said, "Mr. Vescari is expecting you." There it was, the final proof. Nero had not wondered if I would come. He had known exactly how much to take. The guard escorted me across the lobby. Every step echoed. Every eye pretended not to follow. At the elevator, the guard scanned a card. The doors opened silently. I stepped inside. He did not follow. The doors began to close. For 1 second, right before the lobby disappeared, I saw my reflection in the mirrored steel, wet, pale, furious, alive. Then the doors sealed me in. The elevator rose, higher, higher, toward the man who had once loved me, toward the Don who believed I betrayed him, toward the devil who had finally collected enough of my life to make me knock on his door. I closed my eyes, pressed Milo's name against the inside of my teeth like a prayer, and waited for the doors to open.
Chapter 2 Nero. By the time Elowen Cross stepped into my private elevator, I had already taken her job, her apartment, her bank account, her brother's treatment, and every illusion she still had that the world would protect her from me. Mercy would have been letting her run. I had never been merciful. Not since the night my father died with Vescari blood on marble and her name wrapped around the knife. The monitor on my desk showed the elevator climbing. Floor 28, 31, 36. She stood alone inside the mirrored box, soaked from the rain, hands curled at her sides, spine too straight for a woman who had just walked through the ruins of her own life. That irritated me. I had expected fear. I had earned fear. Men who had killed for less than I owned lowered their eyes when I entered a room. Bankers sweated through $10,000 suits at my table. Judges forgot their own power when my name came through their private lines. Families who hated me still sent flowers on the anniversary of my father's death because they knew grief had made me patient, and patience had made me worse. But Elowen stood in my elevator with rain dripping from the hem of her cheap coat onto my polished floor. And all I saw was the girl who once stared at me across a church roof and told me I was not born ruined. The girl had been wrong. The woman had made sure of it. I shut off the monitor before the doors opened. I did not stand. Standing would have given the moment too much. She would not get that from me. My office occupied the top corner of Vescari Tower. All black glass, dark wood, steel, and distance. The city spread beneath my windows in glittering obedience. Traffic crawling like veins through streets I had spent 7 years making mine. Every building with a lit crown owed me something. Every family with a locked room feared what I knew. Every man who thought himself untouchable eventually learned there was always a higher floor. Elowen had once known me before the height, before the ring, before the blood settled. The office doors opened. My assistant brought her in and left without a word. For 1 second, the room held nothing but rainwater, silence, and the past. Elowen Cross stood 10 feet from my desk, thinner than she had been, sharper, Her dark hair was wet and loose around her face. Her coat was old. Her shoes were soaked through. One sleeve had started fraying at the cuff. Poverty had tried to dull her, but it had only stripped her down to the things that had always made her dangerous. Her eyes. God, those eyes. Still the same dark, furious, impossible eyes that had watched me bleed and vanish from my life before dawn. I made myself look away first, not because she had won, because I had not survived 7 years of hate to be undone by the color of a woman's grief. She did not wait for permission. Restore my brother's treatment. No greeting. No apology. No trembling confession. Just that. Her brother. Always the boy. Always the excuse. Always the one living thing she could hide behind. I leaned back in my chair and studied her like she was a document I had already judged false. I wondered how long pride would keep you warm. Her mouth tightened. The old Elowen would have snapped at me immediately. She had never feared my temper. Not when we were young. Not when my father still ruled. Not when I was a boy pretending power had not already sunk its teeth into me. This Elowen held the reaction back. That was new. Survival had taught her restraint. I hated that I noticed. This isn't about pride, she said. This is about Milo. Milo. I said the name slowly, watching her face. 15. Chronic complications from an old internal injury. Partial immune suppression. Recurring blood inflammation. Treatment schedule every 3 weeks. Adjusted when his body rejects the medication too violently. Her face paled. Good. I wanted her to understand exactly how much I knew. Her fingers curled tighter, but her voice stayed steady. If you know all that, then you know he has nothing to do with us. Neither did my father. The words landed. I saw it. The smallest fracture across her expression. Not satisfaction. Not quite. Something old twisted in my chest. But I buried it under the weight of my father's ring. Elowen looked toward my hand. She saw the ring. Her throat moved. I let her stare. Let her remember whose blood had bought me this office. Let her remember the man whose death had built the dawn I became. My brother didn't kill your father, she said. Neither did mine. Her eyes flashed. You don't get to use him against Milo. I get to use whatever makes you walk through my door. The words were cruel. Accurate. Necessary. Her jaw tightened. But she did not look away. That irritated me too. I opened the file on my desk. Not because I needed the evidence. Because I wanted her to see it again. Every piece of proof that had turned love into rot. I slid the first photograph across the desk. Elowen. Entering the Hotel Davros 7 years ago beside Adrian Vale. My father's enemy. A man who had spent 3 generations trying to put Vescari men into graves. She looked at the photo once. Only once. Then her gaze lifted back to mine. I slid the bank record beside it. 50,000 transferred into an account under her name 2 hours before the ambush. Then the transcript from the voice recording. Her voice. Her words. The location of my father's private meeting. Then the witness report. A Vescari soldier claiming he saw her leave with Adrian Vale's men after the first shot was fired. A soldier who died 2 weeks later in a car fire before I could question him myself. I watched her carefully. If guilt lived in her, it had learned patience. Her face did not crumple. She did not rush to explain. She did not plead. She stared at the papers like a woman looking at a grave someone else had dug and labeled with her name. The evidence is wrong, she said. I almost laughed. Of course. 7 years. A dead father. A ruined empire rebuilt with blood and debt. And that was all she had. The evidence is wrong. I repeated. How convenient. It was made to be convenient. My fingers stilled on the edge of the file. A clever answer. Too clever. You always did prefer complicated lies. And you always preferred simple pain. That struck closer than it should have. My eyes lifted to hers. She stood there, soaked and exhausted, with a sick brother and nowhere to go, and still had the nerve to look at me like I was the one who had failed a test. You disappeared the night my father died. I said. You vanished before the bodies were cold. You left me to bury him with your betrayal in my mouth. Her face changed. A flicker. A wound opening behind the eyes. Then gone. I left because I had no choice. Who forced you? The question cut through the room faster than I intended. There. For one moment. I saw it. Fear. Not of me. That was the first thing that bothered me. Elowen Cross had every reason to fear me. I had proved that over the last 48 hours with signatures, phone calls, and pressure applied cleanly through institutions that would never admit my name. I had turned her life into a room with one exit and sat behind the door. But the fear that crossed her face when I asked who forced her was not fear of the man in front of her. It was fear of someone behind me, someone still close enough to hear. My office went colder. "Answer me," I said. Her lips parted. For 1 second, I thought she would. Then something inside her locked. No. Not I don't know. Not there was no one. No. A refusal. A protection. Of whom? Anger moved through me. Clean and familiar. There it is. Her chin lifted. There what is? The loyalty. If you think silence means guilt, then you were never looking for the truth. I looked for you, I said, and heard the darkness in my own voice. For years. Her breath caught. Good. Let her feel that too. Let her know she had not vanished cleanly. Let her know the space she left behind had not stayed empty. It had filled with men, bodies, debts, revenge, and every version of me I had to become to survive what she did. I looked in every city where veil money touched ground. I continued. Every false passport route, every border crossing, every clinic, every shelter, every cheap apartment under names that did not belong to you. Her face went still at clinic, at shelter, at cheap apartment. I saw the trail of her life cross her eyes before she hid it. You should have stopped looking, she said. I did. The lie tasted like rust. I had never stopped. Not really. I had stopped searching with men and started searching through systems. Employment records, medical filings, assistance programs, any anomaly tied to a woman of her age and a boy with recurring treatment needs. It had taken too long. That was what angered me most. Not that she had hidden, that she had been good at it. You found me, she said. Congratulations. Now leave Milo out of it. I leaned forward. Elowen. Her name changed the room. I had not said it to her face in 7 years. Not aloud. Not where she could hear it. It left my mouth colder than it used to. Once, I had said her name like prayer. In alleys. Behind church walls. Against her hair. Into her palm when I had nothing to offer but promises. Now it sounded like judgment. She heard it too. Her shoulders went rigid. You do not get to stand in my office and give me terms. I said. You came because I removed every other option. Her eyes burned. My brother is innocent. Innocence is not a shield in our world. It should be. I smiled without warmth. You used to say things like that before you sold my world to men who wanted me buried in it. I didn't sell you. No. You were paid before delivery. Color rose in her face. Not shame. Rage. She stepped closer to my desk. If I had wanted your money, Nero, I wouldn't have spent 7 years choosing rent over dinner. The words landed before I could stop them. Rent over dinner. I saw again the frayed cuff, the cheap shoes, the sharpened bones beneath her face, the medical debt, the assistance programs, the grocery purchases. The late payments never quite defaulted until I made sure they did. A guilty woman with 50,000 in enemies protecting her should not have lived like that. I killed the thought before it became dangerous. You expect me to believe poverty proves innocence? No, her voice lowered. I expect nothing from you anymore. The room held that. I hated how much worse it felt than begging would have. I opened the drawer and removed the contract. Thick. Precise. Already signed where it needed to be signed. The legal department had worked through the night and asked no questions because people in my world learned early that curiosity had a funeral cost. I placed the contract on the desk between us. Her eyes dropped to it. What is that? The price of mercy. She did not move. I enjoyed that. At least for a moment. The hospital will resume Milo's treatment within the hour. I said, a private specialist will review his case by tonight. Your bank issue will disappear. Your apartment will remain available if you choose to keep it. Though I doubt you will. Your debts will be paid. Every collection call stops. Every door I closed opens. Her throat moved. Hope was a cruel thing to watch on a woman who hated you. It made the room too human. I sharpened my voice. In exchange, you marry me. Silence. Her face emptied. Not confusion. Not shock exactly. Something worse. Recognition that the cage had not been built around her life. It had been built around her name. No, yes. No, her laugh was small and disbelieving. But it had teeth. You hate me. I do. Then marry someone you can stand to look at. I am. Her eyes narrowed. I let the insult sit between us. Then continued. The ceremony is tomorrow. Private, legal, public enough for every family in the city to know exactly where you are. Her hands curled again. You want to parade me. I want to own the scandal before someone else does. You want to humiliate me. That too. She looked at the contract again. And after, you move under Vescari protection. I don't want your protection. You should have considered that before making yourself useful to my enemies. Her jaw flexed. And Milo, untouched, treated, guarded, funded. That was when she almost broke. Not visibly, but I had known this woman before survival taught her masks. I knew the way her breath changed when something hit too deep. I knew the pulse point in her throat. I knew the slight tremble in her fingers before she forced them still. Milo was the blade. I had chosen correctly. The satisfaction should have been cleaner. It was not. There is another condition, I said. Her gaze lifted slowly. There. The hatred, bright enough to warm the room. What? You will work here. Her brows drew together. In the tower? Yes. Doing what? I reached into the folder and removed the assignment sheet. I did not slide it gently. Janitorial staff. Lower executive rotation to begin. Lobby. Private offices. Conference floors. Service corridors. Your supervisor will be informed that your employment is non-negotiable. She stared at me. For the first time since she walked in, I saw humiliation hit. Not because she thought the work was beneath her. That would have been easier to despise. Elowen had worked every kind of job a person could survive. I knew that from the reports. Diner shifts, laundry rooms, night cleaning, shelf stocking, reception desks under fake names. She did not fear work. She understood the design. My wife, my janitor, my ring on her finger while she scrubbed the floors of the empire she helped bleed. Her voice, when it came, was quiet. You're sick. No, Elowen, I'm poetic. You're using my brother's life to make me kneel. I'm using your brother's life to make you understand leverage. She leaned over the desk. Rainwater dripped from the ends of her hair onto the contract. You are a coward. A muscle moved in my jaw. Men had died for less. But from her, the word did not sound like insult. It sounded like disappointment. That was worse. You destroyed my job, she said. My home, my money, his treatment. You pushed until there was no air left, and now you want to call the gasp consent. I stood then. Slowly. Her body reacted, but she did not step back. I respected that more than I wanted to. Consent, I repeated. Did my father consent when the location of his meeting was handed to men with guns? Did I consent when I woke up with his ring in one hand and your betrayal in the other? I did not betray you. The words were too immediate, too raw. I wanted to believe rage made her convincing. Not truth. Never truth. I walked around the desk. She tracked every step but held her ground. When I stopped in front of her, there were only inches between us and 7 years of corpses. She smelled like rain, cold air, cheap soap, and something I remembered so violently I nearly hated her for it. Orange peel. No. Impossible. Memory was a liar. My voice dropped. My name on your finger. My floors under your knees. Your brother alive because I allow it. Her eyes shone. Not tears. Fury polished bright. If that is mercy, I'd hate to see what you call love. I smiled. This time it cost me. You did see it. The words escaped before I could stop them. For 1 second, we were not in my office. We were on the roof of my father's church. 14 years younger. Sharing an orange because I had stolen it from a market stall and she had scolded me while eating half. We were behind the rectory with my mouth pressed to her knuckles because I had not yet earned the right to kiss her anywhere else. We were whispering impossible futures under bells that rang for other people's weddings. Then the memory burned away. Her face changed, like she had seen it too. I stepped back first. Not retreat. Control. I returned to the desk and tapped the contract. Sign. She did not move. I want one guarantee. My mouth curved. You are in no position to ask for guarantees. Then consider it the only thing standing between you and me turning this office into a crime scene. There she was, the girl who had once stood between me and 3 drunk soldiers twice her size because they insulted my dead mother. I should not have felt the old spark of pride. I did anyway. What guarantee? Milo never pays for my disobedience. A reasonable demand. An inconvenient one. Because I had intended Milo as the leash. Not harm. Never actual harm. There were lines even I did not cross, though no one outside this room would have believed that. But fear of harm was a useful instrument, and she knew it. If you comply, I said, Milo remains safe. No, that isn't what I asked. Her voice hardened. Milo gets treatment whether I smile, kneel, curse your name, or throw your ring through a window. If I sign, he becomes untouchable. I studied her. It was almost impressive, the way she negotiated with nothing in her hand but the one thing she would die for. I should have refused. Instead, I heard myself say, Milo will not be medically harmed or denied treatment because of your behavior. Or threatened. My eyes narrowed. She had added that too fast. Threatened. By whom? Or threatened? I said slowly. Her shoulders lowered half an inch. Not relief. Temporary oxygen. I added, but if you run, I will find you again. I know. And next time, I will not leave you breathing long enough to make choices. Her gaze held mine. You were never the only monster I was running from. Silence cut hard. There it was again. That shadow behind her eyes. The one that did not belong to me. Before I could press, her gaze fell to the contract. She turned a page, then another, and stopped. Her face changed so fast I almost missed it. Almost. Not at the marriage clause. Not at the employment terms. At the witness designation. Elowen Vescari. Family authority. My uncle's name sat near the bottom of the page in clean black ink. Elowen's pulse jumped in her throat. Her fingers tightened on the paper. I saw fear again. Old. Instinctive. Buried deep enough to look like illness. Why does my uncle's name scare you? She looked up too quickly. It doesn't. Lie. A better one than most. Still a lie. I leaned forward, suddenly less interested in the contract than in the way the woman before me had turned pale at Severin's name. Try again. I don't care about your uncle. You care enough to forget how to breathe. Her mouth closed. Good. Let her feel cornered. Let the truth sweat out of her. My uncle was one of the only men who stood beside me after my father died. I said, he helped me rebuild what you helped destroy. Something moved through her face. Not guilt. Not exactly. Pity. For me. That was intolerable. Do not look at me like that. I said. Then stop making it so easy. Anger flashed. I snatched the pen from the desk and placed it on top of the contract. The wedding is tomorrow. The uniform will be waiting the morning after. Her gaze returned to mine. You really want your wife scrubbing floors in front of your employees? I want every person who enters this building to understand what happens to traitors who survive me. And when they laugh, they will laugh quietly. That's supposed to comfort me? No, I looked her over once. Slowly. Cruelly enough to make her hate me again instead of fear whoever my uncle had become in her memory. It is supposed to remind you that the only reason they are allowed to laugh at all is because I permit it. Her hand closed around the pen. One tremor. Only one. She hated herself for it. I saw that too. She signed the first page. Then the second. Then the final page. Elowen Cross. Not Norabelle. Not any of the names she had hidden behind. Her true name bled across the line in dark ink. Something inside me eased. Something else tightened. She set the pen down with careful precision and slid the contract back. There, she said. You bought my fear. Her voice was low, steady, deadly. Not my forgiveness. I looked at her signature, then at her. I have no interest in forgiveness. The lie sounded convincing. It should have. I had practiced it for 7 years. She stepped back from the desk. Then we finally agree on something. She turned toward the door. I let her take 3 steps. Elowen. She stopped but did not face me. The hospital has already been paid. Her shoulders went rigid. The specialist will be there before evening. A driver will take you to Milo now. For a moment, she did not move. Then she turned. Her eyes were bright. Still no tears. I wanted them. I did not want them. I hated the confusion more than I hated her. If this is a trick, it isn't. I swear to God. Nero, if you use him and then take it back. I gave my word. Her mouth twisted. Your word used to mean something. That hit exactly where she aimed it. My hand curled around the edge of the desk. It still does. No, she said softly. Now it costs something. She left before I could answer. The office door closed behind her. For several seconds, I stood alone with the contract between my hands and rainwater drying on my floor. My assistant entered silently. The driver is ready. Mr. Vescari. Good. And Mr. Severin called twice. My eyes lifted. The room sharpened. What did he want? He asked whether she signed. I looked at the contract. At her name. At the ink still drying. At exactly what time? My assistant hesitated. 5 minutes before she did. I said nothing. The silence was enough to make him lower his gaze. Should I return the call? He asked. No, I closed the folder. Then I looked toward the door Elowen had walked through, carrying hatred in her spine and terror she refused to name. Send me every file we have on the night my father died. My assistant blinked once. All of them, sir. All of them. He nodded and left quickly. I turned toward the windows. Below, the city glowed under the rain. Somewhere beneath all that light, Elowen Cross was being driven back to a boy she had just sold herself to save. She had signed. She was mine now. That should have been enough. But all I could see was her face when she read my uncle's name. And all I could hear was her voice. You were never the only monster I was running from.
Chapter 3. Elowen. The morning I married Nero Vescari, my brother looked at me like I had already died and was too stubborn to lie down. He sat on the edge of the hospital bed with an IV taped to the back of his hand, pale beneath the fluorescent lights, his dark hair falling into eyes too old for 15. The specialist Nero had paid for had come before sunset the night before. The medication had been restarted. The nurses had suddenly become gentle. The billing office had suddenly lost its teeth. Money had a way of making cruelty apologize without meaning it. Milo was alive. That was the only sentence I let myself keep. Not the contract. Not the wedding. Not the uniform Nero promised would be waiting for me after. Just Milo was alive. He watched me button my black dress with a fury so wounded it could barely stand upright. That isn't yours, he said. I glanced down. The dress had been delivered to the hospital that morning in a long white box with no note. It was simple, elegant, and expensive enough to offend me. Black silk, long sleeves, high neck, fitted waist, beautiful in a way that felt like another form of insult. A mourning dress disguised as a bridal one. No, I said. It isn't. Then don't wear it. I don't have another dress. You have clothes. I'm not marrying Nero Vescari in diner jeans. Milo's mouth twisted. So you do care what he thinks. I looked at him then. Really looked. His skin had more color than yesterday. Not much, but enough for me to breathe around the ache in my chest. His eyes were clearer. His hands still trembled, but less violently. The machine beside him clicked softly, counting 10 little mechanical heartbeats. I care what the room understands, I said. If I walk in looking broken, they'll think he finished me before the vows. And if you walk in looking beautiful, they'll wonder why I'm not afraid. Milo swallowed. You are afraid. Yes. The honesty surprised him. It surprised me too. I stepped toward him and took his free hand carefully, avoiding the tape. I'm terrified, I said, but that does not mean he gets to see me crawl. Milo's fingers curled around mine, weak grip, fierce heart. Don't do this. I closed my eyes for 1 second. There were different kinds of pain. A knife was easier than Milo's voice. Your treatment again. I know. The doctor said your numbers improved overnight. I know. Then you know why I'm doing this. His eyes filled. He blinked angrily, as if tears were another enemy he could fight by refusing to name them. I don't want to live if it means you belong to him. I bent until my forehead touched his. You listen to me, Milo Cross. I do not belong to him. I am making a trade. For me. For you. That makes it worse. No, I whispered. That makes it worth surviving. He went quiet. Outside the hospital room, 2 men in black suits stood on either side of the door. Nero's men. They had not spoken to me once, except to confirm the car was waiting. They did not look cruel. That somehow made it worse. Cruel men were easier. Professional men made cages feel like policy. Milo glanced toward the door. Are they taking you there? Yes. Will he hurt you? I thought of Nero standing behind his desk, laying evidence across the surface like scripture. Nero saying my name like it had been sharpened. Nero offering mercy with one hand and humiliation with the other. I thought of the boy he used to be. The boy who once split an orange with me on a church roof and told me he hated every man who taught him power had to be ugly. He already knows how, I said. Milo's face collapsed for a second. I immediately regretted giving him that truth. So I smiled the old fake smile he hated and smoothed his blanket. But I know how to survive him. Elowen. I kissed his forehead before he could ask me not to go again. His skin was warm. God, warm. That one detail almost broke me. I'll come back tonight, I promised. You better. I will. If you don't, I'm leaving this hospital. You can barely make it to the bathroom without pretending you're not dizzy. I'll crawl. I know, I said, and my throat hurt. That's why I'm coming back. I turned before he could see my face change. The men outside straightened. One of them opened the door. The hallway smelled like antiseptic, coffee, and the quiet grief of families who had learned to whisper around bad news. I walked through it in Nero's black dress with my spine straight, my hands steady, and my heart trying to claw its way back to the boy in the hospital bed. The chapel was not a chapel so much as a confession Nero had bought and emptied of God. It belonged to the Vescari family, hidden behind iron gates and old stone walls on the north side of the city. I had been there once before, years ago, when Nero's father still ruled and Nero still pretended he would never wear the ring. Back then, the chapel had smelled of candle smoke and polished pews. Nero had kissed my knuckles behind the side door because it was the only place his world was quiet enough to let him be a boy. Now the chapel smelled colder. White lilies. Rain. Money. Nero waited near the altar in a black suit that looked less like wedding attire and more like a threat tailored to his body. He did not turn when I entered. He did not need to. Men like Nero felt the room change around them and called it instinct. I hated that my breath still caught, not with softness, with memory. He had been beautiful when he was young, angry, reckless, bruised by expectation, but beautiful in a way that made girls whisper and old women sigh about trouble. Now he was something else, still beautiful, but no longer reachable. A man made of sharp lines, controlled violence, and wealth so quiet it did not need to announce itself. His dark hair was perfectly styled. His face was unreadable. His father's ring glinted on his hand beneath the chapel light. The ring looked heavier in here, like the dead were standing beside him, holding it in place. He turned. Our eyes met. For one breath, the years between us disappeared. Not enough to heal anything. Enough to hurt. His gaze moved over the black dress. A flicker passed through his face. Too fast for anyone else to catch. I caught it because once I knew every weather pattern of that face. I knew what anger looked like before it became words. I knew what grief looked like before pride strangled it. I knew what longing looked like before he learned to bury it. This was not longing. Not exactly. It was recognition. He had expected me to look like surrender. I had arrived like a funeral. Good. A man stepped forward near the front pew, tall, silver at the temples, elegant in a dark three-piece suit, hands folded around a cane he did not need. His face wore grief like an accessory, tasteful and perfectly placed. Severin Vescari. My body remembered him before my mind allowed fear. Every muscle tightened. He smiled as if he had been waiting years to welcome me home. Elowen Cross, he said warmly. I wondered if I would ever see you again. The chapel tilted, not visibly, only inside me. The last time I heard his voice this close, Milo was 5 years old and screaming behind a locked door while Severin told me what would happen if I chose love over obedience. I forced myself not to look at Nero. Severin came toward me slowly, savoring the distance. He took my hand before I could stop him and bent over it like a courtly uncle greeting a bride. His fingers were dry and cold. His mouth brushed the air near my cheek. Then he whispered, soft enough for only me. Still making sacrifices for Vescari men, little dove? My skin went ice-cold beneath the silk. Little dove. The name he had called me the night he turned my love into a leash. I wanted to rip my hand from his. I wanted to spit in his face. I wanted to scream his name so loudly the old stone cracked. Instead, I smiled, small, dead. The smile women use when a monster has his hand too close to their throat in a room full of men who will ask later why she did not scream. How kind of you to attend, I said. His eyes warmed with amusement. Nero's voice cut across the chapel. Uncle. Severin released my hand and turned with effortless grace. Nero. He spread his hands. A wedding day softens even the most difficult memories, does it not? No. One word. Flat. The room tightened around it. Severin gave a gentle laugh, as if Nero had amused him. I felt Nero's gaze on me. Not tender, suspicious. He had seen my reaction. Nero Vescari had built an empire out of noticing what people tried to hide. The priest cleared his throat. There were no guests in the way ordinary weddings had guests. No flowers held by smiling women. No music, no family sitting misty-eyed in pews. Only Nero's men, a lawyer, Severin, the priest, and the silence of a room where joy had not been invited. I walked to the altar alone. Nero did not offer his arm. I would not have taken it. At the front, I stood beside the man who had once promised me I would never stand alone. The priest began. I heard almost nothing. Words rose and fell around me like water over stone. Marriage, covenant, duty, honor. Honor nearly made me laugh. The chapel blurred, and for a dangerous second I was 18 again, hiding behind this same church with Nero's hand wrapped around mine. He had been bleeding from a fight with one of his father's soldiers, knuckles split, lip bruised, pride worse than the wound. "You'll get yourself killed, trying to prove you're not afraid," I had told him. He had leaned his forehead against mine and whispered, "Then be afraid for me. I'm tired." I had been. God help me, I had been afraid for him. I had loved him so much it made me stupid. Now he stood beside me, cold as a blade, believing I had helped kill his father. "Elowen Cross," the priest said. My name snapped me back. I looked at him. Then at Nero, the priest asked if I took Nero Vescari as my husband. Husband. The word hit wrong. It should have belonged to a different life. A life where Nero chose me in daylight. A life where Milo danced badly at the reception because he could never resist making a fool of himself if it made me laugh. A life where rings meant shelter instead of chains. My eyes dropped to Nero's hand. He was still. Too still. Watching me as if daring me to refuse, as if he had not already put Milo's life on the other side of my answer. "I do," I said. My voice did not break. Nero's jaw flexed once. Then the priest turned to him. "Nero Vescari." "I do." No hesitation, no softness, just possession disguised as vows. The ring came next. The lawyer opened a small black box. Inside was a wedding band, beautiful enough to make my stomach turn. Platinum, narrow, set with dark stones that caught the candlelight like trapped smoke. Nero took it. His fingers closed around my left hand. The contact hit harder than I wanted. His skin was warm. I hated that I noticed. He slid the ring onto my finger slowly, deliberately, his thumb brushing once over my knuckle. Memory moved through me so violently I nearly pulled away. A younger Nero kissing that same knuckle. A younger Nero laughing into my palm. A younger Nero whispering, "One day I'll put a ring here and it won't be because anyone forced us." The ring settled at the base of my finger. Perfect fit. Nero did not guess. He studied, measured, claimed. My hand looked wrong with it there. Beautiful. Owned. A collar no one had to see around my throat because it glittered on my hand. Then it was my turn. The lawyer handed me Nero's band. It was heavier than mine. Simple black metal with the Vescari crest engraved inside. My fingers did not tremble when I took it. They wanted to. I denied them. Nero gave me his hand. His father's signet sat on one finger, the old power ring. I slid the wedding band onto another and felt the absurd intimacy of it. This act that should have been sacred, reduced to punishment. His hand tightened around mine. For half a second. Not enough for the room to notice. Enough for me. I looked up. His eyes were on my face. For one wild, impossible breath, the hatred between us thinned and something older looked through. Then Severin shifted in the pew. The sound of his cane touching stones sliced the moment open. Nero released me. The priest pronounced us husband and wife. Silence followed. No applause, no blessing, no joy. Nero turned toward me. I knew he would kiss me. He had to. Not for love. For witnesses. For ownership. For the story he wanted the city to tell. Still, when his hand lifted to my jaw, my body betrayed me with memory. He did not grip hard. That was worse. His fingers rested against my skin with controlled pressure, guiding my face toward his. His mouth touched mine. Brief. Measured. Cold enough to be punishment. Warm enough to remind me he knew exactly how to hurt me without leaving a mark. I did not kiss him back. I did not pull away. Both felt like surrender. When he released me, his eyes searched mine. Whatever he looked for, I refused to give. Severin clapped once, softly. "A necessary union," he said. "May it bring the family peace." Peace. The word crawled across my skin. Nero looked at him, but Severin only smiled. Within 2 hours, the city knew. By nightfall, every gossip site with Mafia access had the photos. Nero Vescari marries woman once accused in Vescari betrayal. Traitor bride returns. The Don's revenge wedding. I saw the headlines on a nurse's phone when I returned to Milo's hospital room, still wearing the black dress and Nero's ring. She tried to hide the screen. Too late. Milo saw it too. His face changed, not at the headline, at the ring. I sat beside his bed. He looked at my hand like it was a wound. "He did it," he said. I wanted to lie. Instead, I took his hand with my right one and kept the left tucked in my lap. "Yes," Milo's eyes filled with hatred, far too old for him. "I'm going to kill him." "No, you're going to finish your gall treatment." "I'm serious. So am I." "He made them call you that." His voice cracked. "Traitor bride." People call women names when the truth is too expensive. Milo stared at me. What truth? My heart stopped. There it was. The question I had spent years swallowing. The truth had teeth. If I spoke it, Severin would hear somehow. Men like Severin always did. Through nurses, guards, paperwork, whispers, the air itself. He had built his power on being the shadow behind every locked door. So I smoothed Milo's blanket. "Rest, Elowen, rest," I said again, softer. "Please." He hated the please. It made him obey. I stayed until his medication pulled him under. Then Nero's driver took me not to my apartment, not back to the hospital, but to the Vescari residence attached to the tower's private wing. A place of glass, stone, and silence. A place designed not to be lived in, but guarded. A house without softness. My room was not Nero's. That much was clear. It was beautiful, distant and cold. Cream walls, dark floor, a wardrobe full of clothes I had not chosen, a bathroom larger than my apartment kitchen. No personal objects, no photographs, nothing that suggested a human being had ever belonged there. On the bed lay a gray uniform, folded with insulting precision. Beside it sat a plastic name badge. Elowen Vescari, Janitorial Services. For a long time, I stood in the doorway and looked at it. The wedding ring burned on my finger. Yet I had known it was coming. Nero had told me. I had signed the contract. I had walked into this cage with open eyes. Still, the sight of it hollowed something out of me. Not because cleaning was beneath me. Nothing honest was beneath me. I had cleaned motel rooms, hospital floors, diner bathrooms, rich women's laundry, office kitchens where men left coffee rings and entitlement behind. Work did not shame me. Nero knew that. That was why he had not chosen the work. Besides, he had chosen the audience. His wife would scrub his floors, his employees would whisper over my bent back. His empire would watch me kneel and call it justice. I walked to the bed and picked up the uniform. Cheap fabric, gray, practical, invisible. My name badge flashed under the light. Vescari. The surname looked like a stain. My first full shift began at 6 the next morning. I entered Vescari Tower through the staff entrance. Not the front lobby where Nero's wife might walk in with her head high. The staff entrance. A narrow corridor behind the loading dock that smelled of disinfectant, cardboard, and industrial coffee. Men in delivery uniforms stopped talking when I passed. A woman with a clipboard looked at my ring, then my badge, then my uniform, and pity flashed across her face before fear erased it. Pity, I was learning, was what people felt right before they did nothing. My supervisor, Mr. Ansel, was a round man with thinning hair and the exhausted eyes of someone who had been told to enforce an order he did not understand and feared refusing. "Mrs. Vescari," he began. "Elowen," I said. He looked relieved and terrified at once. "Elowen, your route starts with the lower executive bathrooms, then the East Conference Wing, then floor 12. Evening rotation includes private offices." He handed me a key ring and a laminated checklist. His eyes flicked to my wedding band again. I took the keys. "Where's the cart?" He led me to it. A gray cleaning cart with gloves, cloths, trash bags, mop bucket, sprays, paper products, and a small plastic caddy. My throne. I almost laughed. Instead, I pushed it into the corridor. The first insult came before 8. A woman in a cream suit looked me up and down near the lower executive restroom. "Well," she said to the man beside her, not quietly enough, "I suppose the Don believes in recycling." The man chuckled. I changed the trash bag. The second came in the lobby. A young associate carrying too much coffee accidentally tipped one cup near my shoes. Dark liquid splattered across the marble. "Oh," he said, smiling with all his teeth. "Sorry." Every conversation nearby dimmed, waiting, watching. I looked at the coffee, then at him. He expected embarrassment, rage, maybe tears. Instead, I took the mop from my cart and cleaned the spill slowly, thoroughly, without bending my head. When I finished, I handed him the empty cup. "You dropped this." His smile faltered. I moved on. The third came just before noon. "Traitor." A whisper from behind me in a corridor lined with framed acquisitions and awards. I stopped. Only for a second. Then I turned. 3 men in suits stood near the wall. One looked away immediately. One pretended to check his phone. The third held my gaze too long, drunk on the safety of a crowd. I walked toward him. His confidence thinned with every step. I stopped close enough for him to smell the lemon disinfectant on my gloves. "If you're going to insult me," I said, "at least have the spine to do it in a full sentence." His mouth opened. Nothing came out. I smiled then, not kindly. I thought so. I pushed my cart past him. My hands shook only after I turned the corner. At noon, I passed the glass mezzanine and saw Nero. He stood above the lobby with 2 men at his back. Black suit, unreadable face, hands resting on the railing. Everyone moved differently beneath him, quieter, smaller, like the building itself understood where power stood. His gaze found mine. I stood below him in gray uniform, yellow gloves tucked into my cart, wedding ring bright against my hand. The Don's wife, the Don's janitor. His message, wrapped in flesh. I expected satisfaction on his face, cruelty, triumph. But from that distance, I saw only stillness, dangerous stillness. The kind that did not know yet what it wanted to become. I looked away first, not because he won, because I refused to make my humiliation a conversation between our eyes. The day became a blur of floors, glass, trash, whispers, polished cruelty. By the time evening came, my back ached, my hands were raw from gloves and chemicals, and my feet throbbed in shoes not made for 12 hours of marble. Then Mr. Ansel found me near the service elevator. "Private office rotation," he said, avoiding my face. "Top floor." Of course. Nero wanted the final act for himself. The private elevator accepted my temporary staff card after a long pause, as if even the machine was reluctant to let the janitor wife rise that high. When the doors opened, the top floor was silent. Too silent. Nero's assistant was gone. The outer offices were dim. City lights pressed against the glass walls, silver and gold in the rain. His office door stood open. I pushed the cart inside. Nero sat at his desk, sleeves rolled to his forearms, tie loosened, a file open beneath one hand. He did not look up immediately. That was deliberate. Everything about Nero was deliberate now. I began with the trash cans. If he wanted me to feel small, I would make the work exact. Perfect. Untouchable. The first bin held nothing but shredded paper strips and a coffee cup. The second, near the seating area, held a torn envelope and a bloodied tissue. I paused. Blood. Not much. Enough. Memory rose so fast I almost gagged. Nero on wet pavement, Nero's blood slick between my fingers. Nero's voice fading while I begged him to look at me, stay with me, hate me later if he had to. Just stay. Elowen. His voice snapped me back. I looked over. Nero watched me from the desk. "Does blood still bother you?" I should have ignored him. I should have taken the bag and left. Instead, I tied the trash bag with careful hands and said, "No." His eyes sharpened. "No?" I lifted the bag from the bin. Memory does. A muscle moved in his jaw. Good. Let him choke on one question he did not know how to ask. I moved to the shelves and dusted the surfaces. His office smelled like leather, rain, expensive smoke, and the faint spice of his cologne. I hated that I remembered the old version of it. Soap and citrus and stolen oranges beneath church bells. He signed a document. I wiped the glass table. He turned a page. I emptied another bin. Silence stretched until it felt less like absence and more like a hand pressed against my throat. Finally, he spoke. "Does it bother you?" I did not turn. "What?" Wearing my name while cleaning my floor. My fingers tightened around the cloth. There it was, the knife he had waited all day to use. I looked back at him. He sat behind his desk like a judge, a king, a man who had mistaken cruelty for control. So long he had forgotten the difference. "No," I said. His eyes narrowed. I held his gaze. "I've cleaned worse things than marble." His pen stopped moving. For 1 second, the office lost its air. He knew there was something beneath the words. He felt it. He just did not know where to cut to find it. I turned away before he could see my face. The large trash bin beside his desk was last. I pulled the bag free, replaced it, then gathered loose scraps that had missed the liner. A torn corner of paper stuck beneath the edge of the desk. I bent and picked it up. At first I saw only a hotel letterhead. Davros. My heart stopped. Hotel Davros. The night Severin forced me to meet Adrian Val. The night everything began. The night Nero decided I was a traitor. My fingers closed around the scrap. A name was typed beneath the torn edge. Not fully, but enough. Severin Vez. The rest was ripped away. Sound drained from the room. I was suddenly back in that hotel corridor, 19 years old, shaking so hard I could barely walk, Milo's terrified sobs still ringing through the phone. Severin's voice soft in my ear. "Go inside, little dove. Smile for the camera. Give him the envelope. Leave when you are told. If Nero hears one word from you, your brother stops breathing before sunrise. Elowen." I forced my hand to move, slowly, casually. I folded the scrap into my palm and reached for another piece of trash. Nero stood. I felt it before I saw it. His chair moved back with a quiet scrape. My pulse kicked hard. "Drop it," he said. I turned, keeping my fist loose at my side. "Drop what?" His gaze went to my hand. He took one step around the desk. I wanted to run. Instead, I lifted the trash bag with my other hand. "Your garbage?" His eyes searched my face. Too sharp. Too close. He did not know what I had found, but he knew I had found something. "Your shift is over," he said. "Am I dismissed as your employee or your wife?" His mouth tightened. "Both. Efficient." I pushed the cart toward the door. Every step felt like walking across a frozen lake with something cracking beneath me. At the threshold, his voice stopped me. "Elowen." I paused. "Tomorrow," he said. "You report at 6. I looked back. The city glittered behind him. His ring caught the light. His face gave nothing away. Mine did not either. Of course, wouldn't want the Empire to stay dirty. Then I left. I made it to the service corridor before my knees nearly failed. In the janitor closet, I locked the door, leaned back against it, and opened my hand. The paper scrap was damp from my glove, Hotel Davros letterhead, partial date, partial typed line. Severin Vez, my breath shook. For 7 years, Nero had believed I walked into that hotel to betray him. But Severin's name had been on paperwork connected to that night, inside Nero's office, inside Nero's trash, inside the empire that had buried me alive and called it justice. I slid down the door until I was sitting on the cold floor in my gray uniform, wedding ring shining like a cruel little moon on my hand. Nero thought he had made me invisible. He thought he had made me small. He thought putting a mop in my hand turned me into proof of his power. But invisible women heard everything. Invisible women saw what powerful men forgot to hide. And if Nero Vescari had left one scrap behind, then somewhere inside this tower, there were more. I folded the paper carefully and tucked it inside my shoe beneath the insole. Then I stood. My back hurt. My hands burned. My pride was bleeding. But for the first time since Nero found me outside the clinic, something besides fear moved through my chest. Not hope. Hope was too fragile. This was sharper. This was purpose. Nero Vescari had dragged me into his empire to make me kneel. Fine. I would kneel. I would scrub. I would empty every trash can, polish every floor, clean every room they thought was beneath notice. And while they watched the Don's wife clean his marble, I would learn exactly where his family buried the truth.
Chapter 4 Nero. By the 4th day of watching my wife clean my empire, I understood 2 things. The first was that Elowen Cross knew how to disappear in plain sight. The second was that I hated how many men enjoyed helping her do it. She moved through Vescari Tower in gray cotton, rubber gloves, and silence, pushing a cleaning cart past men who would have bowed if I had put diamonds on her throat instead of a plastic name badge on her chest. They saw the uniform first, the ring second, the woman last. That was the point. It had been my point. My wife. My punishment. My warning to every family in the city that betrayal did not always end in a grave. Sometimes it ended on your knees with a mop in your hand, wearing the name you tried to ruin. I had designed the humiliation myself. Every detail. The staff entrance. The lower floor assignment. The name badge. The gray uniform. The private office rotation where she had to empty my trash beneath my eyes. It was supposed to satisfy something in me. It did not. That was the part one refused to examine too closely. On the screen in front of me, Elowen stopped near the East Conference wing and waited as 3 associates passed her without looking. One of them, a young idiot named Bayless, slowed enough to say something under his breath. The hallway camera had no audio. It did not need it. I saw the shape of the word on his mouth. Traitor. Elowen's hand tightened on the cart handle. Only once. Then she turned. Not sharply. Not dramatically. She simply looked at him. Bayless stopped smiling. I leaned back in my chair and watched as she said something too calm for me to hear. Whatever it was made the other 2 men suddenly remember urgent business elsewhere. Bayless' face went pale, then red, then empty. Elowen moved on. No tears. No pleading. No visible wound. Only silence wrapped around steel. I shut off the screen before I did something unnecessary, like have Bale thrown through the glass doors he had just walked past. He had insulted her because I had made her insultable. That should have mattered less. It did not. A knock sounded. Enter. Adrian, my chief of security, stepped into my office carrying a tablet. Not Adrian Vale. That dead-eyed rival bastard was still breathing somewhere only because killing him before I knew every detail would have been undisciplined. This Adrian was Adrian Rook. Loyal. Quiet. Too intelligent to waste words. You asked for the internal incident summaries from the lower floors. I asked for them yesterday. You also told me not to bring you anything incomplete. I held out my hand. He passed me the tablet. The reports were minor. Spilled coffee near the lobby. One verbal insult. An assistant disciplined for attempting to photograph Elowen in uniform. 2 staff members reassigned from her floor because they had made remarks loud enough for security to note. I looked up. Reassigned. Rook's face remained blank. Temporarily. I did not authorize temporary. A pause. No, sir. I tapped the tablet once. Permanent. Yes, sir. And Bale. He works under Moretti accounts. Not anymore. Rook did not ask why. Good men rarely did. But his gaze flicked toward the security monitor I had turned dark. You want her watched, he said. I want everyone watched. He did not believe me. I did not pay him to believe me. I paid him to obey. What else? I asked. She is learning the building. Something in me sharpened. Elaborate. She cleans slower in high-traffic areas. Faster when alone. She studies camera angles. She notices which office doors require senior cards and which older locks respond to maintenance badges. She remembers staff patterns. My fingers stilled. There it was. The old poison. Evidence of a mind too careful to be harmless. Or evidence of a woman who had spent 7 years surviving men who hunted through systems. I disliked the second thought, so I chose the first. She was always observant. I said. Rook said nothing. I looked up. If you have an opinion, speak it. She does not behave like a woman trying to pass information out of the building. And how does she behave? Like a woman trying to find something inside it. The office fell quiet. Outside the windows, the city moved beneath low rain clouds. Gray light dragged itself across the glass towers, turning the morning into steel. Trying to find something. The scrap she had taken from my office 2 nights ago came back to me. I had known. She thought she hid it well. She had not. Not from me. A torn piece of Davros Hotel letterhead had gone missing from the trash near my desk. My assistant had prepared that file for review after I asked for every record connected to the night my father died. Why a partial copy had ended up discarded before I saw it, I still did not know. But Elowen had seen it, and whatever was on that scrap had frozen the blood in her face. Let her look, I said. Rook's brows moved slightly. You want her to access restricted areas? I want to know what she is looking for. And if she finds it, then I want to know whether she runs with it or bleeds for it. Rook accepted that with a nod. My phone vibrated on the desk. Severin. I let it ring once. Twice. Then answered. Uncle. Nero. Severin's voice was smooth. Warm. Perfectly measured. I hear your bride is settling beautifully into her new position. My eyes went to the blank security monitor. Do you? The building talks. Buildings always talk when men are careless enough to think walls are loyal. A familiar phrase. He had said it often when I was young, usually while teaching me why servants, drivers, cleaners, assistants, and cooks knew more than soldiers. My father had preferred force. Severin preferred listening. At the time, I thought it made him wise. Now the phrase irritated me. She is doing what she signed to do. I said, a poetic punishment. He sounded amused. Your father would have admired the cruelty. My jaw tightened. My father would have killed her. Perhaps. A soft pause. But you were always more sentimental. There it was again. The needle beneath velvet. I do not keep her alive for sentiment. No, Severin said. Of course not. The way he said it made my temper shift. Not hot. Cold. What do you want? To remind you of the dinner tonight. Romano arrives at 8. He will expect certainty from you. He will get it. And your wife? What about her? Best kept out of sight during business that concerns family loyalty. My eyes narrowed. Are you concerned she will hear something? A gentle laugh. I am concerned you enjoy making a spectacle of her so much that you forget spectacles attract attention. I do not forget things. No, Severin said softly. You bury them. The call ended. I looked at the phone for a long moment after his name vanished from the screen. Then I turned the security monitor back on. Elowen was on floor 12 now, cleaning outside the records corridor. Her cart was angled slightly wrong. Not accidental. She was using it to block the hallway camera's full view of her hands. Clever girl. No, clever woman. I watched her open a supply cabinet, remove paper towels, replace spray bottles, and slide one gloved hand along the bottom edge of the cabinet frame. Searching. My body went still. I should have sent Rook down. I did not. She moved with the quiet patience of someone who had spent years making fear useful. She was not frantic. She was not sloppy. She did not look over her shoulder every 3 seconds like amateurs did. She listened. The building around her became an instrument, and she waited for it to tell her where to press. Then she paused. Her fingers found something beneath the lower panel. She pulled. A narrow metal plate came loose. Behind it was a maintenance recess. Elowen reached inside. I leaned forward before I meant to. She withdrew an access badge. Old. Faded. Her body changed. Not much. Enough. She recognized something about it. I grabbed my desk phone. Rook. Yes, sir. Floor 12. Records corridor. Do not approach. Identify the badge she just found. A pause. You're watching her. Now. Rook. Yes, sir. On screen. Elowen slipped the badge into the pocket of her uniform, replaced the panel, and continued cleaning. Perfectly calm. Too calm. My pulse had changed. I did not like it. 10 minutes later, Rook sent the badge information to my tablet. Tomas Hale, maintenance contractor. Deceased. My mouth went dry. Date of death, the same night my father died. The badge had been deactivated 2 days after the attack. I scrolled lower. Last recorded access. Private executive level. Time, 11:42 p.m. That was impossible. By then, Hale had already been reported dead in the service stairwell. My father had still been alive at 11:42. Barely, but alive. I read the line again. Private executive level. The same floor where my father's last meeting had been moved after the location was compromised. The same floor where the camera outage had supposedly wiped the record. The same floor where the witness claimed Elowen gave Vale's men entry. Something in my chest tightened. Not guilt. Not yet. Guilt required acceptance. This was suspicion. Suspicion I could use. Suspicion I could control. At 6 that evening, I had her sent to conference room 5. The meeting there had ended badly. Not publicly. Vescari business rarely did. But one of Romano's men had forgotten respect and left with 2 broken fingers, 1 split lip, and a lesson his family would understand without requiring a formal explanation. A little blood had hit the marble near the table. Not much. Enough. I stood inside when Elowen entered with her cart. She stopped just over the threshold. Her eyes went to the floor, to the blood, then to me. I expected defiance. A cutting remark. That same dead smile she used when she wanted the world to know it had failed to make her small. Instead, her face emptied, all color drained. For 1 second, Elowen Cross was not my wife in a janitor uniform. She was a ghost standing in rain, hands covered in blood only she could see. I felt the shift in my own body before I understood it. What? I asked. She blinked. The room came back to her. Nothing. Lie. A bad one. She pulled on gloves with hands that moved too precisely. I watched her kneel beside the stain. She sprayed cleaner over the marble, but she did not start wiping right away. Her eyes fixed on the red. Her breathing changed. Slow. Careful. Forced. Elowen. I said it's nothing. No. I said. You said the word. You did not make it true. She gave a humorless laugh and pressed the cloth to the floor. You should know. The insult should have pleased me. It meant she was back. But as she scrubbed, her movements were too hard, too controlled, as if she were trying to erase more than blood. Her knuckles strained beneath the gloves. Her jaw locked. A strand of hair slipped free from its tie and stuck to her cheek. I remembered the night my father died in pieces I had never trusted. Gun smoke. Rain. A burning pain low in my side. Someone saying my name. Someone's hands pressing fabric hard against the wound. I had always made that memory faceless because the alternative was impossible. Elowen had been at the hotel. Elowen had taken the money. Elowen had vanished. Elowen could not also have been the hands keeping me alive. The mind had rules. Mine had survived by enforcing them. Does blood still bother you? I asked. Her cloth stopped. The silence after my question was too full. Then she resumed scrubbing. No, you paused. I was remembering. My pulse slowed. Remembering what? She looked up at me. There was hatred in her eyes. But beneath it, something older. Something exhausted. Not every stain belongs to the person cleaning it. Then she went back to work. I had no answer. That enraged me more than if she had screamed. I left before I could ask another question. Neither of us was ready to survive. By 8, Romano arrived with 5 men, a gift of Sicilian wine, and eyes sharp enough to cut stone. Business took 3 hours. It should have commanded my full attention. It did not. While Romano discussed territorial routes and old debts, my mind returned to an old maintenance badge in Elowen's pocket and blood on marble she had looked at like memory. Severin sat to my right, elegant and patient, saying little while hearing everything. Several times, I felt him watching me instead of the negotiations. At 11, the meeting ended with handshakes and veiled threats. When the room cleared, Severin remained. You are distracted, he said. I am thinking. Dangerous habit. So you taught me. He smiled. I poured myself a drink and did not offer him one. His gaze flickered to the decanter, then back to me. Your father kept that bottle for victories. Then he should have opened it more often. A shadow crossed his face. Brief. Almost convincing. Your father trusted too many people. Severin said. No. He trusted too few and still chose poorly. Careful. Nero. Grief makes philosophers of men who should remain soldiers. I looked at him. Did you know Tomas Hale? The room changed. Not visibly. Severin was too polished for that. But something inside the silence tightened. Maintenance contractor. He said after a beat. Died the night of the attack. If I recall. You recall quickly. A great many people died that night. His badge accessed the private executive level after his recorded death. Severin's brows drew together. Perfectly. Too perfectly. Then the system was compromised. We knew that. Did we? His eyes warmed with concern. That was how Severin controlled rooms. Not with anger. With concern. He made suspicion feel rude. Nero, he said gently, do not let that woman reopen wounds merely because she has learned to bleed convincingly. That woman. Not Elowen. Not your wife. That woman. She found the badge. I said. He tilted his head. Then perhaps you should ask why she knew where to look. A fair point. A planted point. I hated that I could not tell the difference. She is searching for something. I said. Of course she is. A way out. A weapon. A man to rescue her. He stepped closer. Do not confuse desperation with innocence. I smiled faintly. Is that advice or fear? Severin's own smile did not move. Experience. The word fell between us. Before I could press, my office phone rang. The hospital. My hand moved before thought. Severin noticed. I answered. This is Vescari. A nurse's voice came through. Nervous. Mr. Vescari. This is St. Verona. Mrs. Vescari is here with her brother, and there was an issue with the medication schedule. She requested confirmation that your office approved the adjustment. Mrs. Vescari. My gaze flicked to Severin. His expression remained mildly interested. What issue? The new specialist ordered a dosage change. Sir, your billing department already approved payment, but Mrs. Vescari requested your medical authorization remain, unrestricted regardless of her employment status. Still negotiating from the edge of a cliff. Approve it. I said. Yes, sir. And note his file. No treatment delay requires family authorization from anyone but me. A pause. Anyone but you. Sir? Correct. Severin's eyes sharpened. I held his gaze. The nurse agreed quickly and hung up. Severin chuckled softly. You are making her brother very comfortable. I gave my word. To a woman who has not earned it. To myself. That made his smile thin. Elowen Cross has always been talented at turning your pride into a leash. The old anger rose. Not because he was wrong. Because once, he had said something similar before everything ended. Elowen makes you careless. Nero. I remembered that. I had not remembered until now. Elowen was 19. I said slowly. When my father died, She was old enough to betray, and young enough to be used. Severin's face stilled. There it was. Small, brief, real, then gone. Used women still make choices. He said, "Do they?" His eyes held mine. For a moment, the room felt less like an office and more like a corridor with doors closing one by one. Then he gave a soft sigh, the kind he used when pretending I had disappointed him. "Be careful. You hunted that girl for 7 years. Do not let pity make a fool of you in 7 days." He left. I stood alone after the door closed, the drink untouched in my hand. Pity? No. I did not pity Elowen Cross. I hated her. I had built rooms inside myself for that hatred, reinforced them, furnished them, lit them with every piece of evidence until they felt like truth. But truth did not flinch at an uncle's name. Truth did not hide old maintenance badges behind panels. Truth did not look at blood like it remembered my voice fading in the rain. Near midnight, I went down to the security floor myself. Rook was waiting, as if he had known I would come. "Show me her hospital visit," I said. He pulled the feed. Exterior camera. St. Verona Medical. Elowen arrived after her shift still in uniform. A coat over it. Hair tied back. Face drawn with exhaustion. She paused outside Milo's room, took a breath, and changed herself before entering. Not clothes. Face. Shoulders. Smile. The dead smile vanished. Something warmer replaced it. Something fragile and furious, and entirely for the boy inside that room. The camera had no sound, but I watched her sit beside Milo's bed and take his hand. He said something. She shook her head. He said more. She leaned forward, pressed her forehead to his, and stayed there. Rook, wisely, looked away from the screen. I did not. Milo's mouth moved again. I could read some of it. "Don't do this for me." Elowen's answer was clear. Too clear. "You don't get to ask me not to save you." The same words she must have said before walking into my tower. Something old moved in my chest and found no place to go. I turned from the monitor. Pull everything on Tomas Hale. Not the official file. Everything. Family payroll. Outside payments. Housing. Relatives. Debt. Medical. Mistress if he had one. Church donations. Parking tickets. "Yes, sir." And Rook. He looked up. No one tells my uncle. For the first time that night, Rook's expression shifted. Not surprise. Confirmation. "Yes, sir." I returned to the top floor after 1 in the morning. The building was nearly empty. Cleaners moved like shadows through corridors designed by men who had never noticed who emptied their trash. Security watched from corners. Elevators hummed softly behind closed doors. As I passed floor 12, I stopped. I did not plan to. My body simply did. The records corridor was dark except for emergency lighting. The cabinet where Elowen had found the badge looked ordinary again. Silent. Harmless. I walked to it and crouched. The panel had been replaced perfectly. No scratch. No obvious disturbance. She had good hands. Careful hands. Hands I remembered in ways I had forbidden myself to remember. I opened the panel. Empty recess. Dust pattern disturbed only where the badge had been. But tucked in the far corner, almost hidden by shadow, was a sliver of paper. I pulled it free. A maintenance receipt. Old. Folded twice. Most of the ink had faded. Only 3 things remained legible. The date, the floor number, and a handwritten authorization initial. SV Nero Vescari. For several seconds, I stared at the paper. The tower hummed around me. My tower. My empire. My punishment. My wife somewhere inside it. Moving through corridors I had forced her to clean, and finding ghosts I had failed to bury. I folded the receipt and put it inside my jacket. Then I stood. At the end of the hallway. The lights flickered once, and for the first time in 7 years, I let myself think the thought I had spent half my life murdering. What if Elowen had not been the traitor? What if she had only been the easiest woman to blame?
Chapter 5, Elowen. I learned on the 5th day that Vescari Tower had 2 kinds of locks, the kind made to keep enemies out, and the kind made to keep truths in. The first kind was expensive, black keypads, fingerprint scanners, steel doors that whispered open for men with clean hands and dirty money, cameras tucked into corners like glass eyes, guards who pretended not to watch until the exact second watching became necessary. The second kind was quieter, a missing file, a dead maintenance badge that still opened doors, a name everyone lowered their voice around, a hallway that went too still whenever Severin Vescari walked through it. Those locks were the ones Nero did not know he had inherited. Those were the ones I intended to break. At 11:43 p.m., with my janitor cart parked outside the restricted archive room on floor 12, I slid Thomas Hale's old access badge against the reader and waited. 1 second. 2. 3. The light flashed red. My breath caught. "Come on," I whispered. I pulled the card back and tried again, angling it slower this time. The plastic was worn soft at the corners. The printed name faded from years of being hidden where no one was supposed to look. Thomas Hale. Maintenance contractor. Dead man. Ghost key. The reader blinked. Red. Then green. The lock released with a soft click. For a moment, I stood frozen in the empty corridor with a mop bucket beside me and Nero's ring burning on my finger. A laugh almost escaped me. Not because anything was funny, because 7 years ago I had been framed by men who owned judges, banks, guns, and bloodlines. And now the first door to the truth had opened for a janitor. I pushed inside before fear could change its mind. The archive room smelled like paper, dust, and cold electricity. No windows, no warmth. Rows of metal shelving stretched into dimness, stacked with old boxes, sealed drives, binders, shredded file bags marked for destruction, and equipment cases from security systems the tower had upgraded away from years ago. No one thought much about old things after powerful men decided they were finished with them. That was their mistake. Old things remembered. I closed the door behind me without letting it latch fully. Then I moved fast, not frantic. Frantic got women killed, fast and quiet. I had a stolen 20 minutes before the next security sweep passed this corridor. I had learned that from watching guards change shifts. 12 minutes before the cleaning supervisor might call to ask why my cart had stopped moving. 8 minutes before the elevator on this floor would probably open for the last executive who worked late every Thursday and smelled like cigars and entitlement. I started with the shelf labels. Security incidents, Year 7. Internal maintenance, restricted access logs. My pulse climbed. I pulled down the access log binder first, heavy, black, older than the sleek digital systems Nero loved. I flipped to the date burned into my bones. The night his father died. The night Milo screamed behind a locked door. The night Nero bled into my hands and looked at me like I was the only thing keeping him tethered to the world. The night I left him. Because Severin told me if I stayed, Milo would stop breathing before sunrise. My fingers shook once. I pressed them flat against the page until they obeyed. There. Private executive level. Camera outage, 11:18 p.m. to 12:06 a.m. Manual access override used. Badge number, TH441. Thomas Hale. But Thomas had been dead by then, reported dead at 10:57 p.m. in the service stairwell. I photographed the page with my phone, keeping the flash off. Then I turned another page. Additional authorization. The handwriting was faded, but the initial was there. SV. A sound came from the corridor. I went still. Not a footstep. Not yet. A shift in air, a pressure change. The body knew when danger entered before the ears did. Mine had been trained by men who smiled before they hurt people. I slipped the phone into my pocket and reached for the binder. The door opened. Nero stood in the doorway. No guard behind him. No assistant. No sound. Just him. Black shirt open at the throat, suit jacket gone, sleeves rolled to his forearms, his father's ring and wedding band catching the archive light like twin accusations. I should have been ready. I was not. Because for one devastating second, he did not look like the Don who had made me scrub his floors. He looked like the boy who used to sneak into locked rooms with me just to prove he could. Then his eyes dropped to the binder in my hands. The boy vanished. Stealing from me again? His voice was soft. That made it worse. I closed the binder. Looking. For what? The part where your family tells the truth. He stepped into the room and shut the door behind him. The click of the latch sounded too final. Noble, he said, for a woman with a dead man's badge in her pocket. My hand twitched toward my uniform pocket. His gaze sharpened. I know about Thomas Hale. Nero missed nothing when missing something would cost him control. Then you know he accessed this floor after he was supposed to be dead. I know you found his badge hidden in my building. Your building? I laughed once, low and humorless. Do you hear yourself? Every lie in these walls, and you still think ownership means innocence? He moved closer, not quickly. Nero never rushed unless he wanted blood. This was worse. Measured steps, controlled rage, the kind of calm that had destroyed my life by phone call, bank notice, eviction paper, and hospital delay. He stopped at the end of the shelving row, blocking the only clean path to the door. What are you planning to do with the records? Read them. And then? Depends on what they confess. His mouth hardened. Files do not confess. People do. Then maybe you should start asking the right ones. I am asking one now. I clutched the binder tighter. No, you're accusing one. There's a difference. His eyes dropped to my hands. Give me the binder. No. A muscle moved in his jaw. Men probably learned to fear that muscle. I had once kissed that jaw when it was bruised from a fight and told him he looked ridiculous trying to pretend pain did not hurt. I hated memory. Memory had no loyalty. Nero, I said, forcing my voice steady. Tomas Hale's badge accessed the private level after he was dead. The camera outage was manually authorized. Severin's initials are on the log. His expression did not change, but the room did. Something between us tightened. I saw the moment the name landed. Severin, the uncle he trusted, the man who had held his grief like a leash. The initials are SV, he said. Yes. There are other men with those initials. In your inner family records? His eyes darkened. I pushed because fear had no use unless it became motion. You asked me who forced me to leave. You asked who I was afraid of. You saw my face when his name was on the contract. Nero took one step closer. Say it. My throat closed. Just like that, 7 years disappeared. I was 19 again with a phone pressed to my ear, listening to Milo sob somewhere I could not see. Severin's voice calm and almost kind. Say Nero's name once, little dove, and your brother dies with it in his mouth. The archive room blurred at the edges. Nero saw it. Of course he saw it. He always saw too much and understood too little. Say it, he repeated, quieter. I wanted to. God, I wanted to throw Severin's name into the room like a grenade and watch Nero finally feel the blast I had carried alone. But Milo was alive because I had learned not to mistake truth for safety. No, I whispered. Nero's face went cold. There it is again. My stomach tightened. What? The silence. I laughed, but it broke. You hate my silence because you keep filling it with the wrong story. Then give me the right one. I can't. Can't or won't, both. His eyes flashed. He reached for the binder. I stepped back. The shelf hit my spine. Metal bit into my shoulder blades. Nero stopped inches from me. One hand braced on the shelf beside my head, not touching me, not trapping me with force exactly, but making the room too small to breathe in. Old instinct rose. Not fear. Something worse. Recognition. My body remembered standing too close to him in hidden church corridors, remembered the heat of him when he was young and reckless, when wanting him felt like the only honest rebellion I had left. Remembered his hand wrapping around mine, not as ownership, but as anchor. This was not that. This was revenge wearing the shape of intimacy. Still, my heartbeat betrayed me. Nero heard it. His gaze dropped to my throat. Then lower to the ring on my hand, gripping the binder. His ring. His punishment. His mistake. Not that he knew that yet. Who are you protecting? He asked. The question came out rougher than before. I stared at him. A bitter smile touched my mouth. Isn't that funny? His brows drew slightly. What? All these years, and you still think I had enough power to protect anyone? You protected someone. Yes. The word slipped out before I could stop it. Nero went still. There was no taking it back. The archive light hummed over us. Who? He asked. My chest hurt. Milo's face rose in my mind. 5 years old, terrified, clutching a stuffed whale while men with Vescari tattoos blocked the door. Nero's face rose after, covered in blood, eyes half open, my hands pressing his wound, my voice begging him not to leave me with the monsters. Who had I protected? Everyone. No one. Not enough. I swallowed. A boy who never deserved Vescari blood on his life. Nero's hand tightened on the shelf. Milo. I said nothing. His voice lowered. What does your brother have to do with my father's death? Nothing, I snapped. That is the point. He had nothing to do with any of it. Then why were you at the Hotel Davros with Adrian Vale? The name hit the room like a slap. Adrian Vale, the man Nero believed I had met, as a lover, conspirator, traitor. The man I had been forced to stand beside while cameras caught the perfect angle and emitted the terror. I looked into Nero's eyes and saw 7 years of certainty staring back. Certainty was the cruelest thing in the world when built from lies. You really think I went there for him? I have the photo. You have a photo of me walking through a door. I have your voice giving the meeting location. You have part of my voice. I have money in your account. I never touched it. You vanished. I was told to. By whom? The room went silent again. There it was. The cliff. The drop. The impossible choice that never stopped opening beneath my feet. I closed my eyes. For 1 second, I let myself imagine saying it. Severin. Severin took Milo. Severin cut the recording. Severin planted the money. Severin made me walk into that hole. Severin made me choose between your life and my brother's. Severin turned your grief into his throne. When I opened my eyes, Nero was watching me like the answer might rip free if he stared hard enough. I hated him in that moment. Not because he did not know, because I could still want him to. You think I ran with money? I said, my voice shaking now, but not from weakness. From the pressure of swallowing a truth with claws. I ran with blood on my clothes and your name in my mouth. Nero's face changed, only slightly, but I saw it. His eyes lost focus for half a second, as if some old buried memory had moved under the floorboards. Good. Let it haunt him. Let one piece of the truth scratch at the coffin he built around it. What did you say? You heard me. Whose blood? I laughed softly. It sounded ugly. Still asking the wrong question. Elowen. My name in his mouth was a weapon I never learned to stop bleeding from. He stepped closer. The binder pressed between us. I should have shoved him back. Instead, I stood there with the shelf cold against my spine and Nero's heat too near, hating myself, because some traitorous part of me remembered what it felt like when his body had meant safety. His gaze searched my face. There was anger there, suspicion. But underneath, something had cracked open enough for confusion to show. You were there after the attack, he said. Not quite a question, not quite belief. My breath caught. I said nothing. His eyes dropped to my mouth, then back up. I woke with fabric tied around my side, he said slowly. Not hospital gauze, silk, dark. My hands went cold. He remembered. Not enough, but some. The report said one of my men did it, he continued, but none of them remembered. Convenient, I whispered. His jaw tightened. Was it you? The archive room seemed to shrink around the question. Was it you? I could still feel his blood between my fingers, still hear his breath catching, still remember pressing my forehead to his because I thought if I touched him hard enough, death would have to fight me for him. I had saved him. Then I had left, and he had turned the absence into betrayal because everyone around him needed him to. Nero, I said quietly, there are things you survive by not saying. His expression darkened. That sounds like another lie. No. My voice broke before I could stop it. It sounds like a girl who learned too young that the truth can get children killed. His eyes sharpened. Milo. We both heard the name even though I did not speak it. The air between us shifted. Nero's hand left the shelf. For a moment I thought he would step back. He did not. He reached for my wrist. Not violently, not gently either. His fingers closed around the place where my pulse hammered beneath the skin. I sucked in a breath. The binder slipped slightly between us. He looked down at his hand on me, then at my wedding ring. His thumb brushed the band once, a tiny movement. Possessive, unthinking, devastating. You wear my name now, he said. I should have hated the way his voice lowered. I did hate it. But hatred was not simple, when it had once been love. Your name was never the thing I was afraid of wearing, I said. His eyes lifted. What was? Your hatred. Something moved through his face. I felt the small tremor in his fingers before he controlled it. For one impossible moment, the anger between us changed shape. It did not soften. It sharpened into want. Old want. Bitter want. The kind that survived where love had been buried badly. Nero's gaze dropped to my mouth again. This time, he did not look away. My breath caught. He heard that too. The archive was too quiet, too locked, too full of dead evidence and living mistakes. His hand slid from my wrist to my palm, fingers threading through mine just enough to make the ring press against both our skin. I hated how familiar the weight of him felt. Hated how my body remembered the exact space between us, the way my chin had to tilt if he lowered his head, the way his breath changed right before he used to kiss me. Nero leaned closer. Not enough to kiss me. Enough to ask without words. That was the cruelty. He could have taken the moment and made me fight him. Instead, he waited. He gave me 1 inch of choice inside a life where he had taken every other one. That almost broke me, Because the worst part was not that I wanted to push him away. The worst part was that I wanted to step closer first. His mouth hovered near mine, close enough that his breath warmed my lips. "Elowen," he whispered, not judgment this time, not accusation, something rougher, something that sounded like the boy on the roof of the church, tired of being brutalized by bloodlines he had never chosen. My eyes burned. No. I turned my face before his mouth touched mine. The almost kiss landed against the air beside my cheek. Nero went still, so did I. For one heartbeat, neither of us breathed. Then I pulled my hand free. Not fast, not dramatic, carefully, because if I moved too quickly, I might reveal how badly I had wanted not to move at all. Do not confuse possession with forgiveness. The words entered the room like a blade. Nero's face closed. Good. Let it. I needed him cold. Cold was safer than almost tender. He stepped back. The absence of his heat hit harder than it should have. I gripped the binder to my chest like armor. "I don't need your forgiveness," he said. "Yes," I whispered. "That's what makes this worse." His eyes narrowed. Before he could answer, his phone vibrated. He ignored it. It vibrated again. The moment shattered. He pulled it from his pocket and glanced at the screen. I saw the change instantly. Hospital. My whole body went hollow. "What happened?" Nero looked at me. For 1 second, I saw the choice cross his face. Punish me with silence or give me the information. He turned the phone toward me enough for me to see the caller ID. Then he answered. "This is Vescari." I could not hear the nurse clearly, only a thin, urgent voice through the speaker. Milo's name. Medication reaction. Stabilized. Asking for authorization. Observation overnight. My knees weakened. I reached for the shelf behind me. Nero noticed. "Approve whatever he needs," he said into the phone. "No delay, no billing review, no family override. If his doctor asks for it, he gets it." A pause. His eyes stayed on me. "Yes," I said, "whatever he needs." He hung up. For a moment I could not speak. The room tilted around me. "Milo," I managed. "Stable. Reaction to the adjusted dose. They're keeping him under observation. I need to go. I'll take you." "No." "Elowen." "No." I shoved the binder at his chest. He caught it. "You do not get to corner me, almost kiss me, and then play savior because my brother's body reminded you I have something left to lose." His expression hardened, but not enough. I saw the wound under it. I saw the anger, too. Mostly at himself. I approved his care. "You used his care to put me in a ring and a uniform." "Yes." The answer was brutal. Honest. I hated that honesty could still feel better than another lie. "And now?" I asked. "Now he gets treatment. Because I signed? Because I gave my word." "Your word came after the leverage." He did not deny it. I wanted him to. I wanted him to give me something clean to despise. Instead, he stood there in the archive room with the dead man's binder in his hands and looked at me like the first stone in his perfect house had shifted. I moved toward the door. He did not stop me. That almost made it worse. At the threshold, he spoke. "Your brother told me something." I froze. Slowly, I turned. Nero held my gaze. "I went to the hospital." My stomach dropped. "You what?" He knew who I was. "Of course he did." My voice went cold. "He knows the shape of every nightmare I tried to swallow." Something flickered in Nero's eyes. Pain. Good. "Let him have some." "He said I cornered you," Nero said. "You did. He said you spent years keeping him alive." "I did. He said you woke up saying my name." The room went silent. Heat crawled up my neck, not from shame but rage. Milo had no right. No, that was unfair. Milo had every right to throw every truth he carried at the man who had turned our lives into a trap. Still, hearing it from Nero's mouth made me feel stripped bare. I stepped toward him. "You do not get to touch that." His voice lowered. "Touch what?" "My grief." My hands curled. "My nightmares. The years you were not there. The nights I said your name because some stupid part of me still remembered when it meant safety. You do not get to turn that into evidence that I cared enough to be guilty." His face went still. "That hit. Good. I wanted it to." "I did not say that," he said. "You thought it." "I think a great many things when it comes to you." "Then think this." I stepped close enough now that he could hear every broken piece I had spent years sanding smooth. "You were not the only one who lost someone that night." His eyes sharpened. I saw the question. I did not answer it. Not yet. Not here. Not while Severin's tower breathed around us. I opened the door and walked out before Nero could follow. The corridor outside felt colder. Too bright, too long. I pushed my abandoned cart toward the service elevator with hands that did not feel like mine. The elevator ride down lasted forever. When the doors opened to the garage level, Rook stood waiting. Nero's security chief. "Mrs. Vescari," he said, "a car is ready." I hated the name. I hated needing the car more. "Did he send you?" "Yes." I almost refused out of pride. Then Milo's face rose in my mind. Pride could starve. Pride could walk. Pride could sleep on floors. Milo could not. I followed Rook to the car. The ride to St. Verona happened in silence. The city smeared past the windows in wet neon and black glass, beautiful in the cruel way cities were when they did not care who was breaking inside them. At the hospital, I ran. Not gracefully. Not like the women in Nero's world who wore heels and secrets and never hurried. I ran like a sister. Milo was awake when I entered, pale, tired, annoyed, alive. "You look terrible," he said. A sob tried to tear itself out of me. I swallowed it and went to his bedside. "You look worse. Rude." "You started it." I touched his forehead, his wrist, the IV line, the blanket, the monitor, everything my hands could reach to confirm he was real and warm and still here. His eyes narrowed. "You were with him?" I paused. "Milo, you smell like his building." I looked down at my uniform, dust on the hem, chemical spots on the sleeve, Nero's ring on my finger. I was working. "Is that what we're calling it?" I sat beside him. He watched me too carefully. "What happened?" "Nothing you need tonight." "That means everything." I took his hand. "You had a reaction." "I know." I was there. I almost smiled. He squeezed my fingers weakly. "Did he come?" "Nero?" Milo's mouth twisted. "The devil in a suit." "No, good." I said nothing. Milo's gaze sharpened. "He did something. He approved your treatment." His face closed. "I don't want anything from him." "You want to breathe?" "That's not fair." "No," I said softly. "None of this is." Milo looked away. For a while, the only sound was the monitor and the soft squeak of nurses' shoes beyond the curtain. Then he said, "I told him he cornered you." "I know." His eyes flew back to mine. "He told you?" "Yes. I'm not sorry." "I know. I wanted him to know." "I know." His eyes filled, and this time he did not hide it. "You keep acting like if you suffer quietly it hurts less." I had no answer. Because he was right. Because I had built our entire survival out of silence and called it strength. Because tonight, in that locked archive room, Nero had almost kissed me, and for one horrible second, I had wanted the past more than I wanted my own anger. Milo studied my face. "Elowen?" I smiled. "The dead one." He hated it instantly. "Don't." "I'm fine." "No, you're not." "No," I whispered. "I'm not." His hand tightened around mine. I stayed with him until the medication pulled him under again. Only then did I let myself breathe. A message came through on my phone after midnight. Unknown number. No words, only a photo. The archive room door, open. Then another photo. The binder on Nero's desk. Then a final message. "Careful, little dove. Dead men are safer when they stay useful." My blood turned to ice. Severin, he knew. He knew I had found the badge. He knew I had opened the archive. He knew enough to remind me that dead men were tools, not warnings. I looked at Milo sleeping in the hospital bed. Alive because Nero had approved the treatment. Alive because I had signed the contract. Alive because Severin had not yet decided otherwise. My phone buzzed again. This time the message was from a saved number I had never entered. "Nero, stay at the hospital tonight. Rook will remain outside the door." I stared at the screen. Protection, control, punishment, concern. With Nero, I could no longer tell where one ended and another began. I typed nothing back. Across the room, Milo slept. Outside the door, Nero's man stood guard. Somewhere above the city, Nero had the binder. And somewhere in the dark, Elowen Vescari was watching me dig. I tucked my phone into my pocket and looked at the ring on my finger. "Do not confuse possession with forgiveness," I whispered again. But the problem was no longer whether Nero understood that. The problem was that my body, traitorous and tired and haunted by the boy he used to be, still remembered what it felt like when his hands had meant home. And if I was not careful, that memory would become the most dangerous lock of all.
Chapter 6 Nero, the first rule of evidence, was simple. If it answered every question too neatly, someone had written the questions first. I sat alone in my office before dawn with 7 years of hatred spread across my desk. And for the first time since my father's blood dried beneath Vescari marble, I let myself look at the proof against Elowen Cross as if I had not already sentenced her. The hotel photograph, the bank transfer, the clipped voice recording, the witness statement, The access logs. The timeline. Every piece sat exactly where it needed to sit. Too exact. Too clean. Too obedient. Evidence should have edges. It should resist. It should contradict itself in small, ugly ways because people were sloppy when they betrayed, panicked when they ran, and careless when they thought they had won. But the case against Elowen had never been careless. It had been elegant. That had once satisfied me. Now it made my skin feel too tight. I picked up the photo first. Hotel Davros. Elowen at 19, stepping through the side entrance beside Adrian Vale. The frame caught her face in profile. Her eyes lowered, one hand tucked close to her body. Adrian's hand hovered near her back. Not touching, but close enough to imply familiarity. For 7 years, I had looked at that photograph and seen betrayal. Now I forced myself to see only facts. Her shoulders were rigid. Her mouth was tight. Her body leaned away from Adrian Vale, not toward him. The angle suggested intimacy only if the viewer wanted to see it. I had wanted to see it. God help me. I had wanted the proof to hurt enough to explain the wound. I set the photo down and took the bank record. $50,000 transferred into an account under her name 2 hours before the attack. The money had never moved after that. Not one withdrawal. Not one transfer. Not one attempt to access it. A woman who sold a Dawn's private meeting location for money should have used the money. Elowen had spent 7 years choosing rent over dinner. I heard her voice from the archive room. If I had wanted your money, Nero, I wouldn't have spent 7 years choosing rent over dinner. My jaw tightened. I moved to the voice recording. Her voice had always been the worst of it. Not because it proved anything more than the others. Because it was hers. Soft. Young. Strained beneath bad audio. Private level after 11, he'll be there. That was all. 7 seconds. 7 seconds had helped turn love into a grave. I played it again. Then slower. The cut was there. I should have heard it years ago. A faint digital skip before private level. A change in room tone before after 11. The breath pattern wrong, as if words had been removed between them. I sat back, staring at the screen. I had not missed it because I was stupid. I had missed it because grief had made me hungry, and someone had fed me exactly what I wanted to hate. My phone vibrated. Unknown secure line. The analyst. I answered without greeting. Tell me. The recording was edited. He said. My hand closed slowly around the phone. Can you recover the missing segments? Maybe. It's old. Copied too many times. And whoever cut it knew what they were doing. Who had access? Original file was processed through internal Vescari security before it reached your archive. Internal. Not Vale. Not an outside enemy. Internal. I looked toward the closed office door. And the bank transfer? Layered through 3 shells. The final deposit was made under her name. But the originating account traces to an old family-controlled reserve. My pulse slowed. That was how rage worked in me. Heat belonged to boys. Cold belonged to Dawns. Which family? A pause. Yours. The city beyond my windows was still dark. Rain dragging silver lines down the glass. Below, Vescari Tower slept beneath the weight of its own secrets. Send it to me. I said. There's more. I waited. The hotel photo's metadata was stripped. The timestamp attached to the file is not original. Meaning I can't prove when it was taken. I looked at the photograph again. Elowen's face. Young. Tense. Terrified if I allowed myself to see it. Keep digging. One warning. Mr. Vescari. I do not pay for warnings. You should for this one. Whoever built the case wanted it discoverable. Not hidden. Discoverable. That means the evidence was not just meant to frame her. It was meant to convince you. The line went quiet after he hung up. For a long time. I did not move. Meant to convince me. I looked down at my father's ring. Heavy. Gold. Old blood shaped into inheritance. Severin had placed it in my hand the morning after my father died. I remembered that with brutal clarity now. I had been 25, stitched and medicated, barely able to stand. My father's body lay behind a closed door. Captains filled the hall, waiting to see whether grief had weakened me enough to cut my throat. Severin had come to me first. He had taken my hand, folded my father's, ring into my palm, and whispered, "Do not mourn like a son today. Rule like the man she tried to destroy." She, not they, not Vale. Elowen. He had given my grief a face. I had worn it for 7 years. A knock came at the door. I closed the files before I answered. Enter. Severin stepped inside like a man who owned silence. He wore charcoal gray, silver cufflinks, and the soft expression of a concerned elder. His cane touched the floor once, then stopped. He did not need it. He had never needed it. The cane was theater. Men underestimated age when it carried props. Nero, he said, you are awake early. I never slept. New marriage trouble? I leaned back in my chair. Concern does not suit you before sunrise. He smiled. Concern suits me whenever family begins making emotional decisions. There it is. What? The word you use when you want obedience to sound like love. His smile did not change, but the room heard it. The small shift. The first note of warning beneath velvet. You have always been sharper when tired, he said, and you have always been softer when lying. Severin lowered himself into the chair across from me without invitation. The gesture annoyed me because it reminded me how often I had allowed it. How is our reluctant bride? He asked. Our family habit. He waved a hand. You know what I mean. Yes, I said. I am beginning to. His eyes held mine. 1 beat. 2. Then he sighed gently. Elowen was seen near restricted archives last night. I said nothing. She carries old ghosts in her pockets and asks questions with her eyes. A dangerous habit in a woman who has already survived one betrayal. I watched him. Are you worried she will find something? I am worried you will let her. She is my wife. She is your punishment. The words were too immediate, too comfortable in his mouth. My fingers rested on the file folder. And you approve of punishment? I approve of justice. Convenient. So does every man who enjoys cruelty. Severin's gaze sharpened. Finally. A crack. Tiny. But there. You built this punishment. Nero. Yes. Do not blame me if watching it bruises your conscience. My conscience is not what concerns me. Then what does? I smiled faintly. You. Silence. Rain ticked against the glass. Severin leaned back, studying me as if I were a nephew again and not the Dawn he had helped sharpen into a weapon. Grief has many phases. He said at last. So does obsession. Do not mistake this one for wisdom. You have a talent for naming my thoughts before I speak them. I helped raise you. You helped shape me. Yes. His voice softened. When your father was too busy ruling to notice what kind of son he was breaking. That should have landed. Once. It would have. Severin had always known exactly where my father's shadow cut deepest. He had stood beside me after every brutal lesson. Not stopping it. Never stopping it. But explaining afterward why power required pain. At 20, I called that guidance. At 32, I was beginning to call it something else. You called 5 minutes before Elowen signed the contract. I said. His expression did not move. My assistant told me. And, how did you know she would sign then? Because you had already taken enough. A faint smile. I know you. Or you know her. The smile faded by a fraction. She is not complicated. Isn't she? She loves the boy. She would trade anything for him. You used the right lever. The word lever sat between us. Ugly. Useful. Mine. His. I hated that I could not yet tell the difference. Severin stood, smoothing his cuff. You are chasing shadows because a woman you once loved has learned to cry without tears. Be careful. Nero. Women like that make men proud of their own downfall. At the door. He stopped. One more thing. I waited. If she keeps digging, she may find more than pain. And when she does, you must ask yourself whether you trust the woman who vanished or the man who stayed. He left before I answered. The office door closed. I sat alone with his question. The woman who vanished. The man who stayed. A clever construction. Too clever. The building came alive slowly beneath me. By 7, my employees entered through glass doors and staff corridors, carrying coffee, ambition, fear, and the kind of secrets they believed expensive clothing could conceal. Elowen entered through the loading corridor. I watched her from the security feed. Gray uniform, hair tied back, face pale from the night at the hospital, but composed. Wedding ring visible when she took the cleaning checklist from Ansel. Name badge pinned over her heart. Elowen Vescari. Janitorial services. The punishment looked different in daylight now. Less like justice. More like proof of my own blindness. She moved through the lower floor, cleaning coffee stations, emptying trash, replacing paper towels, never pausing long enough to invite pity. People looked at her differently today. Not kinder. Careful. Bail was gone. The staff had noticed. Good. At 9:30, she entered the service elevator. At 9:32, Severin entered from the executive corridor. My spine straightened. The elevator feed showed no audio, only images. Elowen stood near the back with her cart. Severin stepped inside. The doors closed. 4 floors. They were alone. At first, he smiled. He said something. Elowen's face went blank. Not defiant. Blank. That was the face she wore when fear needed a mask quickly. He stepped closer. Not touching. Never touching where cameras might see. His mouth moved again. Elowen's hand tightened on the cart. Then Severin said one more thing, and the color left her face. The elevator doors opened. He exited first, calm as a priest leaving confession. Elowen remained inside for half a second too long. Then she pushed the cart out and kept moving. I was already standing. Rook. I said into the phone. Yes, sir. Pull audio from service elevator 3. There is no audio in service elevators. Then find me something better than no. Yes, sir. I watched Elowen turn down the corridor toward the janitor closet. She did not know I was watching. That was the only reason I saw her break. Not completely. Elowen did not break where the world could collect it. She entered the closet, shut the door, and disappeared from the hall camera. There was no camera inside. Staff privacy laws. One of my lawyers had once said. I had agreed because I did not care what happened in janitor closets. Until my wife walked into one with fear in her bones and my uncle's shadow behind her. 5 minutes passed. Then 6. Too long. I left my office. Rook met me near the private elevator with 2 men. I waved them back. Stay. Rook's gaze flicked once to my face. He obeyed. I took the elevator down alone. The service corridor outside the janitor closet smelled of bleach, cardboard, and floor wax. Ordinary smells. Working smells. The kind of smells my world used without acknowledging the people who carried them. I stopped outside the door. No sound. I opened it. Elowen was on the floor. Not collapsed. Sitting with her back against the shelves. Knees drawn up. One hand pressed hard over her mouth. Her eyes were dry. But everything about her looked like crying had happened somewhere too deep for tears to reach. For 1 second, she did not see me. In that second, I saw the cost. Not of her betrayal. Of mine. Then her head snapped up. She moved fast, shoving something behind her. Too late. Elowen, get out. Her voice was raw. That hit harder than anger would have. What did he say to you? No one said anything. Do not insult me with a lie this bad. She rose too quickly, bracing one hand on the shelf when dizziness took her. I reached without thinking. She flinched. Not away from a man. Away from a Vescari. My hand stopped in the air between us. Slowly, I lowered it. That flinch carved something into me. She saw that it did. Good. Let her. What did Severin say? I asked. Her jaw tightened. Ask him. I am asking you. And I am telling you that asking the right question does not make this a safe room. I looked around. The closet was narrow. Shelves of supplies. Mop handles. Boxes of gloves. Industrial cleaner. A stained sink. No windows. 1 weak overhead light. This was where I had put my wife. This was where she had come to hide from my uncle. On the floor near her shoe was a photograph. She saw my gaze move. Her body shifted. I bent before she could stop me and picked it up. Milo, sleeping in his hospital bed. The photo had been taken recently. Very recently. His face was turned toward the window. For line visible. Blanket pulled up to his chest. On the back. Written in neat black ink. Still breathing because I permit it. For several seconds, the world went quiet. Not silent. Quiet. The way rooms did before violence decided what shape to take. Elowen reached for the photo. Give it back. I did not. Her eyes flashed. Nero, did Severin give you this? Give it back. Elowen. She came forward and snatched it from my hand with such fury that the edge cut across my finger. A small line of blood rose. She saw it. Her face changed. Only for a second. Pain. Memory. Panic. Then she looked away. I stared at the cut. Small. Meaningless. But she had reacted as if my blood had touched an old wound in her. Do not pretend, she said. Her voice shook now. Not with weakness. Rage barely contained. Do not stand in this closet with that look on your face, and pretend you are shocked that monsters know how to take pictures of sleeping boys. My hand curled. I did not authorize this. No, she said bitterly. You only taught everyone he could be used. The words landed where they belonged. I had no defense. I could have said I never intended harm. That Milo's treatment was secured. That my leverage had limits. That I was not Severin. But the photograph existed because I had made Milo a bargaining chip in a room where Elowen had no power. Men like Severin did not create weapons from nothing. Sometimes they only picked up what another man laid on the table. I took out my phone. Elowen's eyes sharpened. What are you doing? Securing your brother. He is already guarded. Not enough. Nero. I held up one hand. Not to silence her, but to ask for 1 minute. She hated that she gave it to me. I called Rook. Replace every guard on Milo Cross's floor. Now. My personal rotation only. No Vescari family access except through me. No transfer. No medication adjustment. No visitor. No photograph. Anyone attempts entry under my uncle's authority. Detain them. A pause. Rook understood exactly what that order meant. Yes, sir. And Rook. Yes. If Severin asks. You know nothing. Understood. I ended the call. Elowen stared at me. Not grateful. Good. I did not deserve gratitude. Her fingers crushed the photograph against her palm. You think guards solve this? No, then what does? The truth. She laughed once. It was a terrible sound. You are 7 years late. Yes. The admission came out before pride could stop it. Elowen went still. So did I. There were certain words a Dawn should not give. Yes. I was wrong. I should have known. I should have looked harder. Each one a crack men could drive knives into. But in that closet, with her brother's photograph in her hand and my uncle's ink on the back, yes was the only honest weapon I had. Her eyes searched my face. Suspicion first, then something more dangerous. Hurt. Do not do that. She whispered. What? Do not start sounding like the boy I loved because guilt made you curious. The boy I loved. Past tense. It should have pleased me. It did not. I am not curious. I said. I am investigating. Of course. Her mouth twisted. That sounds safer. Elowen. No, she stepped back, bumping into the shelves. You do not get to walk in here and become concerned because Severin finally aimed the weapon at the boy you already used. You do not get to make yourself different from him just because you dislike how he holds the knife. A hard truth. A deserved one. I accepted it because denying it would make me smaller. I am different from him. I said. Her eyes burned. Prove it before you ask me to believe it. For a moment, neither of us moved. The janitor closet felt too narrow for all the dead between us. I looked at her uniform. The gray fabric. The name badge. The wedding ring. The rawness around her eyes. The photograph crushed in her fist. The anger she used as spine because if she let it go, grief would fold her in half. My punishment. My wife. My mistake. Not yet. I could not call it that yet. But the word had entered the room. I took one step back. Not because I wanted to. Because she needed space and I had taken enough. Stay away from Severin. I said. A flash of old defiance returned. Tell him to stay away from me. I will. Her eyes narrowed like she had not expected that. Good. Let Severin be surprised too. But until I know how deep this goes. I continued. You do not confront him alone. She laughed softly. You still think you give me orders. I know I do. And I know I do not always follow them. My mouth almost moved. Almost. Not a smile. Something older tried to rise and I killed it. Then follow this one for Milo. That worked. I hated using it. She hated that it worked. Her gaze dropped to the photograph. Then she nodded once. Barely. It was not submission. It was strategy. I turned to leave. At the door. She spoke. Nero. I stopped. She did not look at me when she said it. The night your father died, there were more hands on that knife than mine. My pulse slowed. She lifted her eyes. And mine were the cleanest. Then she folded the photograph and tucked it inside her uniform pocket. Over her heart. I left before I asked the question she still could not answer. Because now I understood something I should have understood in my office the day she signed the contract. Elowen's silence was not protecting a lover. It was protecting a life. Maybe more than one. By nightfall, I had old files moving through channels Severin did not know existed. Rook brought me Tomas Hale's full background at 11. Maintenance contractor. No family in the city. Debt cleared 3 days before his death. Cash deposit from a shell company tied to a Vescari reserve account. Apartment searched after death by internal security. Search authorized by SV. I read the line 3 times. SV. Again. Beside it, the analyst sent another update. Original recording corrupted. Partial recovery possible. Signs of manual splicing confirmed. Then another. Bank transfer originated from internal reserve. Access credential masked. Recovering user trail. Then a third. Hotel Davros security archive missing 12 minutes. Removal authorized by legal family code. Initials SV. I sat behind my desk with the city beneath me and my father's ring on my hand, and I finally allowed suspicion to become something uglier. Not truth. Not yet. But possibility. Possibility was enough to draw blood. My office door opened without a knock. Severin entered. He always knew when to arrive before conclusions did. Nero, he said mildly. You are making noise in old rooms. I closed the file. Old rooms echo. They also distort. His gaze drifted to the folder beneath my hand, then back to my face. Elowen looked upset today. She received an upsetting message. Did she? Do not play careless with me. His brows rose. There is my nephew. No, I said quietly. There is your Dawn. The air sharpened. For the first time in years. Severin did not immediately smile. Good. I stood. Slowly. You will stay away from Nero Cross. His expression shifted into concern so smoothly it would have fooled most men. Milo, her brother. You heard me. I had no intention of approaching a sick boy. Intentions bore me. Results do not. His eyes cooled. You are letting her make you reckless. No, I am letting you make me suspicious. A silence. Then Severin sighed, almost sadly. She has already begun. I watched him. The same pattern. He continued. A whisper. A doubt. A tear held back at the perfect moment. She pulls at your guilt because she knows guilt is the only door left into you. I walked around the desk. He did not move. She was 19. I said, and old enough. She had a 5-year-old brother. And used him well. My hand closed before I thought. Severin saw it. His gaze flicked down, then up. There was the smallest hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He wanted a reaction. He had always known how to build men from reaction. This time, I gave him none. You taught me something once. I said. His head tilted. Evidence that arrives too clean has been washed by dirty hands. For the first time, he looked genuinely still. Then he smiled. Small. Cold. Proud. Almost. I taught you well. Perhaps too well. He leaned slightly on his cane. Careful. Nero. If you dig long enough under any empire, you find bones. The question is whether you are strong enough to leave the necessary ones buried. Necessary bones. I thought of Elowen on the janitor closet floor. Milo sleeping in a photograph he had not consented to. My father dying in a video I had not yet found. A dead maintenance badge opening doors after its owner's death. Get out. I said. Severin's smile vanished. Nero, now. For a moment, the old man looked at me not as nephew, not as Dawn, but as a possession beginning to disobey. Then he bowed his head. The performance returned. As you wish. He left. I remained standing long after the door closed. The tower hummed around me. My tower. My family. My lies. On my desk. My phone vibrated one more time. The analyst. I opened the message. Recovered file fragment attached. Security corridor. Night of attack. Partial visual only. Source code tied to Severin Vescari's private access. I played it. The screen flickered with static. A corridor appeared. Grainy. Dark. Rainwater tracked across marble from someone's shoes. Then a figure entered frame. A man in a tailored suit. Silver at the temples. Cane in hand. Severin. He walked toward the private executive level at 11:41 p.m. 1 minute before Tomas Hale's dead badge opened the same door. 1 minute before the timeline that damned Elowen began. The footage cut to black. I stared at the empty screen. No rage came. Not yet. Only a silence so cold it felt like standing in a tomb before the body was named. Then I picked up the phone and called Rook. Lock down every copy of this file. Yes, sir. No one sees it but me. And Mrs. Vescari? I looked toward the office door. Toward the tower below. Where my wife moved through the floors I had forced her to clean. carrying truth in pieces because no one had ever left her whole enough to carry it all at once. Not yet, I said. My voice sounded unfamiliar, because for the first time, I was not hunting Elowen Cross. I was hunting the reason she ran.
Chapter 7. Elowen. The first time Nero Vescari locked me inside a room and turned off the cameras, I knew one of us was about to bleed. Maybe not from a knife, maybe not from a gun, maybe not from anything his men could clean from the floor before morning. But blood had never been the only way to ruin a person. Sometimes all it took was a name spoken too late. Sometimes all it took was the truth entering a room that had been built to survive without it. I stood in the center of Nero's office with Milo's photograph folded inside my uniform pocket, pressed over my heart like a warning. The janitor closet still clung to me, the bleach, the metal shelves, the humiliation of being found on the floor with fear in my hands. My palms smelled faintly of disinfectant no matter how many times I washed them. My back ached from hours of scrubbing marble that had never been as clean as the men who walked across it pretended to be. Nero stood behind his desk, not sitting. That mattered. Nero sitting meant judgment. Nero standing meant war. His jacket was gone. His black shirt was rolled to the forearms, exposing strong wrists, old scars, and the wedding band I had slid onto his hand in a chapel that felt more like a sentence than a vow. His father's ring gleamed beside it. Dead man's power, living man's mistake. The doors behind me closed with a soft mechanical click. Then the little red lights in the corners of the room blinked off, one by one. Camera, audio, security feed. I turned slowly. What are you doing? Making sure no one hears us. My stomach tightened. That is what Severin told me too. The words left my mouth before I could stop them. Nero went still. Not frozen, still. There was a difference. Frozen belonged to shock, still belonged to predators deciding which direction to strike. His eyes did not leave my face. What did you say? I swallowed. Too late. The name was already in the room. Severin. It sat between us like a body neither of us could pretend not to see. I said nothing. No. Nero's voice dropped. You said my uncle's name. I looked away first, hating myself for it. Weakness. No. Survival. I had survived by choosing silence in rooms where truth would not save me fast enough. Nero moved around the desk, every step controlled. He did not come close enough to touch me. He had learned something since the archive. Or maybe he had only learned that distance made questioning look less like cruelty. What did he tell you? I laughed once, but it scraped. Which time? His jaw tightened. Good, let him feel the edge of that. The elevator, he said. The janitor closet, the photograph. What did Severin say? I reached for the pocket where Milo's photo rested. Nero saw the movement. His face changed. Just enough. Not softness, not pity. Something colder and more dangerous. I replaced the hospital guards, he said. Only my men have access now. Your men wear the same family name. They answer to me. So did the men who took Milo the first time? The office went silent. There it was, the first stone thrown through the glass. Nero's expression emptied. What? My pulse thundered. No. No. I had not meant to say that much. I had been too tired, too raw. The photograph had put me back in a locked room 7 years ago with Milo screaming through a phone and Severin's voice polite enough to be mistaken for mercy. Nero took one step closer. Who took Milo? I pressed my lips together. His eyes sharpened. Elowen. Do not say my name like it gives you the right to everything inside me. Something flickered across his face. Pain. I wanted to hurt him. I did not want to know when I succeeded. He stopped advancing. Fine, he said, then do not give me everything. Give me one truth. One? I stared at him, searching his face for the man who had destroyed my life and the boy who had once let me see every broken piece of him behind a church wall. The boy was not gone. That was the worst part. If he had been fully gone, I could have hated him cleanly. But sometimes he looked at me through the dawn's eyes, tired and buried and furious, that any part of him still knew how to ache. One truth will not save us, I said. It might keep your brother alive. You don't get to use him again. I am not using him. His voice cut harder. I am trying to understand why a threat against him made you look like death was standing behind you. The room tilted, because that was too close. Because Nero had always been dangerous when he stopped assuming and started watching. I turned toward the windows. The city spread beneath us in cold light, all glass and distance. Somewhere below, Men walked across the floors I cleaned and thought power lived in height. They were wrong. Power lived in the places no one wanted to look, like hospital rooms, like service elevators, like old archive closets, like a 5-year-old boy crying behind a locked door while his sister learned the exact price of love. Nero, I whispered, if I tell you anything, people die. His answer came immediately. Who? I closed my eyes. Always who? Always the target. Always the enemy he could put in the ground if someone would just give him a name. But this was not that simple. It had never been that simple. You think killing solves every danger. No, but it solves many. Not this. Try me. I turned back to him. You still don't understand, I said. You think I kept silent because I was protecting a lover, an enemy, a payment. You think I chose someone over you because that makes the story easier for your pride to survive. His face darkened, but he let me continue. Good. Maybe he deserved to hear it. Maybe I deserved to finally say enough to breathe. I was 19 years old, I said. Milo was 5. He had a stuffed whale he dragged everywhere because he thought it kept monsters away. Nero's expression shifted at the detail. Not much. Enough. I was supposed to meet you that night, I continued. Not Adrian Vale. You. You were going to leave the East Side after your father's meeting. You said you wanted to tell me something before dawn. His mouth parted slightly. He remembered. Good. Let him. You never came, I said. Instead, I got a call. My hand curled into the fabric over Milo's photograph. A man told me Milo had been taken. Nero's face went still again. Too still. He put him on the phone just long enough for me to hear him crying, just long enough for me to know they were not bluffing. I could still hear it. Milo's small, broken voice. Elle? Elle, please. I had been 19, barefoot in a cheap apartment kitchen, clutching a phone in one hand and a knife in the other, like kitchen steel could save us from men who move through the city with family crests and clean shoes. The man told me to go to the Hotel Davros, I said. Side entrance. 11 o'clock. I was to walk in with Adrian Vale. Stand where the cameras could see me. Take an envelope. Say what I was told to say. Nero's hand flexed at his side. The recording, he said. I nodded once. They fed me lines. Not all the lines you heard. Enough. Pieces. I said them because Milo was screaming on the other end of the phone. His eyes hardened. At me. No, not at me. Around me. Like rage had found a new direction and did not yet have a road. Who was the man? My throat closed. The office seemed to press inward. I saw Severin in the chapel, kissing my cheek. Still making sacrifices for Vescari men, little dove. I saw him in the elevator, smiling while he spoke of Milo's treatment. I saw the photograph taped inside the janitor closet. Still breathing, because I permit it. I shook my head. Elowen. No, his voice lowered. You already said enough. I said what I could. You said Milo was taken. You said someone forced you to the hotel. You said the recording was fed to you. That is not enough. I laughed softly. It was not humor. It was grief with teeth. Enough for what, Nero? Enough for you to believe me. Enough for you to kill someone. Enough for the person who has watched me for 7 years to decide Milo is no longer useful alive? I told you he is protected. And I told you Vescari protection has failed me before. He flinched. Good. No, not good. I was tired of measuring pain like victory. Nero took a breath through his nose, slow and controlled. After the hotel, he said, where did you go? There it was. The second truth. The one buried deepest because it belonged not to Severin, not to Milo, not even to the frame. It belonged to Nero's blood. I looked at the floor. Dark wood, polished. No blood now, but memory had never cared what was visible. I tried to warn you, I said. His eyes did not move from my face. I called. I sent messages. Nothing went through. Or maybe they did, and someone deleted them before you saw. His jaw tightened. So I ran, I continued, to the place you were supposed to be after your father's meeting. I thought if I could get to you before they did, maybe. My voice broke. Not much, enough to shame me. I forced it steady. Maybe I could still save something. Nero did not speak. That helped. If he had interrupted, I might have stopped. The street was chaos when I got there. Rain, smoke, men shouting. I did not know where your father was. I did not know who was dead. I only knew you were on the ground near the service entrance, bleeding through your shirt. His face changed, the smallest loss of color. Finally. His body remembered what his pride had buried. You were barely conscious, I said. You kept trying to get up, stubborn, even half dead. A sound left him. Not a laugh, not pain, something between. I dragged you behind the delivery wall. You were too heavy, and I kept slipping in the rain. I thought you were going to die because I was not strong enough to move you. My fingers pressed hard into my palm. I tore my dress to stop the bleeding. Dark silk. You kept trying to say something, but blood was in your mouth. I told you to shut up. His lips parted. There. He remembered that. A flicker, a broken fragment rising. I told you to stay awake, I whispered. I said your name until my throat hurt. I said you could hate me later if you had to, but you were not allowed to leave me there with the monsters. Nero turned away. Only half an inch, but he turned. The mighty Don. The man who had made me scrub his floors. The man who thought truth belonged beneath his foot. He turned away because memory had touched him where hatred could not shield. I should have felt satisfaction. Instead, I felt 19 again, soaked in rain, pressing both hands to his side and bargaining with a god I was not sure had ever been listening. Your men came, I said. Not many. 2 I recognized. Not Severin's closest. I left you where they would find you because the call came again. Nero looked back. The same man? I said nothing. His eyes narrowed. The man who had Milo, I nodded. He told me if I stayed, Milo died. If I spoke, Milo died. If I came back to you, Milo died. If you heard the truth from me, he would make sure you died next. The words emptied me. I had carried them for so long that saying them should have made me lighter. It did not. Truth had weight too. Nero stared at me. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were not. His eyes were war. Why didn't you come back later? The question was quieter, worse. I smiled. Small, broken. Because the man I would have come back to died the day you believed them. Nero's throat moved. For one heartbeat, I saw him as he must have been then. Young, bleeding, father dead, woman gone, uncle whispering poison into the rawest wound he had. It did not excuse him. Nothing did. But I understood how monsters were made. That was the danger. He stepped closer. This time I did not step back. I was too tired, too empty, too full. You punished me for betraying you, I whispered. But I left because saving you was the only thing I had left to give. The words did what knives could not. They reached him. I saw it. His body absorbed them like impact. His eyes closed briefly. When they opened, the Don was still there, but so was the boy beneath him, bleeding, lost, furious. Elowen. My name came out rough, not accusation, not command, a plea wearing armor. He lifted his hand slowly, giving me time to stop him. I should have. I knew I should have. But my body stood still as his fingers reached my face. He touched my cheek with the backs of his knuckles. So gently it made my chest ache. The contact was unbearable, not because it hurt, because it did not. Because for 1 second, Nero Vescari touched me like he remembered I had once been precious to him. His thumb brushed the edge of my cheekbone. I closed my eyes despite myself. Stupid, dangerous, human. His breath changed. Elowen, he said again, lower. The space between us folded. I opened my eyes and found him closer. Not trapping. Not taking. Waiting. Again. He waited like he had in the archive. And that hurt worse than force would have, because choice was the one thing he had not given me since he found me. His gaze dropped to my mouth. Mine betrayed me by dropping to his. I remembered his first kiss. Behind the church, both of us shaking, neither of us knowing if we were more afraid of being caught or of wanting more. I remembered his mouth on my rain-cold knuckles. I remembered him whispering that he had never wanted anything clean until me. Now there was nothing clean between us. Only blood. Only lies. Only years. His forehead almost touched mine. The heat of him pulled at every lonely place I had kept locked because loneliness had no practical use when survival needed both hands. I wanted him. God help me. Not the Don who cornered me. Not the man who used Milo. Not the husband who made me wear gray cotton and humiliation. I wanted the ghost of the boy inside him. I wanted the memory of safety. I wanted one breath where I did not have to be stronger than every room I entered. His mouth hovered near mine, close enough that I felt the almost before it became a mistake. My hand lifted. For 1 second, my fingers touched his chest. His heart was beating hard. Nero Vescari, the most feared man in the city, was standing in front of me with a war inside his ribs. The knowledge nearly undid me. Then I saw Milo's photograph in my mind, the ring on my finger, the gray uniform folded on my body like proof of what he had done. I pushed him back. Not hard. Enough. His eyes opened fully. I lowered my hand. You don't get to look wounded by what you did to me. The words cut through the almost kiss and left it bleeding between us. Nero did not move. For a long moment, neither did I. His face closed slowly, not with anger this time, with restraint. That was new. I know, he said. I hated that answer. I hated it because it gave me nothing to fight. You know? My laugh shook. You destroyed my life, forced me into marriage, made me scrub floors in front of men who call me traitor, and now you know? His jaw tightened. Yes. One word. Again, that terrible, impossible yes. I do not forgive you. I did not ask. You wanted to. His silence answered. I stepped away from him, needing air. The cameras were still off, the office still too private, the truth still loose in the room. I need to see Milo. He is safe. I need to see him. Nero nodded once. I'll have the car brought. I don't need your permission. No, he said, but you need transport. That almost made me smile. Almost. Then the office phone rang. The sound cracked the room open. Nero answered, his gaze still on me. This is Vescari. I watched his face change. Not much. Enough. A message, a file, something recovered. His eyes sharpened, and whatever softness had almost reached us vanished behind strategy. Send it to my private server, he said. Now. He hung up. What is it? I asked. He looked at me. For 1 second, I thought he would tell me. Then he did what powerful men always did when truth became dangerous. He kept it. Nothing you need tonight. My blood turned cold. I laughed softly. There he is. His expression tightened. Elowen. No, I backed toward the door. No more. Not tonight. Elowen? I stopped with my hand on the knob. He stood in the center of his office, cameras dead above him, city glittering behind him, looking less certain than I had ever seen him. That should have made him smaller. It did not. It made him more dangerous. Because a man like Nero with certainty was cruel. A man like Nero with doubt was unpredictable. And I had spent too many years surviving unpredictable men. Whatever you found, I said, do not turn it into another secret that happens to me. His face changed. He knew that mattered. He knew he was standing at the edge of becoming the same kind of man again, the kind who decided what truth I was allowed to survive. I won't, he said. I wanted to believe him. That was the problem. Wanting was where women like me got killed. I opened the door. The security lights outside blinked back on, as if the room had never gone dark. Rook stood at the end of the hall. He did not look surprised to see me leave, shaking. That was mercy in his world, I supposed, not looking surprised. Nero's voice came from behind me, low enough that only I heard. Elowen? I turned halfway. He did not come closer. Good, bad, both. I remember the cloth, he said. My throat tightened. His eyes held mine, dark silk. For 1 second the hallway vanished. Rain, blood, his hand gripping mine weakly. My torn dress pressed into his side, my voice begging him to stay. I swallowed hard. Then remember who tied it. I walked away before the tears could catch me. The elevator doors closed around me, and only then did I press my shaking hand to my mouth. Not because of the truth, not because of Severin, not because Nero had almost kissed me and I had almost let him. Because, for the first time in 7 years, Nero Vescari remembered one piece of the night I saved him, and one piece of truth was sometimes enough to wake every monster buried around it.
Chapter 8 Nero by morning. The word traitor had become a death sentence in my building. Not officially. Officially, Vescari Towers still ran on contracts, schedules, security protocols, executive meetings, and the kind of professional silence rich men use to hide fear. Unofficially, every person inside those black glass walls learned one rule before the coffee machines finished heating. No one called my wife a traitor where I could hear it. The first man tested it at 8:12. He was young, ambitious, and stupid enough to think cruelty counted as loyalty if aimed at the woman I had punished first. Elowen was crossing the lobby with her janitor cart, hair pinned back, gray uniform neat, wedding ring visible every time her hand shifted on the handle. She looked exhausted, not weak, never weak, but tired in a way that sat beneath the skin, like sleep had become another debt she could not afford to pay. The associate stepped out of the elevator bank with 2 others beside him. He was not one of my soldiers, not a captain, not even a man with blood on his shoes, just a polished little parasite from acquisitions who mistook proximity to my name for power. He looked at Elowen's uniform, then at her ring. Then he smiled. Careful, he said, loud enough for the lobby to hear. The traitor bride is still cleaning. Wouldn't want her selling the floor plans next. The lobby did not freeze all at once. It froze in layers. A conversation near reception died first. Then the security guards stopped scanning the doors. Then the woman at the front desk lowered her eyes. Elowen stopped with one hand on the cart. From the mezzanine above, I watched her turn. Slowly. She looked at him with a calm that should have warned him he had walked into a room already holding his grave. But fools rarely recognized their own funerals. Before Elowen could speak, I moved. My shoes sounded once on the staircase. Then again. By the third step, the associate's smile was gone. By the time I reached the lobby floor, the entire building understood that whatever punishment I had designed for Elowen Cross, it had not included permission for other men to enjoy it. I stopped beside her. Not in front of her. Beside her. That mattered. I did not know why yet. Only that standing in front of her felt too much like stealing space she had earned by surviving me. The associate swallowed. "Mr. Vescari, say it again." His face drained. "Sir." I tilted my head. The word. He looked at Elowen, then at me. "I didn't mean, say it again." I said, softer. No one breathed. He did not say it. Men like him only had courage when women were expected to absorb the damage quietly. I glanced at Rook, who stood near the security desk. "Remove him." The associate's mouth opened. "Sir." From the building. I said, "From payroll. From every account he touched. He can explain to his next employer that he lost his position because he confused disrespect with usefulness." Rook nodded once. 2 guards stepped forward. The associate looked at Elowen as if she might save him. She did not. Good. Let her keep that mercy for herself. As the guards took him, I let my gaze move across the lobby. Every employee lowered their eyes. "Listen carefully," I said. "My wife's punishment was mine to decide. Her name is not yours to use. Her work is not an invitation. Her silence is not safety. Anyone who forgets that will leave this building with less than a job missing." No one moved. Beside me, Elowen's hand tightened on the cart. I looked down at her. She did not look grateful. She looked furious. That was becoming familiar enough to almost comfort me. Almost. When the lobby emptied enough to breathe again, she pushed the cart toward the service corridor. I followed. She did not slow. "You're welcome," I said. She stopped so sharply the liquid in the mop bucket shifted. Then she turned on me. "Do not do that." "Do what?" "Stand beside me after making sure the whole city knew I was safe to humiliate." I accepted the hit because it was deserved. "That ended today." "No," she said. "It embarrassed you today." My jaw tightened. She saw it and stepped closer. The gray uniform did nothing to make her small when she looked at me like that. If anything, it made the contrast worse. She was dressed as the lowest person in my tower and still somehow made me feel like the one being judged. "You don't get to end my humiliation when it starts humiliating you," she said. I held her stare. "Then end it yourself." "I am." I glanced at the cart. "You want to keep cleaning?" "I want to keep moving through the rooms everyone else ignores." "Elowen." "No," she leaned closer. Voice low enough that the cameras would see only a conversation, not the knife inside it. "You made me invisible. Now I'm going to use it." The words should have been a warning. They were. They also sounded like strategy. I studied her face. Pale from too little sleep. Eyes sharp with fear she kept turning into purpose. Mouth set in a line. I remembered from when we were young and she had decided I was wrong before I finished speaking. A strange pressure moved through my chest. Respect. Unwanted. Late. "You are not going into restricted areas alone again," I said. "Then don't restrict the truth. Do not play clever with me. Then stop making it easy." I nearly smiled. Nearly. The urge felt like betrayal. She saw it anyway. Because Elowen had always been best at seeing the things I tried to kill before they reached my face. Her expression shifted for one breath. Not soft, but startled. As if she too had remembered a version of us that did not know how to survive this room. Then she looked away first. "I found another service route last night," she said. "Old archive floor. Not the one you caught me in. Deeper. Storage servers. Paper logs. Equipment cases. If Severin stripped footage. The original copy may not be in the main archive." I went still. "How do you know that?" "Because powerful men update systems and forget the old machines still remember them." There it was. Invisible women hear everything. And apparently dead systems did too. You should have told me. She laughed softly. Should I have trusted you before or after you made me scrub your office? That landed. Again, every conversation with Elowen had become a ledger I could never balance. Tell me now, I said. She looked at me for a long moment. I'm not handing you the truth so you can decide how much of it I'm allowed to survive. I will not do that. You already did. I had no answer. Not one that mattered. So I gave her the only thing I had left that did. Then partnership. Her eyes narrowed. You don't know what that means. I learn quickly. You command quickly. That isn't the same. Then teach me. The words left my mouth before pride could stop them. Her face changed. Only slightly. Enough. A dangerous silence opened between us. Not the kind from the archive. Not heat. Not almost desire. This was something sharper and more fragile. A truce trying to grow teeth. Finally, she said, you don't touch what I find unless I see it too. Agreed. You don't hide recovered files from me. My pulse paused. She had known. I had kept the Severin corridor fragment from her the night before because I had not wanted to put a half-truth in her hands while Milo still breathed under threat. A reasonable excuse. Also a familiar one. Men always had reasons when they decided what women were allowed to know. Agreed. I said. Her eyes searched mine for the lie. If Severin's name appears, you do not bury it because he raised you. My voice went cold. If Severin's name appears, I dig deeper. She held my gaze, then nodded once. Not trust. Partnership. I would take it. For now. By late afternoon, I had Rook create a blind spot in the archive schedule without telling the old security team. Not a true blind spot, only an apparent one. My men watched through private feeds Severin's people did not control. Elowen would keep her janitor route. She would enter the old storage floor with her cart. I would coordinate from security. She hated the arrangement. I hated that she was right to. The old archive floor sat below the 12th level, accessible through a service elevator that smelled of metal, dust, and cleaning chemicals. It had once housed backup servers before the tower modernization. Now it stored retired equipment, archived maintenance logs, file boxes waiting for destruction, and, if Elowen's instincts were right, whatever the new systems forgot to erase. On the monitor, she pushed her cart down the dim corridor like she belonged there. Gray uniform, name badge, ring, keys clipped at her waist. If I had seen her only through enemy eyes, I might have underestimated her too. That was what unsettled me most. For 7 years, I had. She's inside, Rook said beside me. I stood in the security room with 3 screens dedicated to her route. Doors. Service door unlocked with janitor access. Archive cage still on old badge system. If she uses Hale's badge, it should open. She won't use Hale's badge unless necessary. On screen, Elowen stopped at the archive cage. She removed a set of keys first. Not the badge. Of course. She tried to. Neither worked. Then she glanced up once toward the hall camera. Not directly. Enough. She knew I was watching. I could almost hear her voice. Partnership. Nero. Not permission. She used the dead man's badge. The archive cage opened. Rook made a quiet sound beside me. Interesting. Do not sound impressed. I was attempting not to. Elowen entered. The feed inside was poor. Old camera. Low angle. Intermittent static. Still enough to see her moving through rows of shelves and outdated server towers. She worked fast. Pulling labels. Photographing logs. Checking drive cases. Then the lights flickered. My spine straightened. Rook. I see it. The archive camera glitched. Once. Twice. Then the feed went gray. Restore it. Trying. The hall camera showed. Nothing. No one entering. No one leaving. Too clean. Too perfect. I moved before Rook spoke. Sir. Send men to the lower archive. Quietly. I was already out the door. By the time I reached the service stairwell, the alarm had not sounded. That was worse. A true malfunction made noise. A planned one swallowed it. I took the stairs down 2 at a time, gun drawn, rage settling into the cleanest part of me. Not panic. Panic was useless. Panic belonged to people who had not yet accepted they might arrive too late. I had arrived too late once. I would not do it again. The lower corridor smelled wrong before I reached the archive. Smoke. Chemical heat. Burning plastic. I rounded the corner and saw the service door half open. Inside, the archive was dim. Lights stuttering. a thin haze rolling along the ceiling. A storage rack had been shoved across the aisle. One of the old server units sparked near the wall. Elowen. No answer. My blood went cold. I entered low, scanning corners. A sound came from the far aisle. Metal striking bone. Then a gasp. I moved toward it. Elowen came into view on the floor near the old equipment cases. One hand braced beneath her, hair half fallen from its clip. A streak of blood at her temple. A masked man stood over her, reaching for her phone. He had a knife. She had a ring of janitor keys clenched between her fingers like claws. Before I could fire, she swung the key ring hard into his face. He swore and stumbled. Elowen rolled, grabbed a spray bottle from her fallen caddy, and blasted cleaner into his eyes. He roared. I crossed the distance and drove him into the shelving hard enough to collapse 2 rows of boxes. The knife clattered. I caught his wrist before he could recover and twisted until bone gave a warning crack. He went still. Elowen, I said without looking away from him. I'm fine. Her voice was hoarse. She was not fine. Women like Elowen said fine when they were deciding which pain could wait. Rook's men arrived then, weapons drawn. Take him alive, I ordered. The masked man struggled once. I leaned closer. Please, I said quietly. Give me a reason to let my wife watch what I do to men who touch her. He stopped. Good. Rook's men dragged him out. Only then did I turn. Elowen was on her feet because stubbornness was apparently stronger than blood loss. She held one hand to her temple, breathing hard, eyes bright with pain and fury. The archive haze curled around her gray uniform. On the floor near her shoe was an old external drive. She saw me see it. I bent, picked it up, and held it out. Her eyes narrowed. You're giving it to me? Partnership, I said. Something flickered across her face. Suspicion first. Always. Then something else she buried too quickly for me to name. She took the drive. Her fingers brushed mine. Brief. Accidental. Enough to make me remember the office. Her cheek beneath my hand. Her words cutting the almost kiss in half. You don't get to look wounded by what you did to me. No, I did not. So I stepped back. You need a doctor. I need to see what's on this. You are bleeding. I've bled before. The words hit too deep. My voice sharpened. That does not make it acceptable. She looked at me then. Really looked. You are very late learning that. I deserve that. I still hated hearing it. Rook appeared at the doorway. Fire suppression is clear. Someone bypassed the alarm locally. Who had access? Checking now. Elowen swayed slightly. I reached for her elbow. She stiffened. I stopped before touching her. Walk, I said, or I carry you. Her eyes flashed. Try it and lose a finger. Rook looked away. I nearly felt my mouth move again. Instead, I stepped aside. Then walk. She did. Proudly. Badly. Bleeding onto the side of her face. By the time we reached the main corridor, employees had gathered near the service elevators despite security trying to move them back. People always claimed to fear violence until it gave them something to watch. Elowen stepped out beside me with soot on her sleeve and blood at her temple. Someone whispered. She caused trouble again. I turned. The hall went silent. I found the man who had said it. Middle management. Finance. Forgettable face. Unfortunate survival instinct. Repeat that. He did not. They never did. I walked toward him. He backed up until he hit the wall. Elowen Vescari was attacked inside my building. I said, each word quiet enough to force the entire hall to listen harder. If I hear one more person imply she invited danger by existing in the rooms I assigned her to clean, I will make an example so memorable this tower will lower its voice for a generation. No one moved. Then I looked across the hall. At all of them. Use the word traitor for my wife again. I said, and I'll remove your tongue from my building. A woman gasped. Good. Fear was useful when manners failed. Elowen stood behind me and to the left. Not hidden. Not protected in the way men used to erase women. Present. Angry. Alive. When I turned back, she was staring at me as if she could not decide whether to hate me more for the threat or for making it necessary. Doctor. I said. Drive first. Doctor. Drive. Rook cleared his throat from the side. Suicidal man that he was. There is a medical room on this floor. We can check the drive while Dr. Lenk examines her. Elowen and I both looked at him. He did not flinch. Useful man. Fine, she said. Fine, I echoed. We ended up in the private medical room with Elowen sitting on the exam table, refusing to lie down, while Dr. Lenk cleaned the cut near her temple. I stood near the wall with the recovered drive connected to an isolated laptop Rook had brought in. Elowen watched every keystroke. Good. She should. No more secrets that happened to her. The drive was old, corrupted, and badly hidden beneath layers of dead system folders. Most files were empty. Several were damaged. But one video opened after Rook rebuilt the index. Security footage. Private executive corridor. Date: the night my father died. The image flickered. Grainy. Dim. Then Severin appeared. Elowen's breath stopped. I did not look at her. I could not. On screen, my uncle walked down the corridor at 11:41 p.m., cane in hand. Face calm. He stopped near the private floor entrance and looked directly toward the camera. Not surprised by it. Aware of it. Then the feed skipped. Static. Black. End file. That's it. Elowen whispered. Rook checked the drive. There may be another fragment, but the file is damaged. Severin in the corridor. Before the dead badge opened the door. Before the camera outage. Before the story that condemned Elowen hardened into family truth. Dr. Lenk pressed a bandage near Elowen's temple. She flinched. I moved half a step before I caught myself. Elowen noticed. Her eyes met mine. That is not enough, she said. No, but it is him. Yes. She closed her eyes briefly. Not relief. Never that. Relief was for people who had not spent years learning proof could be buried faster than bodies. Rook's phone rang. He stepped away, answered, and turned back almost immediately. His face told me before his words did. What? I asked. He looked at Elowen first. Wrong choice. What happened? She demanded. Rook's gaze moved to me. St. Verona just called. Milo Cross has been transferred. The room went silent. Elowen slid off the exam table so fast Dr. Lenk swore. No, Rook continued. Voice controlled. The hospital says authorization came through Vescari Family Medical Authority. My blood went cold. Elowen grabbed the edge of the table. Where is he? Private facility on the north side. Rook said. Still within the network. Her face had gone white. Not pale. White. I knew before Rook said the rest. I knew because houses of lies always protected themselves the same way. They reached for the weakest throat. Who authorized it? I asked. Rook's jaw tightened. Severin Vescari. Elowen moved for the door. I caught up before she reached it. Stop. She spun on me with a sound that was almost animal. Do not touch me. Do not stop me. Do not say one word unless it gets me to my brother faster. Elowen, no. Her hand slammed into my chest. Not to hurt me, but to put anything between us and the panic tearing through her. You wanted proof? There. That is your proof. He has Milo. He has always had Milo. And now he knows we found him in the corridor. Her breathing broke. Just once. Then she swallowed it down and became sharp again. I'm going. Yes, I said. She blinked. The agreement struck her harder than resistance would have. I am going with you. No, yes. I don't trust you. I know. I don't need you. You need a car that will not be stopped. Men who answer to me. And a gun Severin has not bought. Her mouth opened. Closed. Truth was a brutal negotiator. I stepped back and gestured toward the door. Move. She looked at me for 1 second longer. Hate. Fear. Desperation. And beneath all of it, the thinnest thread of reluctant strategy. Not trust. Partnership. She ran. I followed. Behind us, the laptop remained open on the medical room table, frozen on the image of my uncle walking calmly through the corridor on the night my world burned. Ahead of us, Milo Cross had become leverage again. But this time, I was not the man holding the leash. And God help Severin when I found his hand on it.
Chapter 9, Elowen. The worst thing Severin Vescari ever taught me was that a child did not have to be bleeding to be a hostage. Sometimes he only had to be moved. A new room, a new doctor, a new guard outside the door, a new piece of paper with the wrong man's signature at the bottom. That was all it took to turn my bones back into the bones of the 19-year-old girl who had heard her little brother crying through a phone while a monster politely explained obedience. I ran through Vescari Tower with Nero behind me and fear ahead of me, and for once I did not care who saw the Don's wife in a gray janitor uniform, bandage on her temple, soot on her sleeve, wedding ring flashing like a curse. Every time my hand clenched. Let them look. Let them whisper. Let them choke on the scandal. My brother was gone. Again. The private elevator opened before we reached it. Rook stood inside with 2 armed men and a black coat in his hand. Nero took the coat but did not put it on. He handed it to me. I stared at him like he had lost his mind. I don't need your coat. You're shaking. I'm angry. You're both. I said I don't need. Elowen. His voice cut low, sharp enough to stop me without touching me. Save your strength for Severin. That name turned the air to ice. I took the coat because he was right, and I hated him for being right. The fabric was heavy, warm, and smelled like him. Dark spice, rain, and the kind of control that could ruin lives without raising its voice. I wrapped it around myself and immediately felt angrier because my body was grateful. The elevator dropped, too slowly. Every floor number changed like a countdown to something I could not survive. Nero stood beside me, one hand holding his phone, the other resting near the gun beneath his jacket. He had made calls from the medical room to the elevator, each order colder than the last. Lock down St. Verona. Freeze every medical authorization except mine. Pull traffic feeds. Put men at the North facility. No one approaches Milo Cross unless I breathe the order myself. The words should have comforted me. They did not. I had heard powerful men give orders before. Severin had given them softly. Men had obeyed. Milo had screamed. Where'd they take him? I asked. Rook answered from the corner. Vescari North Medical. Private wing, controlled access. On paper, it's listed as an upgraded transfer. On paper, I repeated. Nero's jaw tightened. Rook said nothing. The elevator doors opened to the underground garage. 3 black cars waited with engines running. The garage smelled like exhaust, rainwater, and expensive leather. Nero reached for my elbow. I moved before he touched me. Don't. His hand stopped midair. For half a second, something crossed his face. Not anger, not insult, but restraint becoming painful. Then he lowered his hand. Get in the car. Don't give me orders like I'm one of your men. No. His eyes held mine. You're more difficult. It was not a joke, not exactly. But the old shape of banter flashed between us so unexpectedly that it hurt worse than cruelty. I got in the car. Nero followed, taking the seat beside me instead of across from me. Rook slid into the front passenger seat. 2 SUVs pulled out ahead of us, one behind. The motorcade moved through rain-slick streets as if the city had been told to get out of Nero Vescari's way and obeyed. I watched the blurred lights through the window and tried not to imagine Milo alone, Milo waking in a new room, Milo asking for me, Milo pretending he was not scared because he thought fear would make me weaker. My hands curled into Nero's coat, the ring caught against the fabric. I looked down at it and almost tore it off. Nero saw. Do not, he said. My head snapped toward him. Do not what? Take it off while Severin has your brother. My breath went sharp. You think I care about offending your family right now? No, I think Severin wants you panicked enough to look like you are running from me. The words hit with such precision that for a second I could not breathe. Running. That was always the trap. 7 years ago, Severin had built a perfect story out of my fear. He had put me beside Adrian Vale, captured the image, cut the words, planted the money, and then forced me to disappear. By the time Nero woke, my absence had done half the work for him. Now Severin had moved Milo. If I ripped off the ring, fled with my brother, disappeared again, Nero would have another picture. Another story. Another reason to believe the wrong thing. My stomach turned. He wants me to run, I whispered. Nero's voice was flat. Yes. And if I do? Then he wins. I looked at him. The streetlights cut across his face in pale gold flashes. He looked calm. Too calm. But his hand near his thigh was clenched so tightly, the veins stood beneath the skin. What do you believe? I asked. His eyes shifted to mine. The question changed the car. Rook went very still in the front seat. But Nero did not answer quickly. Good. A quick answer would have been performance. Finally, he said, I believe he moved Milo because we found something he is afraid of. Not enough. My throat tightened. That isn't what I asked. I know. Rain struck the windows. The city blurred around us. Nero's voice lowered. I believe you did not walk into Hotel Davros to betray me. My breath caught. The words were not forgiveness. They were not love. They were not enough to undo anything. But they were the first stone removed from the grave where he had buried me. And the rest? I asked. His jaw flexed. I am not finished hating the lie yet. That answer almost broke me because it sounded like the truth. Not clean, not easy, but real. I looked away before he could see what it did to me. Vescari North Medical sat behind iron gates and trimmed hedges, a private facility disguised as a rich person's retreat from mortality. White stone, tinted windows, discreet security, expensive silence, the kind of place where powerful families sent their secrets to recover or disappear. The gates opened before we stopped. Nero's cars rolled in. 2 guards stepped forward near the entrance. They saw Nero. They moved aside. Power had a language. Fear was fluent. I was out of the car before the driver fully stopped. "Elowen," Nero said. I ignored him. The lobby doors opened into warm light, polished floors, and a woman at reception whose smile died the moment she saw my uniform beneath Nero's coat. "I need Milo Cross," I said. She looked at Nero. Wrong choice. I slammed my hand on the desk. "My brother, now." Nero came up beside me, the receptionist's face drained. "Private wing," she whispered. "3rd floor. Mr. Severin is with him." The world narrowed to a point. I moved. Nero moved with me. We took the stairs because waiting for an elevator felt like surrender. My lungs burned by the 2nd floor. My legs shook by the 3rd. I did not slow. Pain was a suggestion. Fear was fuel. At the private wing entrance, 2 men blocked the hall. Nero did not raise his voice. "Move." One of them hesitated. That was all it took. Rook stepped forward, pressed a gun beneath the man's ribs, and said, "He asked once because he is trying to be polite." They moved. Milo's room was at the end of the hall. The door was half open. I heard his voice before I saw him. "El?" I broke. Not fully, just enough to run. Milo was in bed, IV attached, hair messy, face pale but alive. His eyes widened when I entered, then immediately narrowed when he saw the coat around my shoulders. "You're wearing his coat." I reached him and took his face in both hands. "You're alive." "Obviously." "You're warm." "I'm annoyed." I laughed, and it came out like a sob. He touched the bandage at my temple with careful fingers. "What happened to you?" "Nothing." "Elowen." Later. His gaze shifted behind me. Nero stood in the doorway. Milo's expression hardened instantly. "You." Nero did not defend himself. "Interesting." Severin did. "My dear boy?" Severin said from the window. I had not seen him at first. That was his gift. He could stand in a room like a shadow cast by someone else's lamp. He turned from the glass with his cane in hand, silver hair perfect, suit immaculate, face arranged into grandfatherly concern. "Elowen," he said warmly, "you look distressed." I stood between him and Milo. "Step away from my brother." Severin's brows lifted. "Nero, surely your wife understands this was done for the boy's benefit." Verona was poorly equipped for his condition. "You moved him without consent," Nero said. "I acted under family medical authority. Mine supersedes yours." Something flickered through Severin's eyes. Not surprise, irritation. He covered it with a sigh. "You have been under strain. I thought to relieve you of a minor burden." "My brother is not a burden," I snapped. Severin looked at me as if I were a child interrupting adults. "No, of course not. He is leverage. Different thing entirely." The room went cold. Milo's hand grabbed mine. Nero's face did not change, but the air around him did. Severin smiled faintly. "There is no need for dramatics. I only mean that the boy matters to you, deeply. And anything that matters this deeply becomes relevant to the family." "To your family," I said, "to Nero's." Severin looked at his nephew. "Unless he has forgotten what family means." Nero stepped farther into the room. "You are testing me. I am protecting you. From my wife, from history repeating itself." There it was, the trap opening. Severin turned to me with soft, lethal kindness. "Elowen has always been talented at panic. The girl panicked 7 years ago and ran. If you frighten her now, she will do the same. She will take the boy, she will disappear, and when she does, the families will ask whether your judgment was clouded by old obsession." Milo tried to sit up. "She ran because of you." My heart stopped. "Milo," I whispered. He ignored me. His eyes burned into Severin. "I was 5, not stupid. I remember the voice. I remember the room. I remember her crying after she found me." Severin's smile thinned. "Children turn nightmares into stories. And old men turn crimes into advice," Milo shot back. Pride and terror hit me at the same time. "Milo, stop." "No." He looked at Nero now, cheeks flushed with weakness and fury. "You want to know what she did after your family destroyed us?" "She worked until her hands cracked. She sold her mother's necklace for my medicine. She skipped meals and told me she hated dinner. She fell asleep sitting up because she was afraid if she slept too deeply someone would take me again. My throat closed. Nero did not move, but something in his face broke so quietly that only I saw it. Milo kept going because 15-year-old boys in hospital beds did not understand mercy, and maybe that made him the bravest person in the room. She saved you, he said to Nero. And you made her pay for surviving it. Silence. Severin's cane tapped once against the floor. Enough. Nero turned his head slowly. No, he said. Not nearly. Severin smiled again, but the warmth was gone now. You are letting them perform for you. Nero stepped between Severin and the bed. It was the first time I saw him place his body between us and his uncle. Not metaphorically, not politically, physically. Something shifted inside the room. Inside me. I hated that I felt it. I needed it. Both could be true. Leave, Nero said. Severin's eyes cooled. Be careful how you speak to me. No. Nero's voice dropped lower. You be careful how long you remain in a room with my wife's fear on your hands. My wife. This time, the words did not sound like a collar. They sounded like a warning. Severin looked from Nero to me. For 1 second, his mask slipped enough for me to see the old monster from the phone call. The one who had known exactly how to make a girl obey. Then he bowed his head. As you wish, Don Vescari. He left. No one breathed until his footsteps faded. Milo collapsed back against the pillows, suddenly gray with exhaustion. I turned to him immediately. Don't you ever do that again. He gave me a weak glare. Which part? All of it. You're welcome. You scared me half to death. Good, now you know how it feels. I pressed my lips together because if I yelled, I would cry. Nero moved to the door and spoke quietly to Rook. Replace everyone on this floor. No one from Severin's rotation. Full medical review. We move Milo only when Dr. Lenk clears transport, and he goes to a place I control. Rook nodded and left. Milo watched him go, then looked at Nero. I still hate you. Nero turned back. You should. That stole whatever Milo was about to say. It stole mine too. Nero looked at me then, not asking for gratitude, not demanding trust, just looking. And for the first time I did not see the man who had cornered me first. I saw the man choosing where to stand now. It was not forgiveness. It was not enough, but it was something. Hours later, Milo was stabilized in a secure suite inside Vescari Tower's private medical wing. Not the hospital, not St. Verona, not Severin's facility, Nero's floor, Nero's men, Nero's doctor. I should have hated it. I did. I also slept for 23 minutes in a chair beside Milo's bed, because for the first time in days, no one could enter without Nero knowing. That was the problem with safety when it came from dangerous men. Your body recognized it before your pride approved. Milo was sleeping when I finally stepped into the hallway. The adrenaline had drained out of me, leaving behind shaking hands and a hollow chest. Nero stood at the far window, speaking quietly into his phone. His jacket was gone. His shirt sleeves were rolled. His posture was rigid enough to make Marble look relaxed. He ended the call when he saw me. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then I said the only thing I had left. I hate needing you. His eyes stayed on mine. Then hate me. I swallowed. But let me stand here while you breathe. The words were too simple, too devastating. They did not ask forgiveness. They did not demand softness. They did not pretend he had not been the reason I could barely breathe in the first place. They only stayed. Something inside me slipped, not broke, slipped. I turned away, pressing a hand over my mouth. No, I would not fall apart in a hallway, not where guards could see, not where cameras could record. Not where Nero could collect one more weakness. Elowen? Don't. He stopped. I heard it. The obedience. That almost undid me more than if he had touched me. I walked blindly down the hall, found an empty family room, and pushed inside. It was dim, lit only by a table lamp, a couch, 2 chairs, a blanket folded over one arm, a pitcher of water, a room designed for waiting, which meant it knew grief well. I gripped the back of a chair. My breath came too fast, too shallow. I could still hear Milo's voice. She saved you, and you made her pay for surviving it. I could still see Severin by the window, still feel Nero's coat on my shoulders, still remember Nero stepping between us and the man whose name had kept me silent for 7 years. The door opened. Nero stood there. He did not enter. Leave, I said. No. The answer should have made me furious. It added, but I'll stay here. He remained at the threshold, one hand on the doorframe, giving me the room, giving me the choice. I laughed once, broken and bitter. Now you remember how doors work? His face tightened. Yes, the honesty cut. I turned on him. You don't get to do this. What? Become decent after I learned how to survive, you cruel. He stepped inside then, slowly, not closing the door all the way, not trapping me. Decent is not the word I would use for me. No, it isn't. I know. You keep saying that like knowing is payment. It is not. Then what is it? His eyes held mine. The beginning of debt. I hated him. I wanted him. I missed him. The three truths collided so violently that my knees almost went weak. He saw. He always saw. But he did not move closer until I did. That was the part that destroyed me. I took one step, only one. Nero's breath changed. I heard it. I felt it. The air between us filled with everything we had buried badly. You used my brother, I whispered. Yes. You made me marry you. Yes. You put me in that uniform. His jaw tightened. Yes. You believed them. This time his answer came rough. Yes. I stepped closer. You do not deserve to touch me. His eyes darkened with something that looked like pain and restraint braided together. No. The word was not denial. It was agreement. That should have stopped me. It did not. Because this was not forgiveness. This was not surrender. This was my body choosing one thing in a life where everything had been taken, traded, cornered, or stolen. I closed the distance and put my hands on his chest. His heart slammed beneath my palms. So did mine. Then stand still, I whispered. Nero went completely still. The most dangerous man in the city obeyed me like breathing depended on it. I rose onto my toes and kissed him. It was not soft. Soft would have been a lie. It was a collision. Grief against grief, anger against longing, 7 years of silence breaking its teeth against the mouth that had once promised me safety and later became the danger. Nero made a low sound and did not touch me. Not at first. His hands remained at his sides, fists clenched, every muscle in him locked down. I kissed him harder because I needed him to feel how much I hated him for making me want this. His control snapped by degrees. One hand lifted, paused near my waist, waiting. I took it and placed it there myself. His fingers closed carefully like I was something breakable and sacred and capable of cutting him open. The gentleness made my eyes burn. Do not be careful because you feel guilty, and I said against his mouth, his forehead pressed to mine. I am careful because I remember too late what you are. What am I? His hand tightened. Mine was the wrong answer, he said, so I won't give it. That was the first beautiful thing he had said to me in 7 years. I hated that it worked. I kissed him again. This time he met me. Fully. The room changed. The air changed. Everything narrowed to heat, breath, hands, old pain, and the unbearable relief of being held by someone who knew the shape of my ruin because he had helped make it. He lifted me against him, not roughly, but with a restrained strength that made the breath leave my lungs. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. His mouth moved from mine to my cheek, my jaw, the place beneath my ear where my pulse betrayed me. Nothing was rushed. Nothing was careless. Every touch asked even when his body shook with the effort of not taking. I answered because I chose to. Not because of the ring, not because of the contract, not because of Milo. Because after years of being hunted by memory, I wanted one moment where my body did not belong to fear. The couch was behind us. The blanket fell to the floor. The lamp cast gold across his face as he looked at me like a man standing at the edge of a church he had no right to enter. Elowen, he said, voice rough. There was a question inside my name. I answered it by touching his face. The scar near his jaw, the corner of his mouth, the place beneath his eye where exhaustion lived. If you make this feel like punishment, I whispered, I will never forgive you. His eyes closed for 1 second. When they opened, they were darker. Softer was the wrong word. Nero would never be soft, but he was careful, present, completely there. Then I will make it feel like choice, he said. That broke something open. We came together in the dim room with the city beyond the window and Milo sleeping safely down the hall. Not gently enough to pretend we were healed, not recklessly enough to forget we were wounded. It was intense, slow where it needed to be, desperate where the years demanded it. His hands worshipped and restrained in the same breath. Mine pulled and pushed and held on because I could not decide whether I wanted to punish him or keep him from disappearing again. He kissed every place grief had made me rigid, I touched every scar I could reach and hated how many of them I knew were from the life he had inherited after I vanished. My name in his mouth, his in mine. A whispered stop that turned into a knot there. A pause. A breath. A forehead pressed to forehead until I nodded. Until I chose again. And again. When the world finally went quiet, I was shaking beneath the blanket, half curled against him with my cheek pressed to his chest and one hand gripping his shirt like my body had forgotten how not to survive. Nero did not move immediately. He held still until my breathing slowed. Then he shifted carefully, reaching for the fallen blanket and pulling it fully over me before covering himself. He tucked the edge around my shoulder, not as ownership but as protection from the cold room. I hated how good it felt. He reached for the water on the table and held it out. I stared at it. His mouth tightened. Drink. My eyes narrowed. He exhaled once, then corrected himself. Please. That one word did more damage than the command would have. I took the glass. My hand shook. He saw and wrapped both hands around mine, steadying the glass without making me feel weak. I drank. The water tasted like survival. After, he set the glass aside and reached toward my temple. I flinched. He stopped instantly. May I? Those two words nearly undid me. I nodded. He checked the bandage with fingers so gentle I had to close my eyes, not because it hurt, because it did not. Lenk should look at this again, he said. I'm fine. You are many things. Fine is not one of them. I opened my eyes. He was watching me with a face I could not read because I had never seen this version of him. Not the boy, not the Don, something in between. Something forged from regret and restraint. Milo, I whispered. Guarded, he said immediately. 2 men at his door. Rook outside the wing. Lenk has his chart. No transfer can be authorized by anyone but me. I swallowed. And Severin? His face hardened. Will not reach him tonight. Do not promise what you can't control. I control this. The Don was back in those words. Good, I needed him dangerous, just not at me. He reached down and adjusted the blanket over my bare shoulder, eyes never lowering in a way that made me feel exposed. That mattered more than it should have. Rest, he said, voice low. Your brother is guarded, your door is locked, and for tonight, Elowen, nothing gets through me. My throat tightened. This does not mean I forgive you. I know. It does not mean you own me. His hand went still. I know. It does not mean I trust you. His eyes held mine. No, he said, but you stayed in the room. That was true. And maybe that was the most terrifying thing of all. I lowered my head back to his chest because I was too tired to hold myself upright anymore. His arm came around me slowly, giving me time to refuse. I did not. Outside, rain touched the windows. Inside, Nero Vescari held me like a man learning the difference between possession and shelter. And down the hall, my brother breathed. For tonight, that had to be enough. Nero's phone vibrated on the table. I felt his body change before he reached for it. He looked at the screen. The warmth drained from the room. What? I whispered. He sat up carefully, keeping the blanket over me before he moved away. His eyes were fixed on the message. For 1 second, he looked less like a man and more like the silence before a gunshot. Nero? He turned the phone toward me. A recovered video file, a still image frozen on the screen. Severin Vescari standing over Nero's father. Not before the murder, not near it, over him. Nero's father was on the floor, alive, bleeding, looking up at his own brother. My breath stopped. Nero's voice, when it came, was colder than anything I had ever heard from him. He was alive when Severin found him. The video had not yet played. It did not have to. We both knew what it meant. The man who had framed me had not only stolen my life, he had murdered Nero's father. And Nero, wrapped in a blanket beside the woman he had punished for it, finally saw the grave opening beneath everything he thought he knew.
Chapter 10 Nero, the video of my father's murder, began with my uncle adjusting his cufflinks. That was the first thing I saw. Not the blood. Not the body. Not the betrayal. The cufflinks. Silver Vescari crests catching the corridor light as Severin stepped over broken glass and rainwater with the calm of a man arriving early to dinner. His cane touched the marble once, then lifted. He did not need it. He had never needed it. I saw that now with a clarity that made the air in my lungs feel poisonous. The cane had never been weakness. It had been theater, a prop for men who mistook age for softness and ceremony for loyalty. On the screen, my father lay near the private office doors, one hand pressed to his side, the other dragging across the marble as if he were trying to reach a gun that was no longer there. He was bleeding badly, but not dead. Not yet. For 7 years, I had believed Vale men finished him during the ambush. For 7 years, I had believed Elowen helped bring those men to our door. For 7 years, I had worn my father's ring like proof that grief was clean when sharpened into revenge. But my father had still been alive when Severin found him. Alive enough to lift his head. Alive enough to recognize his brother. Alive enough to understand. The recovered footage flickered, damaged at the edges. The image grainy and blue with old security distortion. There was no clear audio. Only fragments. A scrape. A wet cough. Severin's mouth moving. My father's hand lifting. Then Severin crouched beside him. He did not call for help. He did not look panicked. He did not even look sad. He leaned close and said something the damaged file swallowed. My father's face changed. Not with fear. With rage. Even half dead. My father had been a Vescari. He understood betrayal when it wore family skin. Severin placed one hand on my father's shoulder. Tenderly. Almost lovingly. Then he pressed the knife in. I did not move. The room around me ceased to exist. The family room. The dim lamp. The blanket. Elowen sitting beside me with her face pale and still. One hand holding the fabric to her chest. The water glass on the table. My phone balanced in my palm. All gone. Only the screen. Only Severin's hand. Only my father's body arching once against the marble. Only the man who raised me into grief, creating the grief he raised me from. The video cut out 3 seconds after my father stopped moving. Static. Black. Silence. I stared at my reflection in the dead screen. No rage came. That was how I knew something inside me had gone past rage and entered a room colder. Rage had heat. Movement. Hunger. This was a grave opening beneath my feet. Elowen did not speak. That was mercy. Or maybe she had no words either. Slowly, I played the video again. Nero. Her voice was quiet. I played it again. Nero. The third time. Her hand closed around my wrist. Not gently. Firmly. Enough to make me feel the present. Stop. I looked at her hand on me. The same hand that had once tied dark silk around my wound. The same hand I had put a wedding ring on as punishment. The same hand I had forced into gloves and cleaning chemicals while she emptied trash in the building that held proof of her innocence. Her fingers were warm. My father was dead. My uncle had killed him. And I had destroyed the woman who saved me because Severin had known exactly where to aim my grief. I set the phone down. Elowen released me immediately, as if touching me too long might cost her something she was not willing to name. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself and looked away. The movement cut deeper than accusation would have. Hours ago, she had chosen me in this room. Not forgiven. Not surrendered. Chosen. For one night. One breath. One fragile piece of herself she still controlled. And now the truth sat between us. Ugly and undeniable. Exposing every cruelty I had dressed as justice. My voice sounded like someone else's. He killed him. Elowen's eyes closed. Yes. One strike after the ambush. She swallowed. Yes. He waited until the Vale men left enough damage to blame them. Yes. I stood. Too fast. The blanket slipped from my lap. My shirt hung open at the throat. My skin still carried the warmth of her. That felt obscene now. Not because the night had been wrong. Because everything before it had been. I walked to the window. Below, the city slept beneath rain and light. My city. My tower. My empire. A kingdom I had built out of a lie so perfectly planted that I had watered it with blood for 7 years. My hands curled against the glass. The wedding band pressed into my finger. I had married her to punish her. I had made the city watch. I had put her in gray cotton and ordered her to clean floors while wearing my name. I had used Milo. God. Milo. A sick boy dragged into the same trap twice because 2 Vescari men understood that Elowen Cross would burn herself to ash before letting him suffer. Severin had used him to frame her. I had used him to own her. Different hands. Same leash. My stomach turned. Behind me, Elowen shifted. I did not turn. I could not look at her yet and remain standing. The phone vibrated on the table. Once. Twice. Rook. I answered on speaker because secrets had done enough damage in this room. Tell me. Rook's voice came through low and controlled. The analyst recovered the financial trail. The transfer into Mrs. Vescari's account originated from a Vescari Reserve fund routed through 3 shell entities. Final authorization was masked, but the entry key is tied to Severin's private legal code. Elowen said nothing. I closed my eyes. Continue. The voice recording was spliced from at least 4 separate statements. We recovered one missing segment. Play it. A pause. Then Elowen's voice came through the speaker. You said if I say it, you'll let him go. Then a man's voice, damaged and low. Say the words. Little dove. Elowen's breath hitched behind me. My eyes opened. The room went red for 1 second. Then cold again. Rook continued. The hotel photo was taken from a fixed hallway camera. The full frame shows 2 men behind her. One appears armed. She was not alone with Adrian Vale voluntarily. I turned then. Elowen sat very still on the couch. Face empty. Not relieved. Not vindicated. Empty. As if proof had arrived years too late to warm anything. Rook's voice lowered. There is one more file. A call log. Several outgoing calls from a number registered to Mrs. Vescari that night. All routed to your old private line. All intercepted before delivery by internal security. My hand tightened around the phone until the case cracked. She tried to warn me. I said. No one answered. Because there was no need. Rook understood. Elowen knew. And I had finally arrived at the truth like a man stepping over bodies he had placed there himself. Secure everything. I said. Yes, sir. No copies beyond you. Me. And the analyst. A beat. And Mrs. Vescari? I looked at Elowen. She lifted her eyes to mine. There was no softness there now. No warmth from the night. No fragile doorway left open. Only exhaustion. Send them to her. I said. My voice was rough. All of them. Rook did not hesitate. Yes, sir. The call ended. The room went still again. I stood with the broken phone in my hand. Elowen stood slowly, keeping the blanket around herself. She gathered her clothes from the arm of the couch without looking at me. Each motion was careful, controlled. A woman collecting herself from a room where too much had been taken. I wanted to cross to her. I wanted to put my hands on her face. Kneel if necessary. Say every useless word a man said when he discovered he had been the monster in someone else's survival story. I am sorry. I should have known. I should have looked. I should have believed you. But every apology felt too small to survive leaving my mouth. So I said the truth first. You were telling the truth. Her fingers paused on the folded fabric. Only for a second. Then she continued dressing. Yes. I know now. Yes. I should have known then. That made her stop. She turned her head slightly. Not fully. Enough to let me see her profile in the lamplight. Yes, she said. One word. No comfort. No mercy. No cruel decoration. Just yes. I deserved worse. I took one step toward her. She turned fully then. Don't. I stopped. The command landed exactly where it needed to. I was going to apologize. Her mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. Explain? Promise. Tell me you'll fix it. My throat tightened. Yes. She nodded slowly, as if I had confirmed something disappointing. You don't get to make the truth another thing that happens to me on your schedule. The words cut through me cleaner than any blade. Elowen. No, she lifted a hand. Do not say my name like it is something you are returning to me. I went silent. She pulled on her blouse with steady hands. The blanket slipped away. I looked at her face. Only her face. After what had passed between us, the discipline felt necessary. Respect was too late, but not impossible. She buttoned slowly. Each button felt like distance. You destroyed my life because you believed a lie, she said. Yes. You took my job. Yes. My home. Yes. My money. Yes. You delayed Milo's treatment. My voice nearly failed. Yes. Her eyes shone now, but no tears fell. You made me come to you because you knew I would choose him. Yes. You made me marry you. Yes. You put me in a uniform and let people look at me like dirt. Yes. The room became unbearable. She stepped toward me. Not close. Not far. Just near enough that I had to hold the full weight of her face. And last night, she said softly, I still chose to touch you. My chest tightened. That was your choice. I know. Her voice cracked on the last word, then recovered. That is what makes me angry. Elowen, do you understand? She demanded. And now the tears were closer. rage pushing them up like fire. Under glass. I hate what you did. I hate you for it. I hate that Milo is alive because I signed your contract. I hate that the first time I felt safe enough to fall apart, it was in your arms. I hate that my body remembers the boy before my mind can forgive the man. I hate all of it. I absorbed every word. I would have stood there all night and let her empty the wound if she wanted. But she stopped herself. Of course she did. Elowen Cross had survived by never bleeding in front of men long enough for them to call it weakness. I stepped back because I realized I was still too close. I will end the janitor assignment. Her eyes flashed. No, I frowned. No. No, she folded the blanket and placed it over the chair with unnecessary care. You do not get to decide when my humiliation becomes inconvenient for your conscience. It is over. It is over when I say it is over. My jaw tightened by instinct. Then I forced it to loosen. She saw. Good. Let her see me learning, even if I was late. Especially because I was late. I will clear your name publicly. I said. You will clear my name with proof. She corrected. Not emotion. Not guilt. Not some grand speech where the Don tells the world he was wrong and expects the world to weep because powerful men hate admitting they were fools. I was more than a fool. Yes, she said. You were. There was no cruelty in her voice. That made it worse. She walked toward the door. I did not stop her. Before she reached it, I said, Milo's care is secured permanently, regardless of what happens between us. She paused. He will have the best doctors. Treatment. Housing. Protection. No conditions. No contract. Her back remained to me. Good. Not thank you. Good. She gave me exactly what I deserved. I continued because if I stopped now, cowardice would dress itself as restraint. Your debts are cleared. Your accounts restored. Your old apartment is yours if you want it, or any place you choose. Your name will be removed from every internal blacklist. Every employer who refused you because of me will be given a reason to regret it. She turned halfway. I do not want your guilt dressed up as gifts. They are not gifts. What are they? Restitution. Her eyes searched mine. And what do you want in return? Nothing. She laughed once, disbelieving. The sound was earned. Vescari men always want something. Yes. My voice dropped. I want Severin. For the first time since the video, something alive moved in her face. Fear. Not for herself. Never first for herself. Milo will be guarded by Rook personally. Severin got through before. He will not again. Do not promise what you can't control. I held her gaze. I will not promise safety as if the word itself is a wall. I will build the wall. That silenced her. For a moment. Then she said, and me. The question was soft. Not romantic. Not vulnerable in the way men like me had ever deserved. A test. I understood that. Finally. You are free to leave this room. I said. Her mouth tightened. That isn't what I asked. No, I swallowed. You are free to leave me. The words cost more than I expected. Not because I owned her. Because I had believed ownership could keep what love had lost. That was Severin's lesson. Not mine. Not anymore. Elowen's hand tightened around the doorknob. The contract. I will dissolve it. And the marriage? If you want it ended, I will end it. Her expression did not change. But the room did. A different kind of silence entered. One where the cage door opened and neither of us knew yet what freedom would reveal. She looked down at the wedding ring. For a moment, I thought she would take it off and throw it at my feet. I would have accepted it. I deserved the bruise. Instead, she left it on. Not as promise. Not as forgiveness. Maybe only because Milo slept 2 floors away and Severin still breathed. But she left it. I don't know what I want, she said. Then I will not decide for you. Her eyes lifted. There was something in them I could not name. Not trust. Not hope. Maybe only disbelief that I had finally said the one thing I should have given her before everything else. Choice. My office phone rang. The sound shattered the room. I looked at the caller ID. Severin. Elowen saw my face and knew. Answer it. I did. On speaker. Uncle. Nero. Severin's voice came through smooth as polished stone. I have been hearing distressing things. Then hear one more. You moved Milo Cross without my authority. It will not happen again. A soft pause. Your wife has made you emotional. Elowen stiffened. I looked at her. Not the phone. No. I said. She made me observant. Severin gave a quiet laugh. Careful. Observation without discipline becomes obsession. Interesting advice from a man who murdered his brother on camera. Silence. Not long, but real. There was the first true silence I had ever drawn from Severin Vescari. When he spoke again, his warmth was gone. You are making a mistake. I watched you make one first. Damaged footage. A desperate woman. A sick boy. A nephew who never recovered from losing a girl he should have buried with his father. His voice lowered. Do you think the council will see truth, Nero, or weakness? Elowen's eyes sharpened. Council. Severin continued. I have called an emergency family council for tomorrow evening. Your captains. Our allies. The old witnesses. You will explain why you married a known traitor. Placed her inside family floors. Allowed her access to restricted archives. And now accuse the man who held your empire together while you bled. I smiled. It felt like a blade leaving its sheath. Good. Another pause. Good. Yes. Bring them all. Nero. No. I said. Bring everyone who believed you. I want them present when I take you apart. Severin's voice turned almost gentle. There he is. Your father's son after all. The call ended. I stared at the phone for one moment, then placed it on the table. Elowen was watching me. Her face had changed. Not softened. Focused. The council, she said. Yes. He will make me the proof of your weakness. He will try. He will say I manipulated you. Yes. He will say I lied. Yes. He will say I am exactly what you believed I was. My voice lowered. Then we show them exactly what I was too blind to see. She studied me. Not we. I frowned. She lifted her chin. You don't get to stand in front of me tomorrow and tell my story for me. Something in my chest shifted. You want to speak? I want him to hear me speak while wearing the uniform he thought made me invisible. I understood before she finished. The gray uniform. The ring. The janitor wife. The woman Severin had counted on being too humiliated to matter. My mouth almost curved. Not with amusement. With something darker. Admiration. Perhaps. She saw it and narrowed her eyes. Don't look proud. You're still responsible for the uniform. Yes. I said. I am. And I'm still wearing it tomorrow. Elowen. No, her voice sharpened. He used my silence once. He does not get it twice. The room seemed to steady around her. The woman I had tried to break was standing in front of me. Not healed. Not forgiving. Not safe. But armed with every insult I had given her and ready to turn them into weapons. For the first time that night, I did not see only what I had done to her. I saw what Severin had failed to destroy. I nodded. Then tomorrow. I said, you speak. She held my gaze. And you stand beside me. Not in front. Not behind. Beside. The correction was clear. Though she did not say it. I heard it anyway. Yes. I said. Beside you. She looked at me for one more long moment. Then she walked to the door. Before leaving, she paused. Nero. My name in her mouth no longer sounded like prayer. Not yet. But it did not sound only like a wound either. I waited. If you hide one piece of proof from me again, I leave. I know. And if you use Milo again, I destroy whatever is left of you. My answer came without hesitation. You should. She left. This time, I did not watch the door close with possession. I watched it close with consequence. Then I turned back to the dead phone, the recovered files, the video of my uncle murdering my father, and the council summons already forming like a storm above the empire. For 7 years, I had believed I was the betrayed man. Tomorrow, every powerful family in the city would learn the truth. I was not the betrayed man. I was the weapon pointed at the wrong woman, and the man who aimed me still thought I would not turn around.
Chapter 11. Elowen, I wore the gray uniform to the council because men like Severin Vescari only feared what they failed to notice. Silk would have made them watch me. Diamonds would have made them measure me. A black dress would have made them call me Nero's widow before he was dead. But the uniform? The uniform made them comfortable. It reminded them of every woman they had dismissed, every maid who carried their secrets in laundry bags, every waitress who heard them speak too freely over wine, every cleaner who wiped blood off their floors while they discussed loyalty with clean hands. So I buttoned the cheap gray shirt to my throat, pinned the plastic badge over my heart, tied my hair back, and left Nero's wedding ring exactly where everyone could see it. Elowen Vescari, janitorial services, wife. Prisoner, witness, weapon. When I stepped into the corridor outside the council room, Nero was waiting. Black suit. No tie. Father's ring on one hand, wedding band on the other. His face was carved from the kind of calm men mistook for control until they were already bleeding beneath it. His eyes moved over me. Not with shame, not with command, not even with regret, though that lived in him now like something with teeth. He looked at the uniform, the badge, the ring, then he looked at my face. You are sure? I almost smiled. Almost. Don't ask that like you'll stop me if I say no. I would not stop you. That answer still had the power to pull air from my lungs, because I believed him. Not fully, not safely, but enough to hate how much it mattered. I adjusted the edge of my sleeve. Good. Because if Severin wants the council to see the woman you humiliated, I'm going to make sure they stare. Nero's jaw tightened once. My humiliation still hurt him now. Good. It had hurt me first. Rook stood beside the council doors with 2 armed men. He gave me a small nod. Not pity, not apology, but recognition. I accepted it with a slight lift of my chin. Beyond the doors, voices murmured. Old men, powerful men, dangerous men, men who had survived long enough to believe survival made them wise. They were about to learn the difference between silence and ignorance. Nero turned toward the doors. I caught his wrist. He stopped instantly. The obedience was so precise it almost startled me. I speak, I said. His eyes lowered to my hand on him, then returned to my face. Yes, you do not step in front of me. No. If they insult me, you let me answer first. His mouth hardened. That will be difficult. I didn't ask if it would be easy. A shadow of something moved through his eyes. Pride, not ownership, not possession. Pride, dangerous, quiet, almost reverent. I know, he said. I released him. Rook opened the doors. The council room went silent when I entered. Not because of Nero. He entered beside me, but I knew the silence that belonged to him. Heavy, fearful, obedient. This silence was different. This one had laughter trapped under it. The room was long, windowless, and built to make men feel permanent. Dark wood walls, a table wide enough for treaties and betrayals, leather chairs, gold lighting, Vescari crests carved into the panels, a room designed by men who believed history belonged to whoever paid for the room it was spoken in. Around the table sat captains, allies, old family advisors, legal men, financial men, 2 representatives from allied houses, and 3 senior soldiers who had been present in the years after Nero's father died. Severin sat at the far end, not in Nero's chair, but close enough to suggest he had kept it warm. He wore dark gray, his silver hair perfect, cane resting against his knee, hands folded as if he had come to mourn rather than maneuver. When he saw my uniform, his smile bloomed, soft, cruel, satisfied. My dear, he said, I see Nero's flair for symbolism has survived the marriage. A few men chuckled, not loudly. Men who feared Nero did not laugh loudly, but they laughed, I let them. Laughter was useful. It told me who thought I was harmless. Nero stopped beside me, not ahead of me. The laughter thinned. Severin noticed. His gaze flicked from Nero to me, then back. A tiny irritation sharpened his smile. Nero, Severin said, you have brought your wife. She was summoned. Yes, as evidence. I stepped forward before Nero could answer. Evidence speaks when handled properly. The room quieted. Severin's eyes returned to me. There he was, the man from the phone, the man from the elevator, the man from the chapel. He looked at me with that same polished patience, as if I were still 19, still trembling, still holding a phone while Milo screamed. You have been through a great deal, Severin said gently. No one here expects you to understand the weight of family proceedings. No, I said. You expected me to understand trash bins, service doors, camera angles, cleaning routes, old locks, and which rooms powerful men stopped guarding because they thought no one important entered them. A murmur moved through the room. Severin's smile held, but his eyes cooled. Nero stood silent beside me, not saving me, not claiming my words, letting them land. For the first time in 7 years, a Vescari man gave me space and did not call it mercy. Severin leaned back. Charming, but irrelevant. This council is here because Nero Vescari has compromised the family by marrying the woman whose betrayal led to his father's death. There it was, the old story, clean, polished, easy to swallow. Several men looked at me with the flat certainty of people who had already believed worse. I walked to the end of the table and placed a small black drive on the wood, then another, then a folder, then Thomas Hale's dead access badge. The room changed. Not enough, but enough to make Severin's fingers still on his cane. This, I said, touching the badge, belonged to Thomas Hale, a maintenance contractor reported dead at 10:57 p.m. on the night Salvatore Vescari was murdered. A man, halfway down the table, frowned. What is this? The reason I was framed, Severin sighed. Elowen. No, I looked at him. You had 7 years of my silence. You do not get one more minute. Nero's presence at my side went very still. Severin's mouth closed. Good. I opened the folder. Thomas Hale's badge accessed the private executive level at 11:42 p.m. That is 45 minutes after he was recorded dead. It opened the corridor leading to Salvatore Vescari's last known location. One of the older captains reached for the copied log. I let him take it. Impossible, he muttered. No, I said. Inconvenient. The room shifted again. I continued before anyone could interrupt. The camera outage that night was not caused by outside interference. It was manually authorized through internal maintenance channels. The authorization trail was buried under a family legal code. Severin's eyes did not leave mine. Initials, I said, SV. A murmur, small, sharp. A legal advisor cleared his throat. There are several men within the extended organization who could. I looked at him. Then you'll appreciate the rest. I nodded toward Rook. He moved to the wall console and connected the first drive. The large screen at the front of the room flickered to life. Grainy footage appeared. Private executive corridor. The night of the murder. Timestamp damaged but visible enough. Severin Vescari walked into frame with his cane, silver hair unmistakable, posture steady, face calm. The room went silent. Severin did not move. Someone whispered, "That proves nothing." No, I said. It proves he was there before the dead man's badge opened the same door, before the camera outage, before the witness statement that placed me as the traitor became family truth. Severin gave a quiet laugh. A corridor proves I walked through my own family's tower during a family crisis. How damning. You're right, I said. His eyes narrowed. I looked at Rook. Play the second file. The screen shifted. Static. A dark hallway. Broken glass. Rainwater tracked across marble. Then Salvatore Vescari appeared on the floor. Even knowing what I was about to see, the room seemed to tighten around my throat. Nero did not move, but I felt him beside me. Every inch of him turned to stone. On screen, Severin entered, adjusted his cufflinks, knelt beside his bleeding brother. Salvatore moved. Alive. A collective breath passed through the room. The video had no clean audio, but it did not need words. Severin placed one hand on his brother's shoulder, then finished what the ambush had not. A woman somewhere near the back gasped. One of the old soldiers crossed himself. Nero did not look away. Neither did I. When the screen cut to black, no one spoke. Severin's mask did not crack all at once. It thinned. That was worse. Because beneath the polished uncle was not guilt. It was irritation at being caught. I turned to the council. That is the man who told Nero I betrayed him. That is the man who put me in Hotel Davros with Adrian Valley under threat. That is the man who had my 5-year-old brother taken and used his screams to feed me the lines later cut into a recording. I placed printed transcripts on the table. Here is the recovered audio. Rook played it. My younger voice filled the council room. Thin, terrified. You said if I say it, you'll let him go. Then Severin's voice, damaged but recognizable enough. Say the words, little dove. The room turned toward him. Little dove. I watched the phrase land, watched Nero's jaw harden, watched Severin's fingers tighten around his cane. I placed the bank records next. The money transferred into my account came from a Vescari reserve, routed through shell companies. I never withdrew $1. I spent 7 years working diners, laundries, night shifts, anything I could find, while keeping my brother alive under false names. A captain looked down at the records. His face had gone gray. I placed the hotel photo last. The cropped image showed me walking with Adrian Vale. The full frame shows 2 armed men behind me. I was not meeting a lover. I was being moved into position. One of Severin's allies stood. This is manipulation. You had access to restricted files because Nero because he made me clean them. Silence. I stepped away from the table. Let them see the uniform. Let them see the badge. Let them see the ring. You all watched it happen. Some of you laughed. Some of you whispered. Some of you lowered your eyes because humiliation is easier to tolerate when it belongs to a woman beneath your rank. No one spoke. I lifted my chin. You made me clean your empire, so I learned where all the bodies were buried. The words hit the room harder than I expected. Or maybe I had underestimated myself too. Nero stood beside me, silent and lethal. For once, his silence did not erase mine. It protected the edges of it. Severin stood slowly. The room reacted to that too. Old respect, old fear, old habits. He looked at Nero, not me. That was his mistake. She is good, Severin said softly. I warned you, didn't I? She has always been good. A wounded voice, a noble little brother, a few damaged files conveniently recovered after you let her into the tower. Nero said nothing. Severin's eyes sharpened. She has made you emotional. Nero's voice, when it came, was quiet. No, she made me see what grief allowed you to hide. Severin's smile vanished. Nero stepped forward, not in front of me, but enough that the council felt the dawn rise inside him. Elowen Cross did not betray this family, he said. She saved my life. Every eye moved between us. Nero did not look at me. He kept his gaze on the room. I punished an innocent woman. I used her brother as leverage. I made her wear my name as a sentence because I trusted the wrong blood. The admission rippled through the council like a blade dragged across silk. A dawn admitting fault was dangerous. A dawn admitting fault in front of enemies was blood, in water, but Nero did not flinch. My father was murdered by Nero Vescari, he said. The evidence against my wife was built from his hands, his codes, his money, his threats. Severin's cane struck the floor. Enough. Nero turned his head. No, he said. You had 7 years too. For one heartbeat, I thought Severin would deny it. A better actor might have. But Severin had survived too long, believing every room belonged to him. His eyes cooled into something almost bored. You always were your father's son, he said, so eager to bleed for the wrong woman. Nero's hand flexed. I touched his wrist lightly. A reminder. Beside, not ahead. He stilled. Severin saw it. His mouth curved. There it is, he murmured. The leash. I stepped forward. No, the difference. His gaze finally came to me. The warmth was gone now. Good. I had wanted to see the monster without the veil. You should have stayed silent, he said. You should have killed me if you needed silence that badly. Several men shifted. The threat beneath my words was not that I would kill him. It was that I was no longer afraid of saying he had tried. Severin leaned on his cane, eyes bright and cold. I could have. I allowed you to live because you were useful. Useful for what? His gaze flicked to Nero. For making him controllable. The room went utterly still. There, not confession enough for a court, but more than enough for men who understood power. Severin realized it a second too late. Nero smiled. It was not warm. It was not human. It was the smile of the dawn finally seeing the throat beneath the collar. Before he could speak, the lights cut out, not flickered. Cut. The room dropped into darkness. For one impossible second, no one moved. Then emergency lights flashed red. Gunfire cracked somewhere outside the council doors. Men shouted. Chairs scraped. Someone cursed in Italian. Rook's voice cut through the chaos. Down! Nero grabbed my arm, not hard, not dragging, just enough to pull me behind the table as the glass panel near the far wall exploded inward. I hit the floor on my side. Nero was over me for 1 second, shielding me with his body. I shoved him. Beside, remember? This is not a debate. It is always a debate when you're wrong. His eyes flashed even in the emergency light. Then Rook slammed into the room with 2 men, weapons drawn. Internal breach, he barked. Service corridors, multiple armed units, security systems down. Severin, of course. The council had not been his final defense. It had been his audience. And now that the room had turned, he was burning the stage. I pushed myself up. Where is Severin? Nero looked toward the far end of the table. Empty. His chair overturned. The old bastard had vanished in the blackout. Nero's face went cold enough to terrify every living thing in the room. Elowen, stay with Rook. No, he turned. I lifted the key ring from my uniform belt. The janitor keys gleamed red under the emergency lights. I know the service corridors. No. Yes. Gunfire cracked again, closer this time. One of the councilmen shouted that the main exit was locked. Panic rose fast in powerful men when the doors stopped obeying them. I looked at Nero. You can chase Severin through the rooms he expects you to use, or you can let the woman who cleaned this tower tell you where the bones are. His jaw tightened. He knew I was right. He hated it. He accepted it. Rook goes with you. Fine. No heroics. I almost laughed. You married the wrong woman if you wanted obedience. A sound came from the emergency speaker mounted near the ceiling. Static first, then Severin's voice, soft, amused. Every hair on my body rose. Elowen. The room went colder than the blackout. Nero's face changed. Severin continued, his voice filling the council room like smoke. You should have stayed invisible, little dove. My hand tightened around the keys. For 1 second I was 19 again. For 1 second, Milo was 5 and screaming. For 1 second, fear tried to drag me backward. Then I looked down at the gray uniform, the badge, the ring, the keys, every tool they thought made me small. And I smiled, not because I was unafraid, because I was done letting fear choose the direction. I looked at Nero. Get your men to the west stairwell, not the main one, the service stair behind the laundry chute. It bypasses the executive lockdown. Rook blinked. That route still exists? Yes, I said, because no one important uses it. Nero's eyes held mine. No command, no possession, only trust sharpened by danger. Go, he said. I turned toward the service door hidden behind the council room panel, the one I had polished twice and watched no one notice. Rook followed. Behind me, Nero's voice became the Don's again, giving orders that made armed men move and frightened men remember who ruled the room. Ahead of me, the corridor glowed red. Somewhere in the tower, Severin was running through the empire he thought he had built from lies. But Nero had made one mistake that Severin had not counted on. He had given the woman he wanted to humiliate every key. I opened the service door. Darkness breathed on the other side. I stepped into it with my cleaning keys in one hand and 7 years of silence burning in the other. Invisible women heard everything. Tonight, we would see how much they could destroy.
Chapter 12. Nero the Tower went dark, and the woman I had once forced to clean my floors became the only person who knew how to save my empire. That was the kind of justice God invented when men like me became too arrogant to believe in him. Emergency light bled red across the council room. Men who had ordered executions with dry voices now crouched behind overturned chairs, breathing like frightened animals while gunfire cracked through the corridors beyond the sealed doors. My captains looked to me. The council looked to me. Rook looked toward the service panel Elowen had vanished through, his weapon raised, waiting for my next order. But for one heartbeat, I looked only at the empty space where my wife had stood. Gray uniform, plastic badge, wedding ring, keys in her hand. The woman I had dragged into Vescari Tower as punishment had walked into the dark like it belonged to her. And maybe it did, because I had made her learn every corridor I had never respected enough to see. Don Vescari, one of the older captains, barked from behind the table. What are your orders? My hand closed around my gun. First, I said, stop panicking like men who forgot they have spines. Silence snapped through the room harder than the gunfire. Good. Fear needed a master before it became a stampede. I looked at Rook. Status. Main elevators locked. Executive stairwell sealed. East wing compromised. Our cameras are down across floors 8 through 12. Emergency systems are running on local backup. But someone is overriding access points from inside service control. Severin. Always from inside. Always using the routes no one watched because he had spent decades teaching us to look at the wrong doors. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. A text appeared. West service stair open. Laundry chute access bypasses executive lockdown. Send men down 2 levels. Then cut east through supply corridor. Do not use main stair. Trap. Elowen. My chest tightened once. Not fear. No. Fear was too undisciplined. This was something worse because it had a name. Her. I handed the phone to Rook. Move 2 teams through West service. Follow her route exactly. No improvising. Rook read the text and nodded. Yes, sir. A younger captain frowned. We are taking tactical direction from the cleaner. The room went silent. Slowly, I turned my head. He realized too late that he had spoken in the wrong lifetime. She is the reason you are not currently bleeding out in a locked council room. I said, call her that again, and Severin will not be the only man removed tonight. His face went pale. Understood. Don. No. I said, you do not understand. None of you did. I moved toward the hidden service door Elowen had used. She cleaned your offices, your conference rooms, your blood, your discarded memos, your locked corridors. You all made her invisible. I looked around the room. Now pray she stayed that way long enough to learn what you were too proud to notice. Rook appeared at my side. Sir. You secure the council. I'm going after Severin. His jaw tightened. With respect. I am not in the mood for respect. He'll expect you. Yes. Rook's eyes shifted to the door. Elowen is in those corridors. My hand tightened. I know. That was why I was going. Not because she needed rescuing. She would despise that. Because Severin had spent 7 years using every person I loved as a corridor into me. My father. Elowen. Milo. No more. I stepped through the service panel and into the hidden spine of my tower. The corridor was narrow, lit by red emergency strips near the floor. Exposed pipes ran overhead. The air smelled of dust, old heat, and cleaning chemicals. This was not the tower I showed allies and enemies. This was not polished stone, black glass, and gold lighting. This was the truth beneath power. Utility lines, maintenance doors, concrete, the places that kept everything above alive while no one bothered to learn their names. My phone buzzed again. 2 men outside medical wing access. I locked them in linen storage. Milo safe for now. Severin moving lower. Maybe trying old garage exit. Cameras dead. I'm cutting through supply hall. For now. The phrase went through me like a blade. I called her. She answered on the second ring. Breathless. Do not yell. I was not going to yell. You were absolutely going to yell. Despite the blood and dark and gunfire. Something inside me almost broke into a smile. Almost. Where are you? Service hall under floor 10. You are supposed to be with Rook. You are supposed to be in the council room. Elowen. Nero. Her voice snapped through the phone, sharp and alive. Then a sound came through on her end. Metal. A muffled shout. My body went cold. Elowen. I'm fine. I am beginning to hate that word. You and me both. Another clatter. Elowen. 2 of Severin's men tried to take the old laundry lift. They are now regretting underestimating bleach and a woman with keys. Pride moved through. Me. Dark. Fierce. Terrified pride. Get to Milo. I checked the route. Milo's wing is secure. Rook's men are there now. Severin isn't going up. Then where? A pause. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. He's going to the lower medical control room. My steps slowed. There is no medical control room in the lower levels. Yes, there is. Old one. Decommissioned after the renovation. But the network still runs through it as backup. I cleaned it 2 days ago. Milo's files. Medication systems. Access to the private wing. Severin had not gone to Milo physically because he did not need to. He was heading for the old controls. To hurt the boy from a distance. To make Elowen run. To make me choose panic. My vision narrowed. Do not go there alone. I'm closer. Elowen. If he reaches that room, Milo becomes leverage again. I know. Then stop giving me orders and move faster. The line cut. For 1 second. I stood in the red-lit corridor with my phone in my hand and understood the full measure of what I had done to her. I had called it punishment. She had turned it into knowledge. I had made her clean the forgotten rooms. She had remembered every door. I had forced her into the lowest place in my empire. And from there, she had found the route to save it. I ran. Not with panic. With purpose. The lower medical control room was behind the old staff clinic. 3 floors beneath the executive levels. Long since abandoned after the tower built its private wing. I had forgotten it existed. Elowen had not. As I cut through the supply hall, 2 of Severin's men stepped from a side corridor. They raised their weapons. I shot the first in the shoulder before he finished aiming. The second lunged with a knife. I caught his wrist, drove him into the concrete wall, and disarmed him hard enough that the blade skidded under a laundry cart. He hit the floor choking. Where is Severin? He spat blood. Wrong answer. I crouched, pressed the barrel beneath his chin, and lowered my voice. Do not confuse my hurry with mercy. His eyes widened. Old clinic. He rasped. He's in the old clinic. I stood and left him breathing. Barely. That was the most mercy I had to spare. Another text came through from Elowen. If you reach the old clinic first, don't use keypad. Wired. Use janitor closet entry beside vending machines. The official door was a trap. The janitor door was salvation. I reached the old clinic corridor 2 minutes later. The keypad beside the main entrance blinked green. Inviting. Too inviting. I looked left. A vending machine sat against the wall. Half-lit. Humming uselessly in the emergency power. Beside it was a narrow janitor closet with a rusted handle and a sign no one important would read. Authorized staff only. I opened it. Shelves, mops, buckets, old breaker panel, and behind the shelving, a service hatch. Elowen had already opened it. The screws were on the floor. I went through. The passage behind the wall was tight and smelled of dust. I emerged inside the old clinic storage room. Gun raised. Voices came through the half-open door. Severin's first. Smooth. Irritated. You always did have an inconvenient sense of timing. Little dove. Then Elowen. Breathless. Furious. Funny. You should have killed me if you needed me quiet. My blood turned to ice. I moved to the door. Through the crack. I saw them. Old clinic. Red lights. Dead monitors flickering on emergency power. Severin stood near the control terminal. One hand on his cane, the other resting near the keyboard. Elowen stood between him and the door to the server panel, holding a metal janitor key ring in one hand and a canister of cleaning spray in the other. Her hair had come loose. There was blood on her sleeve. Her face was pale, but she stood like a blade. Severin smiled at her. Not the uncle smile. Not the soft elder. The real one. Cold. Annoyed. Bored by resistance. You mistake survival for strength. He said. No, she answered. I mistake men like you for monsters because I learned young. His eyes darkened. You were a useful girl once. I was a terrified girl. Same result. My finger tightened on the trigger. Elowen lifted her chin. You took Milo. I borrowed leverage. You framed me. I preserved Nero. You murdered his father. That made Severin's face go flat. Salvatore was going to ruin the family. He had grown sentimental. Weak. He wanted to cut me out of succession influence and hand everything to a son who still smelled like church smoke and that ridiculous girl he kissed behind stone walls. His gaze moved over her with contempt. You made Nero human. Elowen's voice came quieter. No. I reminded him he was human. You just hated that because empty men are easier to control. Severin struck her. Open-handed. Fast. The sound cracked through me. Elowen staggered but did not fall. I entered the room. Severin turned. Too late. I shot the cane first. The bullet split the polished wood near his hand and sent it clattering. Across the tile. Severin froze. Elowen turned toward me. Her cheek was red. My world narrowed to that mark. She saw my face and immediately snapped. Don't kill him before we get the system locked. God. This woman. I looked at Severin. You heard my wife. Severin's mouth curved. Your wife. Still saying it like possession is virtue. No. I said. Like warning is courtesy. Elowen moved to the terminal. Severin shifted. I aimed at his knee. Try. He stopped. Elowen's fingers flew over the old controls. I need Rook's override code. I called it out. She entered it. The screens flickered. One by one. The medical wing controls locked under my authority. Milo's room. Medication access. Door locks. Oxygen monitoring. All secured. Elowen exhaled so sharply her shoulders dropped. Only then did I let myself breathe. Severin watched us with cold amusement. Look at you both. Still pretending love is noble when all it has ever done is make you predictable. I stepped closer. You keep using that word like you understand it. I understand what it does. His eyes moved to Elowen. She made you reckless at 19. She makes you reckless now. No, I stopped a few feet from him. At 19. She made me hope there was something in me worth saving. You made sure I hated her for it. Severin's mouth hardened. You would have lost the family. I lost more believing you. A flicker crossed his face. Anger. Real anger. Finally. You think she would have made you strong, he hissed. She ran. Elowen turned from the terminal. Slowly. She ran because you put a child behind a locked door. Severin dismissed her with a glance. And you obeyed because you were weak. No, she said. I obeyed because I loved him. And because I loved my brother. You would not understand either. That landed harder than any blow. Severin's eyes snapped back to mine. She will make you soft. I looked at Elowen. The red light carved shadows across her face. Blood on her sleeve. Fury in her eyes. Keys in her hand. My ring on her finger. Soft. No. Elowen Cross had survived me. She had survived Severin. She had turned humiliation into weaponry. She had walked through darkness and locked down the room that held her brother's life. If this was what love made, then I had mistaken emptiness for strength all my life. I looked back at Severin. No, I said. You made me empty. She made me remember what was worth protecting. He lunged. Not at me. At Elowen. A small blade appeared from his sleeve. I moved, but she was already moving too. She threw the cleaning spray into his face. Severin cursed, blinded for half a second. I caught his wrist before the blade reached her and broke it. The knife hit the floor. Severin gasped. I drove him back against the terminal, one hand locked around his throat. For 7 years, I had imagined killing the person who took my father. I had imagined it messy, bloody, cathartic, but with Severin under my hand. Older now, but no less poisonous. I felt no satisfaction, only clarity. He had wanted me ruled by reaction. He had shaped me for it. So I gave him the one thing he had never been able to create in me. Restraint. I leaned close. You do not get my rage. I said. You do not get the honor of being the last body I dropped because I believed pain was justice. His eyes bulged. Furious. I released him. He sagged, coughing. Rook entered with 3 men, weapons raised. Take him. Severin looked at me, hatred exposed and ugly. Nero. I stared down at him. You will live long enough to watch every room forget your name. His face went pale. That frightened him more than death. Good. Where? Rook asked. I did not look away from Severin. Somewhere beneath the empire he tried to steal. Rook nodded. His men dragged Severin out. The old man fought once, weakly, then stopped when he realized no one in the room would save him. Not his men. Not mine. Not me. The door closed behind him. Silence rushed in. Elowen stood near the terminal, still holding the key ring. Her cheek was swelling. My hands curled. She noticed. If you say I'm fine, I may actually hit you. I said. Her mouth trembled. Not quite a smile. Then I'll say nothing. I crossed to her slowly, stopping before I touched. Always stopping now. May I look? She closed her eyes for 1 second, then nodded. I lifted my hand and touched her chin lightly, tilting her face toward the emergency light. The mark on her cheek was red but not split. My thumb hovered near it without touching. Rage moved in me. I did not let it touch her. He will never put hands on you again. I said. Her eyes opened. You don't get to promise the world won't hurt me. No, I said. But I can promise I won't be the hurt anymore. That silence was different. It held. It breathed. Then her phone rang. Milo. She answered instantly. Milo. I heard his voice, tinny and panicked. Are you alive? Elowen pressed a shaking hand to her mouth. Yes. You better not be lying. I'm not. Is he dead? She looked at me. No, Milo groaned. Disappointing. A sound escaped her. Half laugh. Half sob. I turned away. Not because I did not want to see it, because she deserved one moment of relief that did not have my eyes on it. When she hung up, her body started shaking. Delayed shock. I reached for her, then stopped. She looked at my hand, then stepped into it. Not all the way. Enough. I wrapped one arm around her carefully. She pressed her forehead to my chest for 3 seconds, maybe 4, before stepping back like she had remembered we were not there yet. I let her. Every time now. I would let her. The tower slowly returned to light. By dawn, Severin's men were disarmed or dead. The council secured. Milo safe. And Vescari Tower back under my control. Not the old control. Something cleaner. Something bloodier in a different way. The council gathered again in the lobby because the council room was damaged. Men who had laughed at Elowen's uniform hours earlier now stood as she entered beside me. Her cheek marked. Gray shirt torn at one sleeve. Keys still in her hand. No one spoke. No one laughed. One by one, eyes lowered. The Empire did not kneel literally. Men like that had too much pride and too many witnesses. But silence could kneel. And it did. I addressed them only once. Severin Vescari murdered my father, framed my wife, endangered her brother, and attacked this tower. Anyone who followed him knowingly has until sunrise to confess before I find them myself. No one questioned me. The files were already in their hands. The footage had already spoken. Elowen stood beside me, not behind me. When it was over, when the room emptied and Rook took control of the cleanup, I brought her to my office. Not to command, not to claim, to release. The sky beyond the windows was turning gray-blue with morning. Rain still streaked the glass, but softer now. On my desk sat the papers I had ordered drawn up while the tower still smoked. Elowen looked at them. What is this? I stood on the opposite side of the desk. Distance. Choice. Everything I should have given her first. Dissolution of the contract you signed. Milo's medical care secured permanently through a trust only you control. Your debts cleared. Your accounts restored. Your name cleared internally and publicly. The property I used to evict you returned to your control if you want it sold, kept, or burned. Her eyes lifted. And the marriage? My throat tightened. If you want it ended, it ends. She stared at me. This was the first battle all night where I feared the outcome. Not Severin. Not armed men. Not council judgment. This. The quiet room. Her hand near the ring. Her choice. I took the wedding band from my own finger and placed it on the desk. Not throwing it away. Offering the only honest surrender I had. You are free of me. Elowen. Her face changed. Not relief. Not pain. Something more complicated. You used that word before. She said. What word? Free. Yes. Men like you don't know what it means. No. I said. But I am learning that it does not count if I keep standing in the doorway. Her eyes shone. No tears fell. She looked down at the papers. Then at my ring on the desk. You don't deserve me. No, the answer came easily because it was true. You don't deserve forgiveness. No, you don't deserve to be trusted. No, her mouth tightened. And yet you're standing there looking like you'll let me walk out. My chest ached. I will. Even if I don't come back? My hands curled once. Then opened. Yes. That word cost me more than killing Severin would have. But love, real love, was not the cage. The cage was what cowards built when they were afraid of losing what they had already failed to protect. Elowen picked up the papers. Her fingers brushed my wedding band, but did not take it. Then she turned toward the door. I did not move. I did not call her name. I did not tell her to stay. At the threshold, she paused. Only for a moment. Take Milo somewhere safe. I said. She looked back. You said you wouldn't give orders. That was a request. Her expression shifted. Almost. Not a smile. Not yet. Fine, she said. Request accepted. Then she left. The door closed behind her. I stood alone in the office where I had once waited for her to sign away her life. And for the first time since becoming Dawn, I understood that power could secure a tower, destroy an enemy, bury a traitor, silence a council, and still be useless against the only question that mattered. Would she choose the door open and still come back? I looked down at my ring on the desk, then at the city beyond the glass. For 7 years, Severin had made me believe love had ruined me. He was wrong. Love had been the only thing in me worth saving. And now that I knew it, the woman who saved it had every right to leave me with nothing but the truth.
Epilogue Elowen. 3 months after I walked out of Vescari Tower with my brother's medical trust in one hand and my freedom in the other, I learned that healing did not arrive like mercy. It did not knock. It did not apologize. It did not fall at your feet wearing white and smelling like rain. Healing was uglier than that. It came in small, irritating, stubborn pieces. A full night of sleep. A hospital bill marked paid before I had to beg. A grocery cart filled without counting every item twice. Milo laughing so hard over a stupid cooking video that he triggered a coughing fit and still refused to admit the joke was not worth nearly dying over. A new apartment with locks I chose myself. A bedroom door I could close without pressing my ear to it afterward, waiting for footsteps that did not come. A morning when I woke up and realized I had not dreamed of the Hotel Davros. Then 3 mornings later, I dreamed of it again. Healing was cruel like that. It let you think you were done bleeding, then handed you another bandage. But still, Milo was alive. That was the first miracle. The second was that I was free. Truly free. Not free because Nero Vescari allowed it. Not free because a contract expired or a threat paused or a monster decided I had suffered prettily enough. Free because legal documents said my brother's care belonged to a trust only I controlled. Free because every false debt had been erased. Free because my name had been cleared in courtrooms that did not publicly admit they had ever helped bury it. Free because the city that once whispered traitor bride now swallowed the words whenever I entered a room. Free because Nero had opened the door and did not stand in front of it. That was the part I still did not know what to do with. Milo knew exactly what to do with it. He used it to annoy me. "You're staring again," he said from the kitchen table. I blinked and looked away from the window. I am not. You do this thing where your face goes all sad and murdery. Murdery is not a word. It is if you know enough Vescari men. Milo. What? Too soon? Always. He grinned. God, I loved that grin. It was still too thin, still stretched over a face that had not fully filled back out after years of illness, but it was brighter now, less guarded, less exhausted. The new medication had taken better than the last. The specialist Nero paid for, and then legally removed himself from controlling, had adjusted the treatment plan until Milo's body stopped fighting it like an enemy. He had color now, real color. He still tired easily, still hated being monitored, still pretended not to notice when I checked his breathing at night, but he was healing too, in the loud, dramatic, sarcastic way only a 15-year-old boy could. He sat at the kitchen table in our new apartment, wearing pajama pants, a hoodie 3 sizes too big, and socks with tiny whales on them, because I bought them as a joke and he wore them out of spite. On the table in front of him sat a biology worksheet, half finished, and a bowl of cereal he had abandoned long enough for it to become criminally soggy. You are supposed to be studying, I said. I am emotionally processing. You are avoiding mitochondria. Mitochondria should mind their business. I picked up the bowl and carried it to the sink. You're going back to school next week. You cannot tell your teacher the mitochondria offended you. I can if I make it sound medical. You will not. He leaned back in the chair, watching me with that look he had developed after everything went public. The look of a boy who knew too much and was still trying to decide how much of childhood he could reclaim. You're going today, aren't you? I rinsed the bowl. The water ran too loud for a second. Going where? I turned off the faucet. Milo sat straighter, his face less playful now. He had grown taller over the last 3 months. I hated that, loved it too. Hated that illness, had stolen so much time that every inch felt like proof of both survival and theft. You don't have to pretend, he said. I know what day it is. My hand tightened on the edge of the sink. Of course he did. Milo remembered dates the way some people remembered birthdays. The day he was first taken, the day Nero found us, the day I married him. The day Severin was dragged out of the old clinic beneath Vescari Tower and disappeared into whatever private hell Nero had chosen for him. And today, the day the Vescari Medical Foundation opened its first public wing. My name was on the paperwork, not Nero's, not Vescari's. Mine. The Elowen Cross Recovery Fund, designed for children whose medical care had been delayed, weaponized, interrupted, or buried beneath systems that pretended poverty was a character flaw. The money came from seized Severin assets, Vescari restitution, and accounts Nero had quietly gutted from men who once profited from family medical leverage. He had not asked me to run it. He had placed the offer in writing through lawyers. No condition. No meeting required. No dinner. No apology attached. No emotional hook tucked beneath the contract language. Just control handed over. Real control. I had hated him for knowing exactly which form of restitution would matter. Then I accepted it anyway. You don't have to come with me, I told Milo. He snorted. I know. I'm not going. I turned. You're not? Nope. I stared at him. He looked very pleased with himself. I thought you wanted to see it. I do. When there are fewer suits pretending they suddenly care about children because a scary man in black made them donate money. Milo. What? Accurate. I folded my arms. He sighed dramatically and pointed his spoon at me. This is not about me. This is about you going back into that tower and not wearing a janitor uniform. The words hit softer than they used to. Still hit. I looked toward the bedroom door, where a garment bag hung from the frame. Inside was not silk Nero scent. Not black morning dress. Not gray cotton. It was a cream suit I bought with my own money after trying it on 3 times and leaving the store twice because spending that much on myself felt like a crime I had no practice committing. Cream. Not white. I did not want to look innocent. I had never been innocent in the way men meant when they used the word like packaging. But cream felt like a page turned carefully, not blank. Just knew enough to write on. Milo followed my gaze. You should wear the red shoes. I am not wearing red shoes to a foundation opening. You absolutely should. Why? Because they look like you might step on someone important. I laughed before I could stop myself. Milo smiled like he had won. Maybe he had. I walked to the table and smoothed a hand over his hair. He pretended to hate it for 2 seconds before leaning into the touch. "You'll be okay here?" he groaned. "There are 3 guards downstairs, 2 outside the building, 1 across the street pretending to read a newspaper like this is a bad spy movie, Mrs. Alvarez next door, and I have your panic text set to emergency volume. I think I'll survive you being gone for a few hours." I looked toward the window. Sure enough, the man across the street turned a newspaper page with the stiff awkwardness of someone who had never read a physical newspaper in his life. Nero's men. Still there, still discreet, still infuriating. The difference was that now they answered to a security plan I had approved. That mattered. Consent changed the shape of protection. Sometimes it changed the entire room. "I can cancel," I said. Milo's eyes softened. "No, you can't." "I can." "You won't." I swallowed. He reached for my hand. His fingers were warmer now, still thin, but warm. "You should go," he said. "Not for him." I said nothing. "For you," Milo finished. I squeezed his hand. Then he added, "And maybe a little for the dramatic entrance." I laughed again. "Study your mitochondria." "Only if you wear the red shoes." I wore the red shoes. Not because Milo told me to, because when I slipped them on beneath the cream suit, I looked in the mirror and saw a woman I did not fully recognize. Not the girl who ran. Not the woman in gray. Not the wife Nero had dragged into his tower to punish. Someone else. Someone unfinished. Someone alive. The drive to Vescari Tower was not the same this time. 3 months ago, I had walked there in the rain with nothing left but a sick brother and rage. The city had blurred around me like a place already deciding how to swallow me. Today, the sky was bright enough to hurt. Cold sunlight bounced off windows. The streets were loud with traffic, horns, voices, construction. The world had the nerve to continue being ordinary after everything that happened beneath it. I sat in the back seat of the car with one hand resting on my lap and the other gripping the edge of my purse. Old habit. I had chosen this car, this driver, this route. Still, my body remembered what it meant to be carried toward that tower by forces I did not control. I breathed through it. In for 4, hold, out for 6. Again. My therapist had taught me that. Nero had paid for the therapist, then had his name removed from the billing and told the clinic in writing that all appointments remained funded, whether I saw him again or never spoke his name. That had made me furious enough to attend the second appointment out of spite. Healing was annoying. When Vescari Tower appeared ahead, black glass cutting into the sky, my chest tightened so sharply I almost told the driver to keep going. Almost. Then I saw the front entrance, not the staff door, not the loading corridor, the front, wide steps, glass doors, security standing at attention, press gathered behind ropes, employees moving in controlled lines, flower arrangements near the entrance, understated and expensive, but not lilies. I had banned lilies. Too many funerals pretended they smelled like weddings. The car stopped. My driver opened the door. Sound rushed in. Camera shutters, murmured names, questions. "Elowen, over here." "Mrs. Vescari, are you still married?" "Miss Cross, is it true the foundation is funded by seized Severin assets? Will Nero Vescari be speaking today?" I stepped out. The red shoes touched the pavement first. Milo would be unbearable about that later. I straightened my jacket. For 1 second, the noise tilted around me. Flashbulbs became lightning. Voices became whispers. The glass entrance became the lobby, where people once watched me push a janitor cart. My throat tightened. Then the front doors opened. Every employee in the lobby stood. Not all at once. It began with security. Then reception. Then 2 assistants near the elevators. Then the cluster of executives near the far wall. One by one, the lobby rose into silence. No one lowered their eyes out of pity. They lowered them because they remembered. Because I remembered. Because the floor beneath my red shoes was the same marble where coffee had once been spilled in front of me on purpose. A security guard stepped forward. Not the same one from that first day, but close enough in posture to make memory stir. "Miss Cross," he said. "Miss Cross. Not Mrs. Vescari, not janitorial, not traitor. My name. Correctly given." I nodded. "Good morning." His eyes flickered with respect. "Mr. Vescari is waiting upstairs." Of course he was. I walked across the lobby. Every step echoed. The red shoes clicked against marble I had cleaned on my knees. No one spoke. No one laughed. No one whispered. The Empire remembered. I let it. At the private elevator, Rook waited. He looked exactly the same as always. Black suit, controlled expression, the face of a man who had seen too much and decided reaction was inefficient. But when he saw me, something softened around his eyes. "Miss Cross, Rook?" His gaze dropped briefly to the red shoes. "Excellent choice." I stared at him. He did not smile. That made it funnier. "Milo's idea," I said, naturally. The elevator doors opened. He did not step inside. I looked at him. "You're not coming? Your instruction was that no one escorts you unless requested." I had forgotten that. No, I had not forgotten. I had not believed he would remember. I swallowed around something tight. "Thank you," he nodded. "He remembers too." I did not ask who. I stepped inside. The doors closed. For one moment, I was alone in the mirrored elevator where I had once risen soaked, terrified, and cornered, carrying Milo's life like a blade against my own throat. This time, I saw myself clearly. Cream suit, red shoes, hair pinned low, gold earrings I bought because I wanted something beautiful that belonged only to me. No gray uniform, no name badge, the wedding ring still on my finger. I looked down at it. I had taken it off twice in 3 months. The first time, I set it on the bathroom sink and stared at the pale line beneath it until my hand felt too naked. The second time, I put it in a drawer and made it 2 hours before opening the drawer again, furious at myself for needing to see it. I had not decided what it meant. That was the truth. Some days, it felt like a scar. Some days, a question. Some nights when Milo slept safely and I sat alone with tea going cold in my hands, it felt like a door I had not closed yet. The elevator rose, higher, higher. This time, it did not feel like being delivered to a sentence. This time it felt like approaching a man who had finally learned that waiting was also an answer. The doors opened to Nero's private floor. He stood near the windows. Black suit, white shirt, no tie, hands clasped behind his back. The city spread below him like an empire that had learned new rules because one woman in red shoes had survived its old ones. He turned before I stepped out. Nero Vescari was still the most dangerous man I had ever seen. That had not changed. 3 months had not made him soft. Nothing could. His face was still severe, beautiful in that brutal, carved way that made people stare and then remember to be afraid. His hair was dark, brushed back, his jaw clean-shaven, his eyes the same storm-dark eyes that had once watched me across a street like the devil collecting a debt. But something had changed. Not in his danger. In where it pointed. When he saw me, his expression did not warm exactly. Nero did not become sunshine because guilt taught him manners. But his stillness altered, deepened like a locked room opening one window. Elowen, my name, not wife, not possession, not punishment, just me. Nero, his gaze moved over me once, carefully, not consuming, not claiming, seeing. When his eyes reached the shoes, his mouth almost curved. Almost. Red. Milo insisted. He said they make me look like I might step on someone important. Now the curve appeared, small, devastating. He was correct. I hated that a smile from him could still move through me like heat. No, I did not hate it. That was the problem with healing. Eventually, it took some of your favorite weapons and made you admit you were tired of holding them. I stepped out of the elevator. The doors closed behind me. Nero did not approach. He waited. Always waiting now. Sometimes it irritated me so much I wanted to throw something at him. Sometimes it made me ache. "Are you ready?" he asked. "For the foundation opening? For the building?" I looked past him to the windows, then to the hallway leading toward the executive floors. Toward the office where I signed the contract, toward the service corridors, toward the janitor closet, toward all the ghosts still living in corners no cleaning crew could erase. "No," I said. His face did not change. "But I'm here." Something in his eyes moved. I know. The simplest words, the most dangerous. He did not say thank you. Thank you would have made my return feel like a gift to him. He did not say I missed you. That would have been too easy. He only stood there and understood that my presence was not forgiveness fully given, but a choice made with open eyes. "I had the route changed," he said. "You enter through the main auditorium, no service corridors, no staff entrance, no private shortcuts." I lifted a brow. "You're very proud of yourself for understanding doors now." His mouth tightened like he deserved that. He did. "Yes," he said. I nearly smiled. A silence settled between us. Not empty. Crowded. 3 months of unsent messages, updates about Milo delivered through Rook and lawyers because I had asked for distance and Nero had obeyed. Legal documents, foundation plans, security approvals. medical updates that arrived with no pressure attached, and one handwritten note. Only one. It came 2 weeks after I left. No apology repeated, no poetry, no request, just 9 words in Nero's precise handwriting. The door is open. I will not stand in it. I kept it in the drawer with the ring box. I had not told him that. I need to see the old closet, I said. His eyes darkened. Elowen. Before the ceremony, he was quiet for a second, then nodded. Then we go there first. You don't have to come, I know. And? I would like to, if you allow it. If you allow it. A phrase Nero Vescari would have choked on 3 months ago. Now he said it like he had cut it out of himself and offered it bloody. I looked at him. Fine. We walked side by side, not touching. The private floor opened into a corridor that still smelled faintly of polished wood and expensive air. Employees lowered their eyes as we passed. A few looked nervous. One woman from legal actually stopped and said, "Miss Cross," in a voice so respectful it felt like a formal apology disguised as a greeting. I nodded. We took the main elevator down to the floor where the janitor closet sat tucked behind a service corridor. The closer we got, the quieter I became. Nero noticed. He did not fill the silence. Good. The service corridor looked the same. White walls, gray floor, utility lights. The door stood closed. Authorized staff only. My stomach tightened. For a moment I saw myself on the floor inside. Milo's photograph crushed in my hand, Severin's handwriting on the back, still breathing because I permit it. I reached for the handle. My fingers would not close. Nero stood beside me. Not behind, not in front, beside. "I can open it," he said. No, he went still. "I can." My hand closed around the handle. I opened the door. The closet was empty now. Not empty of supplies. Empty of terror. The shelves had been replaced, the stained sink cleaned, new lights installed overhead. Fresh gloves, cloths, and cleaning tools were arranged neatly. On the back wall, someone had mounted a small brass plaque. I stepped inside. The plaque read, "For every invisible hand that kept this empire standing." Below it, in smaller letters, "No one in this tower is beneath notice." My throat closed. I turned to Nero. He stood just outside the door, one hand resting at his side, expression guarded. "I can remove it," he said immediately. "If it feels like—" "Stop." He stopped. I read it again. A plaque did not fix what happened. Nothing fixed it. But it marked the room as a wound no longer denied. That mattered. I hated that it mattered. "You did this?" "Yes, for me." His gaze held mine. "For what I failed to see." I swallowed. "Do the cleaners know?" "Yes." Wages increased. Benefits changed, security protocols changed, saw no staff member enters closed executive rooms without camera verification and a panic alert option. No employee can be reassigned to humiliation work by personal order, not even mine. I stared at him. This was not what I had expected. A speech, maybe. A donation, a grand Vescari gesture, built to make powerful men nod and call him redeemed. But this was quiet, practical, unromantic, real. "You changed policy?" "Yes, in the whole tower and every Vescari property." My eyes burned. I looked away before he could see too much. He saw. "Anyway," he said softly, "restitution is not forgiveness." I closed my eyes. Those words had once been mine, he remembered. "Yes," I whispered, "but it is a start." The foundation opening was beautiful in a way that made my chest hurt. Not because of chandeliers, although there were chandeliers. Not because of flowers, although they had filled the auditorium with blue hydrangeas, white roses, and greenery instead of lilies. Not because of the press, the donors, the cameras, the city officials, the families, the doctors, the polished people who clapped politely while wearing outfits that cost more than my first year of rent. It was beautiful because of the children. 10 of them sat in the front row with parents who looked like sleep had become a rumor. Children with scarves over shaved heads. Children with oxygen tubes. Children with wheelchairs. Children with brave smiles and tired eyes and siblings clutching their hands. Children whose files would never again be held hostage by a man like Severin. I spoke first. My voice shook for the first 30 seconds. Then I saw Milo standing at the back of the room. I nearly stopped. He had come after all. Leaning slightly on Mrs. Alvarez, wearing a blazer he clearly hated, whale socks visible above his dress shoes, grinning like the little traitor he was. He lifted both thumbs. I laughed into the microphone. The room softened. And then I spoke. Not like a victim. Not like Nero's wife. Not like the woman they had once called traitor. Like Elowen Cross. I told them medical care was not charity when life was at stake. I told them children should never become leverage because adults enjoyed power more than justice. I told them the foundation would pay, advocate, intervene, and expose delays designed to punish vulnerable families. I did not mention Severin by name. I did not need to. Everyone knew. Then Nero spoke. Briefly. Very briefly. That was wise. He did not make himself the hero. He did not tell our story like it belonged to him. He stood at the podium in front of the city, dark and controlled and dangerous enough that even cameras seemed careful around him, and said, "This foundation exists because harm was done under my family name. It will continue because repair is not a speech. It is structure. Elowen Cross built that structure. I funded what I owed." That was all. Then he stepped aside. Not modestly. Nero did not do modesty. Intentionally. He gave the room back to me. Milo cried, then denied it viciously when I hugged him afterward. "I have allergies," he muttered into my shoulder. "You are allergic to emotions." "Exactly." Nero approached slowly, stopping a few feet away. Milo looked at him. The room held its breath. At least I did. Milo's relationship with Nero was still complicated, meaning he called him Vescari in a tone usually reserved for fungus, and had once told Rook he would forgive Nero in stages if he continued to behave like a useful villain. Nero accepted this with far more dignity than he deserved. Now Milo looked him up and down. "Good speech," he said grudgingly. Nero inclined his head. "Good socks." Milo's eyes narrowed. "They're whales. I noticed. They are not open for mockery. I would not dare." Milo studied him. Then, because he was Milo, he said, "If you hurt her again, I will unplug something important in your tower." Nero did not smile. He nodded once. "You should." Milo looked startled, then satisfied. "Good." He turned to me. "Mrs. Alvarez is taking me home before you start hovering. And before you argue, my doctor approved it, Rook approved it, and I approve it. I am your legal guardian, and I am emotionally fragile from allergies. You are impossible. Alive, though. That shut me up. He knew it would. He kissed my cheek, then he lowered his voice. "You okay?" I looked past him. Nero stood near the edge of the room, speaking quietly to Rook now, giving us space. Always space. "I don't know," I said honestly. Milo nodded like that answer made sense. "You don't have to decide everything today." I looked at him. Sometimes I forgot he was not 5 anymore. Sometimes I hated that life had made him wise before it made him healthy. "I know," he squeezed my hand. "But if you do kiss him again, please never tell me. I support your healing, not my trauma." I choked on a laugh. "Milo." "What?" "Boundaries. Go home." Mrs. Alvarez took him away, fussing over his coat while he pretended not to love it. When the room finally emptied hours later, I found myself alone in the auditorium. Not truly alone. Nero was somewhere nearby. He always was, lately, without making it feel like surveillance. The stage lights had dimmed. The flowers still smelled fresh. A few programs lay abandoned on chairs. Outside the tall windows, evening had settled over the city, turning the glass into dark mirrors. I stood on the stage and looked out at the empty seats. 3 months ago, I had been cleaning coffee off Nero's lobby floor. Today, powerful people had stood when I entered and clapped when I finished speaking. Both felt unreal. The auditorium doors opened behind me. I did not turn. I knew his footsteps now, not from fear anymore, from memory that had changed its clothes. "You did well," Nero said. I looked over my shoulder. He stood halfway down the aisle, hands in his pockets, black suit jacket open, eyes on me like the room could fall away, and he would still see only where I stood. "I know," I said. His mouth curved. "Barely." "Good." Let him learn I did not need my confidence handed back. He walked closer, stopping at the foot of the stage. "May I join you?" The question did something to me. All these may-I's, all these doors held open, all these places where command used to live. Yes. He came up the side steps and stood beside me, looking out at the empty seats. For a while, neither of us spoke. The silence was not awkward. It was full of everything we had survived and everything we had not yet become. Finally, I said, "What happened to Severin?" Nero's face changed. Not with guilt, with decision. "He is alive." I nodded. I had known. Somehow. Where? Somewhere he cannot reach anything that breathes without my permission. I looked at him. His eyes remained on the seats. He will stand trial inside the family first, then publicly for what can be proven without exposing people who would be endangered by the full truth. And after, He spends the rest of his life being remembered as the man who murdered his brother and failed to destroy the woman he framed. I absorbed that. Not dead? Nero's jaw tightened. I wanted him dead. I know. I still do. I know that too. His gaze dropped to his hands. I decided death was too easy for a man who spent his life controlling stories. He will live long enough to lose his. That was a very Nero kind of mercy. Sharp. Strategic. Not clean enough to be saintly. But not the same as before. And Adrian Vale? I asked. The old rival? Yes. Being hunted for his part in the frame. I stiffened. Nero noticed. He will not be brought near you. I'm not afraid of him. I know. I looked at him. He corrected himself. You should not have to see him unless you choose to. Better. Thank you. He looked almost pained by the words, like gratitude from me was a blade he did not deserve. Maybe it was. I let him bleed a little. Then I turned away from the seats. I should go. Nero went still. One sentence and the air between us changed. He nodded. I'll have the car brought. I didn't say home. His eyes lifted to mine. The silence after that was different. Alive. Careful. Dangerous. Nero, I said. Yes? I came back today. His throat moved once. Yes. You didn't ask me to. No. You didn't pressure me. No. You waited. His voice lowered. Yes. I stepped closer. The stage lights threw gold across his face, past softening nothing, revealing everything. I hated that. I know. I needed it. I know that too. My heart beat harder. I don't forgive you all at once. I do not expect you to. I may never forgive some things. His eyes held mine. You should not force yourself to. You don't get to claim me because you're sorry. No, you don't get to touch me because guilt made you gentle. No. The words from the past returned between us, but they no longer cut the same way. They were still true. Just not alone. I looked at his mouth, then back at his eyes. His body went perfectly still. Waiting. Always waiting now. That patience was more seductive than command had ever been. I stepped closer until the tips of my red shoes nearly touched his black ones. You get to earn me, I whispered, because I came back. Something broke open in his eyes. Not control. Not discipline. Something beneath both. Elowen. There it was again. My name like a vow he had no right to make, and still meant with every ruined part of him. I touched his chest. His heart slammed beneath my palm. Just like that night in the family room, but this was different. No panic. No Milo in immediate danger. No Severin in the walls. No contract between us. No locked door. Only choice. Nero lifted his hand slowly, stopped near my cheek. May I? I closed my eyes for 1 second. Let the question enter. Let my body answer without fear shoving it aside. Yes. His fingers touched my cheek. Careful. Warm. Reverent in a way that did not make him less dangerous, only made the danger kneel. I turned my face into his hand. His breath left him. That sound almost undid me. The most feared man in the city, shaken because I leaned into his palm. I opened my eyes. Kiss me. He did. Not like the first time after Milo was taken. Not desperate enough to bruise memory. Not restrained enough to feel like punishment. This kiss was slower, deeper. A question asked and answered more than once. His mouth touched mine like he knew the cost of being allowed back there. Like every second was permission he would never again mistake for ownership. His other hand settled at my waist, not pulling until I stepped in. So I stepped in. His arm came around me. The auditorium vanished, the stage, the flowers, the empty seats, the tower, the years, the uniform, the ring. All of it fell away until there was only the heat of him and the terrifying relief of wanting without a leash around my throat. I kissed him harder. His control shuddered. Elowen, he murmured against my mouth. Don't ask me if I'm sure every 5 seconds. His forehead touched mine. I was going to ask if you wanted to leave the stage. A laugh escaped me. Small. Breathless. Human. Yes. The private suite above the auditorium had been prepared for the event speakers to rest between appearances. I knew because I had approved the building plan. It had a sitting room, a private bathroom, a locked door, and a balcony overlooking the city. Nero did not assume. He waited outside the door after opening it. I walked in first. That mattered. The room was dim, lit by warm lamps and the blue glow of the city beyond the windows. A tray of untouched tea sat on a sideboard. Someone had left a cream throw folded over the couch. The air smelled faintly of flowers from the auditorium below, and Nero's cologne from where he stood behind me, not close enough to crowd. I turned. He closed the door. Did not lock it. I noticed. He saw me notice. The door stays unlocked, he said. My throat tightened. Unless I lock it? Unless you lock it. I crossed the room and turned the lock. The sound was soft, final in a different way than before. When I faced him, Nero had not moved, still waiting. I walked back to him slowly. Each step felt like choosing. The red shoes came off first because Milo had been right about their power, but wrong about their comfort. Nero's mouth curved when I kicked them aside. Not a word, I said. I value my life. Smart man, learning. I reached him. This time, I was the one who slid his jacket from his shoulders. He let me. I was the one who touched the buttons of his shirt. He watched my face, not my hands, as if the only thing in the room that mattered was whether my expression changed. It did, but not from fear, from need, from grief softened by want, from the unbearable ache of discovering that desire could survive ruin and still become something chosen. His hand settled lightly at my waist. Tell me if anything feels wrong, he said. I will. I mean it. I know. That was the first time I had said those words to him without accusation. He heard it. His eyes darkened. I kissed him before he could turn it into solemnity. Nero Vescari could make even tenderness feel like a treaty if left alone too long. He responded immediately, but carefully, letting me set the pace until I grew impatient and pulled him closer. His restraint frayed in increments. A deeper kiss, a hand sliding up my back, his breath catching when I pressed against him, my fingers in his hair because I had wanted to do that for 3 months and hated every second of wanting it. The cream jacket fell. His shirt opened beneath my hands. The city watched from beyond the glass, blurred and indifferent. Inside, everything was warmth. His mouth moved along my jaw, my throat, pausing at every tiny shift in my breath, like he was relearning a language he had once spoken badly and now feared mispronouncing. I touched his face and made him look at me. I am not fragile. No, I am not yours because I'm here. No, I am here because I chose to be. His hand lifted to cover mine against his cheek. I know. Then softer. I will spend my life knowing. That should have been too much. Maybe it was. Maybe I wanted too much now. Maybe I had earned it. I kissed him again, and this time there was no grief in the way I reached for him. Only heat. Need. A slow, rising hunger that did not feel like losing myself, but returning to a body that had spent too long braced for impact. We moved toward the couch, then past it, because Nero stopped, and looked at me with a question in his eyes. I understood. Couch, or bedroom, near the door or deeper inside, another choice. I took his hand and led him into the adjoining bedroom. It was simple. Dark wood, white sheets, city lights across the floor, no lilies, no gray, no cage. I turned to him beside the bed. Slow, I said. His expression changed. Not disappointment, devotion under discipline. Slow, he agreed, and he was. God, he was. Not soft, never soft. Nero loved like he fought, with focus, intensity, and complete attention to the person in front of him. But this time, the danger did not aim at me. It surrounded me, guarded the edges, burned everything outside the room while leaving my skin unafraid. His hands were patient. His mouth was not. That combination ruined me. He kissed me until my knees trembled, then held me up without making me feel weak. He touched me like every inch of closeness was something earned by listening, by pausing, by watching my face for yes and not merely the absence of no. I gave him yes. Again, with my hands, my mouth. The way I pulled him closer when he tried to slow too much. The way I whispered his name and felt him shudder as if forgiveness had finally touched him and burned. But this was not forgiveness fully. Not yet. It was more intimate than that. It was truth. The truth that I wanted him. The truth that wanting him did not erase what he had done. The truth that love after damage was not clean, but it could be honest if both people stopped pretending scars were decorations. When we came together, it was not the desperate breaking of that first night. It was slower, deeper, still intense enough to steal thought, still sensual enough to make the room feel too warm and the city too far away. But there was no panic inside it, no contract, no leverage, no brother's life balanced on the edge of my choice. Only Nero's forehead pressed to mine, his breath uneven, his voice low against my mouth, saying my name like a man, asking permission even after I had given it. Only my hands on his shoulders, holding him not because I had nowhere else to go, but because I wanted him there. Only the terrifying realization that a door could be open and I could still choose the room. After, Nero did not move away. He stayed still until I shifted first. Then he gathered the blanket carefully and pulled it over us, tucking it around my back with the same grave focus he brought to council executions and empire wars. I almost laughed. He paused. What? You tuck blankets like you're negotiating a treaty. This blanket has one job. I expect competence. This time I did laugh. A real one. It startled both of us. Nero stared at me like I had handed him something sacred and sharp. Then his face softened. Not fully, not in a way anyone else would notice, but enough that I saw the boy beneath the dawn watching me laugh and understanding the sound was not owed to him. He reached for the water on the bedside table and held it out. I took it without making him say please. He noticed that too. I drank half and handed it back. Then he reached for my hand. Slowly. His fingers brushed my ring, the wedding ring. Still there. His own wedding band was on the desk downstairs where he had left it 3 months ago. I had seen it when I entered his office earlier. He had not put it back on, had not assumed, had not asked. Now in the dim bedroom he touched mine once and then let go. Nero, I said. His eyes lifted. Do you regret marrying me? Pain crossed his face so quickly it almost vanished. No. My heart stilled. Then he said, I regret every reason I gave you to hate wearing my name. I closed my eyes. That answer hurt in exactly the right place. When I opened them, he was watching me with the kind of stillness that meant he would accept whatever came next. I reached for his hand, turned it palm up. There was no ring, just the faint mark where his had once been. I don't know what I want to do about this, I said, touching the bare place. I know. I may want the marriage ended legally and still choose you after. Yes, I may keep the marriage and make you earn every day of it. His mouth curved slightly. Yes, I may change my mind 6 times. Only 6? I narrowed my eyes. He looked almost pleased with himself. Dangerous man, learning humor at the worst possible time. I pressed my thumb into his palm. I need one promise. Anything. No. I shook my head. Do not say anything unless you understand it first. He went serious immediately. Tell me. I looked at him. Really looked. The man who destroyed me. The boy I loved. The Don who released me. The husband I had not yet decided whether to keep. Never again, I said. Not Milo, not money, not protection, not fear, not silence. You never use what I love to make me obey. His face changed. Everything arrogant, sharp, and powerful in him went still beneath the weight of that vow. He moved closer, not over me, not trapping me, just close enough that his words touched my skin. Never again, he said against my hair, his voice low enough to feel like a vow instead of a plea. Not your brother, not your fear, not your survival. If you stay, Elowen, it will only ever be because you choose the door open and still come back to me. My throat closed. I believed him. Not because love made me foolish again, because the door was unlocked, because my brother was safe, because my money was mine, because my name was mine, because Nero's ring still waited downstairs and he had not reached for it, because choice was the only vow that mattered now. I tucked my face into the hollow of his throat. His arm came around me carefully. I let it. I still might make you suffer, I murmured. His chest moved beneath my cheek. A quiet, almost laugh. I am counting on it. Good. Elowen? I love you? The words entered the room without demand. No pressure, no expectation, no attempt to turn the night into a promise I had not made. Just truth. Finally, truth. My eyes burned. I did not answer immediately. He did not tense, did not panic, did not fill the silence. He had learned. So I gave him what I could. Not because he deserved it, because I did. I loved you when it ruined me, I whispered. I'm learning how to love you when it doesn't have to. His arm tightened once, only once, then loosened, as if even his joy had learned restraint. We stayed like that as the city glowed beyond the windows and the tower breathed around us. The empire below had seen me scrub its floors. It had seen me enter in red shoes. It had lowered its eyes when I walked in. But upstairs, behind an unlocked door, Nero Vescari held me like a man who finally understood that love was not the same as having. And I stayed. Not because he trapped me, not because Milo needed him, not because the past had been forgiven clean. I stayed because the door was open, because I could leave, because I did not. Much later, when the city had gone fully dark and the foundation flowers were being cleared from the auditorium below, Nero walked me back to his office. I had put the cream suit back on. The red shoes dangled from one hand because my feet had staged a rebellion. Nero carried them without comment after I handed them to him like a queen granting a punishment. On his desk, his wedding band still lay where he had left it 3 months ago. A small black circle on dark wood, waiting. I looked at it, then at him. He did not move. I picked it up. His breath stopped. I took his hand, the bare finger, the old mark. Slowly I slid the ring back into place. Nero closed his eyes. For 1 second he looked almost shattered. When he opened them, the dawn was still there, so was the man, so was the boy I had once loved behind a church. I am not promising easy, I said. His voice was rough. I never wanted easy from you. No, I said, you wanted obedience. He accepted the blow with a faint bow of his head. I did. And now? His eyes held mine. Now I want the truth, even when it costs me. I touched his ring. Good. He looked down at my hand, at my ring, at his, then back to me. Are you coming home? He asked. Not to the tower, not to him. Home. The word trembled between us, unfinished. I thought of my apartment, Milo's cereal bowls, the whale socks, Mrs. Alvarez next door, the life I had built outside the cage. Then I looked at Nero. I'm going home tonight, I said. He nodded. No flinch, no demand, no punishment hidden under silence. And tomorrow? He asked. I smiled then. Small. Real. We'll see. His mouth curved. For the first time, his smile did not feel like the devil collecting a debt. It felt like a dangerous man finally learning how to love without destruction. I stepped into the elevator alone. The doors began to close. Nero stood in his office with my red shoes in one hand, his wedding band back where I had placed it, and his eyes on me like I was not leaving him. Only choosing when to return. Just before the doors sealed, I lifted my hand. Not goodbye. Not surrender. A promise with space inside it. Nero lifted his hand too, and when the elevator carried me down through the tower, past the executive floors, past the council room, past the lobby where the marbles still remembered my knees, I did not feel like a woman being delivered to anyone's sentence. I felt like a woman with keys. The front doors opened for me. The night air touched my face. Rook waited beside the car, newspaper nowhere in sight. Home, Miss Cross? He asked. I looked back at the tower. Black glass, steel bones, gold light. A place that had once taken everything. A place I had walked out of. A place I might choose again. Then I looked at the city ahead, where Milo was probably awake despite strict instructions, pretending to study mitochondria while waiting to interrogate me about the red shoes. I smiled. Yes, I said. Home. And this time I knew exactly what the word meant. Not a building, not a man, not a ring. Home was the place where the door stayed open and no one made you pay for walking through it. Home was my brother breathing safely in the next room. Home was my own name in my own mouth. Home was choosing love without surrendering survival. And maybe one day soon, home would also be Nero Vescari standing beside me instead of in my way. But not because he destroyed my world and rebuilt it in his image, because I rebuilt myself first. And when I was ready, I would decide who got to stand inside the life I made from the ruins. 2 months later, I stopped calling it Nero's Tower. I stopped calling it the Vescari residence. I stopped calling it that place. The way people named old wounds when they were not ready to admit the scar no longer hurt the same way. One evening, after Milo's doctor called with the best numbers we had seen in years, after Mrs. Alvarez cried into a dish towel and Milo pretended not to cry at all, after the whole apartment smelled like arroz con pollo and victory, I stood in my bedroom staring at 2 suitcases. Milo leaned against the doorframe behind me. You're being dramatic, he said. I am packing. You have folded the same sweater 4 times. It had wrinkles. It has trauma now. I turned and gave him a look. He grinned. He was stronger now. Not fully healed, not magically cured, not transformed into some perfect version of health overnight, but stronger. His face had filled out. His laugh lasted longer. His hands no longer trembled every morning. He was living. That was the miracle I still woke up checking. You're sure? I asked. Milo rolled his eyes. Elowen? What? I like our apartment. I like Mrs. Alvarez. I like having a bedroom where you knock before entering even though you pretend you don't need to. But Nero has a medical wing, a security team, a kitchen staff that keeps trying to make me protein smoothies, and a tower full of people terrified to annoy me. Honestly, I'm thriving. I laughed before I could stop myself. He smiled. Softer then, and you love him. The room went quiet. Not painfully. Honestly. I looked down at the sweater in my hands. Yes, I said. The word did not cut this time. It did not feel like surrender. It felt like a door opening from the inside. I love him. Milo nodded as if he had been waiting for me to catch up. Good, because he looks like a haunted statue every time you leave. He does not. He absolutely does. Expensive, murderous, emotionally constipated statue. Milo? What? I'm healing, not lying. I folded the sweater one last time and placed it in the suitcase. Milo came into the room slowly and sat on the bed. You know I don't forgive him for everything. I know, and I might still threaten him occasionally. I expect nothing less. But he looked toward the window, where the city glowed beyond the glass. He shows up. He listens. He doesn't make me feel like treatment is something I owe him for. And he looks at you like he knows you can leave. My throat tightened. Milo looked back at me. That matters. Yes, I whispered. It does. The elevator ride up to Nero's private floor felt different this time, because Milo was beside me with a backpack slung over one shoulder and a whale plush tucked shamelessly under his arm. I thought you were too old for that, I said. He hugged it closer. This is emotional support royalty. Respect him. The elevator doors opened. Nero stood waiting. Not with staff, not with lawyers, not with guards surrounding him like a crown made of guns. Just Nero. Black shirt, rolled sleeves, wedding band on his hand, my red shoes from the foundation night placed neatly beside the doorway like he had been keeping them exactly where I left them. His eyes went to Milo first. How are you feeling? Milo narrowed his eyes. Suspicious of your smoothies. I fired the banana one. Good. It tasted like punishment. I'll have them revise the menu. See that you do. Nero's mouth almost smiled. Then his gaze moved to me. Everything in the hallway changed. Not loudly, not dramatically, just enough for my heart to remember it had chosen this. Elowen, he said. My name in his mouth no longer sounded like judgment. It sounded like home learning how to speak. I stepped out of the elevator. I brought 2 suitcases. His eyes held mine. Bring 20. Milo is staying in the medical suite until his doctor clears the move to the family wing. Already prepared? And Mrs. Alvarez gets her own guest room whenever she wants. Already arranged. And I keep my apartment. Yes, for as long as I want. Yes, and if I need space. The door stays open, Nero said. No hesitation, no wound in his voice, no punishment hiding behind patience, just the vow he had made and kept until I believed it. I walked to him. Slowly. Milo groaned behind me. Please do not make this weird. I ignored him. Nero did too, though his eyes warmed in that almost invisible way that belonged only to us. I stopped in front of my husband, not my captor, not my punishment, not the man who owned the room, the man who had released me and waited to be chosen. I'm home, I said. For 1 second, Nero did not move. Then something in his face broke open, quietly and completely. He reached for me, stopping before he touched. Still asking, always asking now. I smiled and stepped into his arms. His hold closed around me, strong and careful and shaking just enough that I felt the truth beneath all that control. Milo made a choking noise. I'm going to my room before this becomes emotionally damaging. Nero did not look away from me. Rook will show you. I know where it is, statue. Nero's mouth curved. Good night, Milo. Don't be gross. Good night, I said, laughing into Nero's chest. Milo disappeared down the hall, grumbling dramatically, whale plush tucked under his arm. When we were alone, Nero lowered his forehead to mine. You're home, he whispered. Yes, because you choose to be. Yes. His breath shuddered. I touched his face, the hard line of his jaw, the scar near his mouth, the man I had lost and found and made earn every inch of the way back to me. I love you, I said. His eyes closed. When he opened them, the dawn was still there. Dangerous, controlled, feared by every enemy stupid enough to test him. But for me, there was something else now. Devotion, not softness. Devotion. I love you, he said. And I will spend the rest of my life making sure love never costs you survival again. I rose onto my toes and kissed him. Not like a goodbye. Not like a question, like an answer. Behind us, the tower glowed. Below us, the city moved. Down the hall, my brother laughed at something Rook said, alive and safe and growing stronger. And in Nero's arms, with the door open behind me and my own name still mine, I finally understood the difference between being claimed and being chosen. This time, I chose him. This time, he chose me without taking. And this time, when I looked at the life waiting in front of us, I did not see a cage. I saw home. If you stayed with me all the way to the end, Thank you. Truly. Thank you for spending your time with Bayless audiobooks, and thank you for stepping into this dark, emotional world of betrayal, obsession, revenge, pain, and hard-earned love. If this story pulled you in, if it made you feel something, if it made you angry, emotional, shocked, or completely hooked, please take a second to like this video. That one small click matters more than most people realize. When you like a video, it tells YouTube that people are enjoying it, engaging with it, and staying connected to the story. That helps this video get recommended to more listeners who love dark romance, mafia romance, and emotionally intense audiobooks. And please leave a comment below. Tell me what moment hit you the hardest. Tell me if Nero went too far. Tell me if Elowen forgave him too easily, or not easily enough. Tell me if Milo was your favorite. Every comment helps this channel in a big way, because comments tell YouTube that the story created real engagement. The more people interact, the more YouTube pushes the video outward. So your comments are not just support for me. They are a huge part of helping this channel grow. If you love dark romance with possessive heroes, powerful women, forced marriages, betrayal, scandal, obsession, emotional twists, and satisfying happy endings, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next audiobook here on Bayless Audiobooks. And if you know someone who would love this story, please share it with them. Sending a video to a friend, posting it, or recommending it helps so much. Every like, every comment, every share, and every subscription helps this channel keep growing and helps more romance listeners discover these stories. Thank you again for listening, supporting, and being here. This audiobook, including its story concept, characters, plot, adaptation, narration script, title packaging, and creative presentation, is the original copyrighted work of Bayless Dambra. All rights reserved. This content may not be copied, reproduced, re-uploaded, distributed, rewritten, adapted, or used in any form without written permission from Bayless Dambra. Until the next story, stay obsessed, stay emotional, stay ready for more dark romance. But most of all, stay ruined.